together, guys.
Back together, brand new day.
Day 2.
Superweek TV. Woohoo!
Whoop.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
How do you feel, Yomar, after 4 interviews
In a row. I was just saying, is that a record, like doing 4 in a row?
I
Pretty
think
impressive.
so.
I tried to get out of the studio and I got sent back. No, you're on next. It's like, oh, okay. But
Just have a sign that says, I live here now.
yeah, pretty much. They don't let me out.
That is the reason why you don't have to arrive at half day, the day of the
Yeah,
TV
well, I think the production schedule kind of shifted, unfortunately, after I'd booked my tickets. So, but you do what you do, and you make the best, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And everything went perfectly yesterday.
Yeah.
And have another perfect day today.
Yeah.
At Superweek TV. So,
Define perfect.
Nobody
knows what went wrong,
Just
basically.
didn't fall off. Yeah, no, exactly.
No
yeah.
fire happening.
No fire. Yeah, exactly. So we have a very exciting day today, don't we, guys?
Yeah. Actually, yes, it's just 10 in the morning. We really need maybe also some coffee back in our veins.
Yeah.
But I saw we were inside the main hall. The first speech will be with Timo Aiden, and I think is about Google. Is also a bit known as the Google guy in the last.
Okay.
Yes, help me out. Remember what we have to do.
Yeah, let's see. On our schedule today, it is Thursday, correct?
Yeah.
It is.
Yes, great. The days just blend together here when you're not working.
And it's also kind of passing really, really fast.
So we have Krista first.
Krista.
Krista is
But I
first
saw
today.
Timo. Maybe they made some...
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe there was some switching around, but we got Krista on the schedule at least. And then Juliana Jackson.
She's great.
Yeah, Juliana's here as well.
Yeah, she read
she's-
yesterday.
She's going to be talking about what happens after AI creates 1 million ads. Should be fun. What else have we got today?
And then we've got
Laj.
Laj marketing lens. Sounds interesting. Data activation, and that's kind of the important part. We can talk about data layers and reporting till the cows come home, but at the end of the day, if your data isn't activated, then
Yeah, what are you gonna do with it? Right?
show
Just
me the
sits there.
money.
Yeah, exactly. Just sits there. That stale old data, not doing anything. You gotta send that data out. Make it
worth
work.
it.
Yeah, make it work. Put it to work.
the new guy's very quiet, isn't he?
Yeah. It's relaxed.
Like, who is
As
this
you
guy?
noticed today, he
Who
has
is this
back his
guy?
hands.
Yeah, I have 2 hands today. It's because of you guys out there. You really believed in me the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like you were always here from the beginning.
both of them.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, and next?
And then we've got Dan from the UK, from Dan Truman. Who are you really working for? Something we ask all the time.
I think we work for the AI now, right?
But there was some kind of interview that you did last year, and you remember me at dinner or lunch about having that. It was with Ian that you have this complot theory or something else. Maybe is behind that as well.
Yeah. There's lots of conspiracy. Follow the money. Follow that money. Who are you actually working for?
Exactly.
Yeah. Show me the money and then follow the money.
It's not just about who owns your data now, it's who you're actually working for.
And who owns you?
Who owns you? Yes.
All right, then we'll go a little bit less, philosophical with Google Analytics. A look into the future with Timo Aiden. Yeah,
That's when
Google guy.
the
Yes.
Google guy.
The Google guy, yeah. Still a relevant platform, very much so, isn't it?
Yeah.
Google
Yeah.
Analytics. You've heard of it.
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Still
Check it out sometime.
Still
Yeah.
trucking.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we have. That's right. You don't have a book, do you?
Yeah, it's okay.
You're very quiet here.
I will do the last one. I know the last one by heart.
Absolutely. And this is like in terms of hygiene. I'm not talking about this kind of hygiene, but data quality is. I mean, how important is that?
I mean, it's
Seriously.
the most, right?
Who is
Yeah.
speaking about data quality?
Mr. Peter Meyer, fellow Dane. Well, I'm a Danish resident, but from Alla Media. And Alla, as you know, they host. They've been hosting the Measure Camp Copenhagen in their wonderful offices. But Alla is one of the biggest publishers in Denmark and the Nordics, so they've got tons and tons of data coming in, and that is their business. Really, is not publishing anymore. It's about data that.
Yeah.
How important is data to publishers these days, right?
That is the last.
Well, and tonight there is the...
Punch card.
Explain the punch card.
Punch card.
For our audience who don't know what the punch card is. What is it?
Yeah, actually, the punch card, and that I know, is a prize that Superweek decided to give. I don't know for how long from the start.
It says
about
it's
8 years ago.
12th?
Oh, 12.
Yeah,
12th.
12. So it's more than 10
XII.
years.
I think I know my Roman numerals.
Yeah.
Roman
Yeah.
numerals.
Yes.
And everyone presents something, a tool, an idea, other stuff. Other stuff. And the people there just vote by raising or by clapping. And who won this punch card. And I don't remember what, I think some money for a training, or I don't remember really well, but it was it's really funny. And also I feel that is one of the most important moment of Superweek, because there they show and they share free stuff that is kind of super cool or super interesting. Every year I've been at Superweek, I've always used afterwards one of the tools they shared. So I'm really looking forward to that. And me and Josh will be part of it this year.
Yes, we are.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're both
go for it, guys.
participating.
You super techno geeks, you.
Yeah, we're
Techno.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going for.
Well, you go represent Superweek TV. I'll be.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll be clapping from the
We
audience.
want you to clap from home too, please, so we can hear you. Get a little bit extra
absolutely.
for
We
us.
have the media advantage, you know. You
Yeah,
can
exactly.
rally the
Please
troops.
vote for us.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can text it to 34468 if you want us to win. Just kidding. Don't do that. I don't know whose phone number that is.
Yeah, so it's kind of a nice day. And we also have interviews, so we'll be back in studio for 2 days, also because it's the last day we will be in the studio. Tomorrow there is no TV. Sorry about that, but it will be full of interviews. The next one, it will be me.
And who are you interviewing?
Yeah, I will be interviewing Sebastian, Ibrahim, and Anna. I think, I'm not so sure, but probably she's the first year. And also Sebastian, not the first, but he was here like a long time ago. So it's kind of super nice to have different review about AI, and they will have a lot of frustration about it. So kind of a session to just drink and get out the frustration about this incredible, wonderful new topic and so on.
And if you missed yesterday, right, you can go back and watch the previous interviews. There was a lot of great content yesterday. Did you have any favorites of what you talked about?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, the one that sticks in my head is getting a bit of shade, being asked a question from Tim Wilson, and it was he kept me on my toes, which was great, and that's one I will remember for a long time. I also loved having Ezekiel, Juliana, and
Ezekiel?
Yeah, Ezekiel.
Juliana and Dan, maybe.
And no, it was, oh wow, it escapes me, but it was a great session. Was it Surge?
I don't remember.
It was Surge, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was really talking about the customer lifetime value and what drives that, and how personalization can drive that as well. So it was Gunnar, actually.
Sorry. Gunnar.
Yes.
Okay.
It was, excuse me, it was a rather intense day yesterday.
No worries.
So, but...
I made a mistake as well, a couple of times.
Yeah, but one of the things that Gunnar really spoke about, I've heard him speak about, was signal engineering, which is something that is done, but by giving it a name, it's something that we can be more mindful of doing it, that we're getting all the right signals to measure what the results are. Because if you're not measuring everything, like as I was saying, if you run a campaign, it's a successful campaign, but you don't count the returns that come over the next 2 or 3 months, then that's a bad way of looking at a campaign, because you're missing out on the important part, the refunds, the cost of getting stuff shipped back. So that's a common thing to look at for particularly the retail, online retail companies. So yeah, and Juliana, when it comes to a lot of the things that she's doing, and I think what she's talking about today with using images, using AI, and I really want to be in that session, but
Really?
I might be sitting in here. I don't know. Or
But I think
researching.
they will record it.
Yeah, it is. Hopefully it will be. But
It'll
it's-
probably be on the TV at some point.
Yeah.
You can watch, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. We can just...
Just watch it right now.
And what about you, Josh?
I had some great conversations. I think one of my favorite was like, what pisses us off? You know, why are we mad today? You know, it's the same problems that we've had for years, even before. You know, I thought it was going to go very much towards like, AI, but it's very much about communication, right? And like the communication breakdowns, and like AI just accentuates that, right? Where, you know, people they'll just go to AI and learn all of this wrong information because they're not experts, and then it breaks down the communication between the agency and the client because now they think they know more because they have AI, you know, and it's just the same old stuff that we've been seeing for years around, you know, communicates really just people problems, right? So that was a good conversation with Doug Hall and Dan Truman and Peter O'Neill, the least frustrated people, I would say. They're just so not frustrated as people.
Well, you could put that under grumpy old men, right?
Yeah, exactly. The non-grumpy old men.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I had some great other talks, just like how to clean up your data and talking about how to find a job today in the market and what that's like. And so it's been very, very interesting.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yes.
I have something similar, but we spoke also about it in like conferences and team a lot about juniors, and there are people or teams that really look for seniors while other instead search for more junior figures. Maybe also Nyomar just tell us what you speak about yesterday, and maybe also speak about what you're gonna interview about today. So
Today? Yeah, so next up I have Julius from Analytics Mania.
Okay.
With Serge. And Julius, with his workshops, has chosen the state platform for the server side of things. And from my angle, you know, I am probably one of the least technical people in the room in terms of, but where I've always worked as a business analyst is bringing together the stakeholders and the senior management. So to try and get them to communicate what are the advantages of server-side and why a company should do it. Why should they approve, okay, we're going to spend X amount of resource in setting this up, that's a number of hours, and B, then you've got the ongoing license fees. The question is, how is this going to save me money and how is this going to make me money? It's very simple from a business point of view. It's like, how does this save money and how does it make money? And this can often be the forgotten thing, as a lot of our dear analyst friends can go right down a rabbit hole. But what does that mean to the business? What does that mean to the brand? So, and I really come from the business and brand perspective, having worked with technical, analytical, and also the business side of organizations. So I asked the dumb questions. That, you know what I mean?
that's good.
I mean, that's good. I mean, that's a good that's what the
dumb questions are the best sometimes. Huh?
Yeah, I think so, because a lot of times we see the case if, you know, people talking about, you know, PI and a server side, and people will just nod in the room.
Yeah.
But
they don't really understand.
But not really understand what the impact on the business is, and that's where I really want to kind of dig a bit deeper, but also then get a bit more on the technical side with those two guys. Yeah,
that's nice.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's we got some great talks coming up for today, and you'll just have to take a watch, you know, and come and hang out with us all day. And we're gonna get started in just a few minutes. Right?
Oh, there is something we did last night as well.
Oh, we played some music.
We jammed.
We jammed.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's something else we started doing.
Oh yeah, we started writing a Superweek song, and
you will see something interesting today, I think.
Yeah.
So we just
the show is not finished yet.
Not finished
we need
yet.
to cut a violin track apparently.
Yeah, so guys,
Place the violin.
get started on that.
The key 80 beats per minute, and the key of G minor.
Okay.
Kind of easy, yeah.
Well, sounds good. All right, let's go write that song then.
We're such teasers.
So see you later, guys.
See you later.
And girls.
All right.
And back again with the TV. We just left Josh and Yomar. Actually, Josh is having fun with Joshua inside the main room. But I'm here with 3 new hosts. So every day we will see new faces. Sebastian, Anna, and Ibrahim. Correct?
Yep.
Sometimes I have issues with names. First thing, I would like you to introduce yourself, maybe Ibrahim and then Anna and then Sebastian.
Yeah, indeed. So thanks for having me. I am. My name is Ibrahim. I'm working as a director of marketing effectiveness at Philips. This is my 4th year at Superweek. So yeah, looking forward to the talks and the different conversations.
Yeah, so I'm Anna, and I'm a digital analyst at Tesco, just your normal garden variety, like CRO person. And I've been coming here since 2017, so I'm a bit of an old face.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm even older in a way. I'm Sebastian. I have my own agency in France, and I'm involved in Measure Camp Paris.
Cool.
And my first time here was in 2014.
Oh, wow, all right.
But then I stopped coming for 10 years, so it feels a little bit like the first time. So.
Oh, all right. Okay.
It's nice to have you here. And today we are going to speak about the subjects. So, but in a different way. So, me and Sebastian come together to Superweek with the taxi, and it happens that we were, of course, speaking about AI. And afterwards, I also want to actually, if it's possible, to have something brought on the table for you. Thanks. A big applause for our production. So actually,
you have my respect.
Something about you. Anna is coming, and I had Maria before. She's not possible to be here because of various reasons. But she told me something about you, Sebastian. The first time you saw her, you pushed her to apply to a job, right?
Exactly, yeah.
And she told me that from that specific moment, she owed you something, but she didn't have the opportunity to give you, so I have it for you. And actually, she also told that you will have to.
That's perfect. Even in the morning?
So, but return back to the subject if you want. You can taste it, but it's also quite early. But we are going to speak about AI, and maybe it helps getting our nerves down, because we had a lot of speeches. AI is the beautiful things that is happening today, but we kind of had a strange talk in the car. And also with Anna, I know that she has some kind of frustration about it, so maybe the beer is for you at the end. But yeah, you're using Claude or ChatGPT almost every day, but you also told me that you have some mixed feelings, so explain that to us.
Yeah, this is actually very great tools. You know, it helps a lot, and it, everything I do is faster with AI. You know, but at the same time, it's a little bit too fast, and I. Everything that usually the interns, the junior could do, now it's AI. So basically, we need senior people, like I am in a way, but like in 10 years, 15 years, if we don't train a junior, we'll have only seniors that will just make some kind of AI architecture, and with a lot of unemployment, and at some point we will just be dummy ass, you know. Okay, we have AI, we have seniors that are too old to do anything, and we are pretty much screwed. So this is weird.
Okay, Anna, what's your thought about that?
I kind of join in on that one. I was actually trying to think of an analog and how can I really phrase, because I also have very complicated feelings about AI. I think it does increase productivity, like incredibly, which is great. On the other hand, there's this massive trade-off. So do you know the company Huel? It's very popular in the UK. They're basically making, lunch on the go, like nutritionally complete. You just have to add water and you have like pasta or something like that. I never quite got into it because I feel like it's trading basic human function in the name of productivity, right? And I just don't think it's a very good trade-off. And this is exactly what AI is doing. It's making us very efficient, but also incredibly reliant, on AI. Like I see, like people are using ChatGPT and Copilot to write simple emails, like we're talking about university-educated people, who can't even put like a single thought process together anymore because they're just so reliant on it. And in analytics as well, obviously, at the best case scenario, we're training our own competition, in the worst case scenario, we are going to be so reliant on it that we just, lose all this excellent knowledge that we managed to gain.
I've never thought that way, kind of. It's really interesting, because, in the email, you seem so professional, and then you met the person and probably doesn't speak English at all.
Especially with the English language, right? I noticed that people who, just moved to the UK and don't have the professional level English, and suddenly it's like Shakespeare, I'm like, that's funny, I think I know what's going on here.
And for you, Ibrahim, I know I wasn't there on Monday, but you have also a talk about AI, or am I wrong?
Yeah, indeed. So I have mixed feelings about it, but I feel like when we say AI, we usually mean like different things.
Yeah.
And I think the important thing is we agree what do we mean by that. So I think we could agree that some people might see AI as artificial general intelligence, which is we are building toward a machine that would be smarter than all humanity and that would enter humanity. And this is one way to think about AI. And see, like I know many people are very pessimistic that this is not happening in our lifetime. Some people have different opinions that this might come. But this is one way, which is a little bit like fluffy. We don't know how it will happen. We don't know how we'll get there. And we don't know what's the implications on that. But for sure, this is not what we have now. The other type of AI is this kind of like generative AI, which is mainly the machine being able to produce things like humans, like generate pictures, generate text. And for that, I think we have a measurable efficiencies we see in our day-to-day work. And like in the talk, I was showing some examples where the machines had a example of analytics problem, and it gave answers that is very plausible, like a human analyst would give, and it was really nice. So that one is like a measurable impact, and we see nowadays. And then there is the operational efficiency, AI, and this is what we use every day in Google Maps, or machine learning as we know it for over like a decade. So I think I have different feelings depending on which one you ask me, or which AI you mean. I would go for the one in the middle, which is this ability of machines to mimic human output. And for that one, I think it is genuinely replacing like something that was uniquely human, about this perception of logic. Like it seems it's logical, it seems it's thinking, it seems it has emotions if you want it to have emotions.
It's eerie, yeah,
exactly. And for that, I think, to your point, I feel the biggest challenge is the technology is moving faster than what we can comprehend, and we just need a way to prepare ourselves, and the younger generation especially, how to deal with that machine. Like how will you deal with your car? I tend to compare it to like automatic car, for example. When automatic cars came in, that doesn't mean you don't need the human is still on the steering wheel, and you just need to press like a kid can do that. Like they can press on the thingy, and then the car would move, and they can just steer it out. But on the same time, and it's very different from manual, so you just need some level of training. It's just that
that's right.
It's now a cognitive automatic car.
You need some kind of AI license to be able to drive the AI.
Exactly, that was my next question.
Exactly.
As Anna says, yes, we have AI, but sometimes we don't really know how to use it, or which is the best way to use it. What do you suggest, to people that are looking at us, or maybe also politicians or other fellow analytics people that are in the business, how to train or how to manage that? Do you have ideas? Because it's a big subject, huh?
Indeed.
Yeah. I would say, I think we just need to be very careful that we use it for certain tasks, It actually is like resolving a problem, or just making our life easier in a way that we are not giving up, basic function, you know what I mean? Writing an email would be a very good example. So there's a bunch of things that's just a convenience, right? But it's not necessarily very good for you to rely on AI to do the job for you. But, for things like, what you said, machine learning, all that stuff, like Google Maps, that's great, It really is making our life easier. And it's really, we have had, analog maps before, and those were kind of doing the job as well. But it really was such a big improvement. And that's excellent for that. But maybe not. I think we have to be very careful not to cross the line on, just getting it seeped into our everyday lives and, just, doing our jobs for us, really.
And don't you think, maybe also Sebastian can answer, I see that you have your head going on, that also AI embedded in Google Maps and so on, if it's not trained or doesn't have a human in the loop, can just make us jump off a bridge that is not finished because it already happened, and how you manage also that.
Depends on data. In a way, it's already like this without AI. I think with AI, if you have the right data, this kind of accident could happen less. Okay. In a way, I think the main concern here is more about the governance and about the ownership. If we basically every interaction that we have on a day-to-day basis, we basically send everything back to the US or to China as well sometimes, and we don't own anything, that we don't own basically our life context. This is really scary, because to have all my emails in Gmail, but to have not only my emails but also basically what I think, what I want to do, and the context of my family and my workplace and everything, just in some kind of business that I don't own, I don't like that. I would definitely prefer to have my own hard drive, and to have basically, in a way, my own AI context, even if it uses some kind of external models. But I think we should take the ownership back, like the binary data should be at home, not in some other places. I think it's more of a concern for me.
I think that ship just really sailed like such a long time ago. We have been voluntarily giving out data since forever. Like it's in Google, it's in Facebook, it's on Instagram. Like we are sharing everything. Like with the full knowledge, I might add, that it's going to be used like in a way to, manipulate us. But that's just marketing. Like we are doing that every day. Everything is, you're trying to manipulate people to buy your product. You're trying to manipulate people to vote in your favor, right? I mean, that's just the thing. I mean, that's happening. I don't think there's a massive difference in putting it to ChatGPT than, like posting it on Instagram. I think it's more like you trust it. And like, I think this is why it's so dangerous, because you have this thing, you think it's intelligent, like you just trust the answer that it's giving you. Like, for example, in a business context, if you're using it as an analyst agent and you start asking questions, and then you are just accepting the answer, like expecting the solution without, checking it and like really understanding it, I think that's the most dangerous bit. But data privacy, I mean, I get it and I agree with you. I just don't think it's, don't think we can really do anything about that. That's always a trade-off. Like, you know full well that it's going to be used in a way, but at the moment you kind of need that information that it gives you, like you're selling your data basically for convenience, and that's just, I've been doing this for a long time.
The weird thing that we are selling our data, but we don't even know what kind of data. And this is, I don't mind selling my data to Tesco, to Scarf, or anything,
Please do.
That's okay for me. But what is I'm concerned with is that I don't exactly know when and how and what kind of data. Even sometimes, I know that the data that these big companies will have will be wrong about me, and I would like to correct it, but I can't because I don't really have access to it. Even though we are supposed to get access, but in the end we don't. And if it was something I own, I can say, okay, I can share that. I know my wife is pregnant. Okay, I'm okay with that. But I'm not okay to say that I have this kind of disease, or I don't know. But this is we don't have this ownership in AI. As it's a lot of context, if we could have our own context engineering, that was something I would like at some point.
And Ibrahim, question for you. You have, that's good.
Wow.
I need that for you. Actually, you are really precise, also in your answer before, like dividing and so, and it also led me to contextual thinking and being able also to understand which are the good and the bad. Are there a way for you, to put that in action, or I don't know if you also work with Junior, if it still exists at your your business, or how do you share that with others maybe as well?
Like on the usage of AI.
Usage of AI, how to use it, how to trust it is important. How also other people around you, how do you feel or see they are using it?
Yeah, indeed. So I feel like again, maybe building just one quick comment on what you said. I think with the whole party about third-party data and the regulations, I think what happens with Gen AI is way more dangerous, because you share with it way much than anything a third-party cookie could get about you from the websites you visit, etc. It's like how you think, your fears, what you care about, etc. And I think there was like a fun quote. It's not fun, it's scary actually, from Sam Altman a while ago. He said, people need to recognize that their chats could be used against them in court. So it could be, just imagine what people have shared with ChatGPT for him to say that. So it's a bit scary, but I think, I'm thinking from a business perspective, it's even more dangerous because there was many situations where things would leak from companies because people, I think there was a famous case from Samsung early on where employees shared confidential documents from the company on one of the chat engines, and then suddenly it was leaked. So this is very dangerous, and I don't think people fully recognize the danger of that. I think there was even another case just a few days ago from the head of cybersecurity in the US, who shared a very confidential document on ChatGPT, and he was the head of cybersecurity.
Do you have ideas on how to prevent that? Do you have a process in-house that you're doing or putting up?
So there are a couple of things. Like for me, because I work in a corporate, we have a much more sophisticated procedures for that, managed by like big teams from IT to security to legal. And usually for that, we do not use within the company public GPT. So we have our own like guarded version of GPT within the company that is allowed to the employees to share. And within that model, the employees can share sensitive data, but they cannot share secret data still. Only confidential data that could be shared with that model. And this is within the company. Generally speaking, what I always advise the analysts to do is to still be careful and share the minimum needed data to get something useful out of the model. So if you are looking at a change in trends, just give it like headlines of what you want to look for and ask for advice how to do it. I have this file where I want to compare year-over-year performance in Excel, and I have this field. How can I do the formula? And then don't just throw the file into it and be lazy and expect a well-polished answer, which people are tempted to do because it's so easy and so productive to just throw everything to it and it will figure it out, and it's amazing in doing that. So that's what I advise my team to do. But maybe quickly to your other question about how we deal with it, I think there should be some sort of like best practice, which is basically we try to come up, like in my talk I was promoting this idea of the architect framework, that you need to be able to know what questions to ask. So you need to be trained not to be fooled by the answers of the machine, because it will look very true, but usually it's not. It's very plausible. And you know, the challenge is people, if you look at the competencies of different people, not everyone is able to really understand it. We have many analysts in many circles I know that are not maybe the best analysts. So they would take that answer and they would say, wow, this is amazing. And I saw many situations in my work where someone would present data to me and they was like, how did you reach that one? And they will be like, it's clear they did not work on it.
So, like, also on that, maybe, Anna, you can reply, how you would advise your business, other business, to approach that?
I actually really like what Ibrahim was saying, because I think it's great for, teaching you stuff. Because, again, I don't think there's a massive difference between putting the answer in, the question in Google and, going to, Slack or whatever, just trying to find a solution for something, or putting it in ChatGPT and getting, a good way of, resolving something. That's good. I think that should be kind of the baseline, as you say. I really like your approach. So, I would probably just, advise the same.
And procedures-wise, for a business, I am a junior coming in, and I don't have Ibrahim or Anna next to me doing that. How can I have this kind of information? How you would advise a business to set up that or create the contest for that?
Well, I guess, is it really that different than any other internal, documentation and training? I'm guessing, we have a bit of a framework of doing that. I mean, it's imperfect, but in
some
practice,
business doesn't have it at all. So
fair enough.
It's better than nothing.
It's a hard thing because we all need to do in big companies like multinational. You always have a training that you need to complete, and you have a bunch of this is how we do things, and this your entire code of conduct and all that stuff. So you kind of go through them in great succession very fast in your first week. I don't think it's a perfect way of doing it. I just can't really imagine how else would you deliver the information if you don't have a senior or a manager to do that for you. Ideally, it should be a peer-to-peer thing, but if that's not possible, then training documentation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But I really feel that compared to maybe also Sebastian, to the training. Yes, I also been like I also be onboarded on a new job, and we have this compulsory training to follow. But you just go through them really fast,
exactly.
and sometimes people also do not realize the importance of them. Also because also the business itself put pressure because they need to make money, but. At some point, I feel that it's no longer also the fault of a junior if it does something without context, because no one actually gave him or her the time to go through that. So also maybe, Sebastian, which is your point of view? I don't know, you work alone right now?
Yeah, I have basically 2 employees, and is one starting next week. And so he will be focusing on AI. So I have no idea how I will train him to do something good and not to screw everything up. So this I can't answer because I don't know. In 1 month, maybe I will have some feedback about, okay, there was something wrong about that. But you were talking about the data we were sharing. There is even something even more scary. It's MCP, because it's agentic AI. So basically you leave your AI kind of alone with some grants and privileges, okay, of course, but it can just, like I use the MCP for GTN, the stage 1, and it can just, only read, and it cannot publish, but I could have opened the publishing rights, and it could basically publish on all my websites any kind of shit,
That's
even worse than actual CSD that just leaks, So this could become a shit show,
Yeah.
The first time I used agentic AI in the coding, it really gave me the feeling, like when you do adaptive cruising in the car, and then you leave your hand from the steering wheel and the fuel. I felt the same thing. I was like, I want to touch that, and I was like, I'm seeing it like changing files, writing documents, deploying things. Like, oh my god, what's going on? But it worked. It worked at the end. So it just needs some, make sure that you can step in before you hit the next car.
So you put some control by a human, or you just leave the machine?
I leave the machine.
It's dangerous.
That's scary. That's scary.
Indeed.
And do you feel that more and more that will be the future, leaving the machine doing the work for us without any human in the loop?
Yeah, I feel like, as strange as it sounds, and again, it really reminds me with adaptive cruising in the car, I feel I want to touch it. I don't want to leave it to do the things. But then if you just take a deep breath and relax and just make sure that you are to step in, if something goes happen, then it's fine. It can do stuff that is very repetitive. I think for the coding part, many parts of the coding is something doable by the machine. Things that we feel nowadays, even as simple as writing a better emails, doing this type of things is good. And I think we can reach a moment where the humans would take one big step back from this kind of repetitive work, and they focus on quality work, on guiding the machines to do it. Now, I think, are we in a position where we are able to guide the machines to do stuff? I don't think that applies to everyone, and this is where the danger comes in, that many people, especially, one thing I'm thinking about that is a little bit counterintuitive is I think maybe the juniors would have a better chance than us to some degree. And the reason I'm thinking about that is it's not about experience. It doesn't need experience. It needs a different ways of thinking. So the people who might, I know this will be not debatable, but I mean, if you think about it, if someone is fresh, new, and they have the energy and they are smart, and they can, find a way of how to use the machine as a co-pilot, I think they have a much better chance than a 30 years experience developer who used to do things in a certain way, and they would resist very much to change it. So maybe it's just we need a guidance that you have this super powerful machine at your disposal, or in a very affordable money, and you can use it. How then to use it is the question that we need to figure out.
You make a very excellent point in the coding bit, because I just feel like this is also just really dependent on who you ask, right?
Yeah.
You say like, oh, it's great for coding, you know, but then you ask the engineer, they'll be like, you know, like absolutely not. You kind of have to be there. You need to understand it. Same with like writing an email, ask the copywriter, you know, like you will have a very different answer than from an analyst.
Yeah.
Same for me, like I really hate when they use it for analysis. I'm like, no, that's really bad, you know, like you kind of need to understand it. So, you know, it's always just, it depends on like how deep your understanding is. But I feel like you're very right, because if you're young and just like kind of learn to use it in a way that, you know, we are just so resistant of doing so. And also, you know, it will advance, you know, eventually. So maybe the things that we think are imperfect now won't be, you know, in a few years. So
Indeed.
just hoping.
Yeah, I feel everything we're mentioning now might be irrelevant in 2 months. Who knows?
The world is just becoming really fast. You know?
In the future, you won't have any employees anymore. You have basically AI agents and human agents. So it's, you know, just agents, you know.
Again, very bad from an employee perspective, but as the employer, you know, like,
Prompt my employee. You know, I just prompt the guy.
Yeah.
Just the task is to prompt. You know.
It's kind of a really interesting discussion. I think it can go over for hours. We really need to close, but I would love your input, because this afternoon I will have, at lunch, I will have juniors here, juniors, like the children of the conference, speaking about what they see in AI for their future and so on. What would you like to ask them? One question each. Go, Ibrahim, first.
Let me think.
If someone has already a question, man can go first.
I think I would like a confirmation, you know, like, are they using ChatGPT or like a whatever, like agent, instead of Google? Like, what is the way, like, you know, are they shopping? They're like, what are they doing? What is everyday thing? There's like, for us, it's just so obvious that you are doing it in Google. But I feel like it's really transitioning into AI. So, yeah, that would be interesting.
And how can they know as well when they see a video on TikTok, for example, if it's AI generated or not? You know, do they know that everything can be AI generated? And how do they like it? Do they still trust it at some point? You know, this if everything can be AI generated, is there any point to watch video at all, because it's all fake anyway?
Good point.
Yeah, terrifying.
Maybe like what they. Yeah, maybe like what you asked us, like what do you fear and what do you hope for?
Perfect.
Because I would love to know, like, how do they see it as a threat, or do they see it as maybe the younger generations have a very different way of looking at it.
Okay.
We just grew too old and skeptical.
So I will leave you now. I will thank Ibrahim, Anna, and Sebastian to be here with me. I hope you appreciate the beer. We also thank Maria. She was not with us, but kind of, yes. I think that in the next months and probably years, the subject of AI will be quite a subject. But I leave you to the next host.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Superweek TV with Jomar, your host today. And today we're talking about the right side of server-side, something we all know and potentially love. With me I have my two wonderful guests, Serge from Stape and also, of course, Julius from Analytics Mania. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thanks for having us.
Gentlemen, can you please explain yourself? Serge, you've been with Stape for nearly 4 years now, right?
Yeah, something like that. So, yeah. But
and your role is mainly onboarding your customers?
Partners, customers, going to events, doing a little bit of everything, actually, most of the time.
Yeah, getting out there into the community is a great thing. Yeah, and Julius, Mr. 144,000 subscribers to your...
47.
I'm so sorry.
Like your news are so 2025.
Subscribers to your YouTube channel, which is an amazing feat in itself. Tell us a bit about yourself and updates since last year we spoke.
So a lot of still GA4 teaching that topic and Google Tag Manager, and still like diving even more and further into the server-side world, because as we see like over how the industry is kind of moving towards which direction, I would say server-side is becoming more and more and more like not nice to have, but like for a bunch of businesses like kind of must have.
Okay, so this is where we're going to go today, and I'm going to be the one that asks the really dumb questions, because, say, for example, if I'm the guy who's signing off the check, or I'm the guy who is approving the whole project of moving to server side. So I could be a CMO, I could be in product. And it's usually, I would say, I'm guessing it would be a number of stakeholders, right, that you'd be talking to, Serge. Give me the case for it. I mean, what is server side? I mean, this is, often you'll be talking to people outside of analytics and they'll happily nod. But I'm saying 8 out of 10 probably don't know what the hell you're talking about. Can you explain it to an executive, or maybe if you're explaining it to your wife, for example, what is it?
Yeah, in simple words, it's basically just like an additional level of control that you will have with the data that you collect. So instead of like sending everything to the analytics, to the ad platforms, like you have additional level of control. You can anonymize data, you can strip some parameters, you can enrich data, you can get more data from your users by passing ad blockers. We know that some people in the industry say that this is like not the best way to pitch the solution, but still that's one of the...
Let's be real, I mean.
Let's be real, yeah, that's one of the main selling points for most of the businesses, I would say, depending on the industry, of course. But yeah, in general, it's just like additional level of control, additional level of protection for you as a business also.
Yeah. So two questions there. Where is it saving me money and where is it making me money? I need to know.
Where it's saving you money? Well, at first glance, you're like, okay, I need to pay for hosting, I need to pay for maintenance, I need to pay for the setup. Like, when does the savings start, right? But at the end of the day, it saves you money. Again, coming back to the control, because you are not going to have some problems that you could have had sending everything basically to the vendors, right? So you are able to filter what you're sending. You are able to redact IPs and basically not send so much PAI. So you will have less problems with, let's say, the law or with audits, and where it actually saves you money. So if, for example, if you run paid ads, basically it optimizes the campaigns for you in the way that it shows those ads, like again, in really simple words, it shows the ads to a more relevant audience. So let's say you pay $10,000 per month, you get 20 conversions, because it shows that it shows the ad 1,000 times to 1,000 people, but they're not like super relevant. With server-side tracking, since you send more information, since the customer profile is more tailored, you spend same $10,000, you spend, I don't know, what, $100 for hosting per month, and you get 25, 30 conversions for the same amount of money, just because the ad is being shown to a more relevant audience.
Yeah, so basically cost per acquisition per user per customer usually should be lower compared to the standard, like let's say, basic non-server-side tracking.
Is that because we have better data on our audience?
Kind of, yeah. And I mean, like, that's where the gray zone becomes, because like what happens in the server, nobody knows except the one who runs the server. But that's where actually, and if you look at, for example, at what the current top players in the world, app players like Google, Facebook, what they want you to do is that to send not only the fact that the conversion happened, not only, let's say, the order total, tax numbers or something like that, but they also want you to send more user-provided data, because then it can use not only like the default ones, not the default identifiers like cookies, all that stuff, but also some additional information, emails, first names, last names, so on, just to do then the matching between like the email that they see with this order, and they compare that against their own backend system. Like, all right, so did that kind of user has that user clicked some ads and then add some additional layer of attribution and like to make attribution somewhat more accurate, and that way potentially more users could be attributed rightfully to certain ad campaigns, and then you can see that, all right, so this campaign brought me not 20 but like, let's say 25, 30 customers, and then the cost per acquisition becomes like more let's say more sustainable for the business, and the CMOs would like that kind of number better.
So in terms of building your more effective advertising, but also for your own first-party data when it comes to email marketing, you're saying that we can get a much enhanced audience or better insights into our audiences?
Do you mean like, can you specify what part about the email marketing do you?
So I mean, with email marketing, we're also building targeted lists, right?
Yep.
So where do we get our data, our information on our users? Sometimes if we're using zero-party data, we might use something like surveys or settings data or date of birth or what are your interests kind of thing. So these are, qualitative and quantitative data that people are actually entering in calling it zero-party data. And I really want to be able to service my customers a lot better, as well as make a lot more money. Is server-side, does it mean that I have more data ownership to build my own audiences as well within my CRM?
Kind of, but of course the consent is a very important part here. Just because you collect emails does not matter necessarily that you can, technically you can import, let's say, a list of emails as audiences to your ad platform from your CRM or whatever. But of course, there's always a component of like, has this user consented to be used, not only to be contacted not only via email, but also to be targeted by these large ad platforms.
Yeah. And so Serge, can you give me some examples without using names of before, during, as in the implementation, and then after seeing the results? How long? What kind of timeline are we looking at? And tell us, when is a company ready to look at server side?
Yeah, it really depends on the use case. For example, for many sensitive industries like healthcare, insurance, they want to have server-side again for that additional level of control, because they are not allowed to send many things to ad platforms, but they want to send at least something, right? They want to anonymize data, they want to anonymize IPs, strip some PII. So they come to us, for example, and say, hey, we want to have that additional layer. On top of that, they usually want to sign a bunch of agreements, like business associate agreement, data protection agreement, and everything. So they basically see the benefit, the uplift right away, because they can share at least something, because they are in a really heavily regulated industry. So that's one case. Second case, if we talk about like getting more data, let's say you are in an industry where a lot of people use ad blockers, so you're missing out somewhere between, 20% data, 30% data in some industries. Of course, in some industries that can be like 5% or even less. But yeah, you can start measuring the results right away in real time. There are many cool tools that you can use to see the results in real time. State dashboard, for example, it shows you like the amount of requests that were recovered from ad blockers. So once you turn it on, you instantly see the uplift. So yeah, that's basically the answer.
All right.
Or were you asking more about the implementation?
Yeah, I was going to.
Oh, that one is like, how much does the car cost? Like, there are many types of cars.
Well, I suppose, what are the golden practices, or what are the things not to do when you're looking at implementation?
It really depends on the cases.
Yeah, like like small medium business, if they want to do server side, then probably like you can watch a tutorial, half a day, figure out, like follow the steps, and you're kind of good to go. Because usually most businesses run ads on Google or on Facebook. Like these are like top two. So they're like container templates. For example, Spwk have like setup assistant, I think.
Yeah.
So basically, you just like click like, okay, I will be using this, and then they generate a container, then you import it, and like in 20 minutes you're ready to go actually, instead of like half a day.
Yeah.
So, but if we're talking about like let's say health industry or something else, it might be the usual long project which will take days.
Yeah.
Because of back and forth emails and more of that stuff.
Okay, so if I'm an online retailer, for example, and we're going to make the move into server side, and the other question is, who's actually doing the implementation? If we're a fairly large retailer, do we look at dealing with an agency? Do we look at doing it in-house and upskilling? Is there a lot of maintenance that's required as a large online retailer?
Depends on who you ask, I guess. If you go to an agency and say, hey, should we use your services? Is there a lot of maintenance involved? They would definitely say yes. But again, it really depends on the use case. If you have like a super massive advanced setup with some, like, I don't know, offline conversions tracking, whatever, and you need to make changes frequently, then yes, of course, it makes sense to go with some professional agency, outsource everything to them, and they take care of it. But usually, if we talk about like big enterprises, really huge companies, they usually have resources in-house. But at the same time, there are great resources like by Julius that we all probably checked, right, in our life. So you can also refer to that if you are like, as you said, big e-commerce, right? That probably is better to go with the agency. But if you are like starting, want to implement things on your own, we are really fortunate to be in a community where there are plenty of materials and you can figure everything out.
Yeah, because I think we can pretty much go to YouTube these days and look up server-side tracking, and this fine gentleman turns up as well, right?
Everywhere,
with thumbnail like this or like this.
And can you talk a bit about the education of it? I mean, how's it evolved over the years? I mean, it's still doing it online, having facilities there. Are you getting a lot of questions? Do you have an active community that can help?
I have a community. Do I get questions? Like a lot of them. I still get questions, but I would say not as many as, let's say, 2 years ago, because many people they ask like. They used to ask a lot of basic questions, and then like I would answer that. So the number of basic questions has tanked. I would say probably 90% of basic questions are just gone because people can ask AI. But then the challenge is that if they ask me, I can already expect that probably that's an edge case or something like really complex because they could not make AI help them. So I'm kind of last resort, or not necessarily me, but like some communities or real people, not AI, they are like the last resort.
Yeah, interesting. If I could ask you, Serge, if we look into the future, are we there yet? I mean, are there still a lot of implementations that are needed? I think you were saying it's gone from a nice to have to almost an essential. Exactly. Is the market maturing, or how could you describe it in 2026?
From what we see, the demand is growing all the time, and we are nowhere near yet to be like there, as you said. But again, as Julia said, it's not like a nice to have; it's a necessity at this point. I don't really remember like the exact numbers of server-side adoption like worldwide. If we look at the percentage of websites who are actually utilizing it, I think it's like 3%, something like that.
But it's also more difficult to, like for example, build with tool that allows you to check. Like, it's more difficult sometimes to find the server-side solution, like whether the website finds that, uses that, because some businesses might want to hide that very, very seriously. At least that's what I've noticed.
Could be, but at the end of the day, we still have so much room for growth, and I hope the trend will just continue with the years.
Yeah, and tell me a bit about now, if we're going from a B2B point of view, you're seeing, I believe, a lot more engagement from agencies. Tell us what is, for the people that are in agencies, what's the dynamics of it working well? You have a tool that's almost been a self-service tool, right, for a lot of people.
Pretty much, yeah.
The role of the agency, how does that fit in, and who are they best at serving?
Yeah, like coming back to your case, right? If you are like a relatively large company, a big enterprise, you definitely don't have time or don't have resources to hire people, train people, and explain them what needs to be done. It's a lot more convenient to hire experts at what they do, explain your case, even in really simple words. If you don't really know what server-side is, you basically explain what you want to achieve, and those guys will definitely deliver. So we work with, officially we have like 400 agencies who are officially our partners, so we sign agreements, but thousands of agencies actually use our solution to host server-side GTM, and so far the feedback has been great, because we are trying to make their life easier, and they're making our life easier because they onboard more clients.
Yeah, yeah.
So at the end, it's a win-win and win situation, because the third win is the win for the customer, for the end customer.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And they understand the strategy. And for what about yourself, Julius, in terms of you're seeing the market mature, maybe it's because of AI, is there still a lot that needs to be learned out there in your experience in the companies that you're dealing with? I mean, should they really be sharpening their skills on a regular basis, or is there new people coming? What's the dynamics from the training point of view?
Oh, that's a good question. So I would say the dynamics are definitely shifting. There's like probably the demand for like trying to learn something is kind of going down, but at the same time, the demand for trying to do something, like from the user's perspective, is growing. But just sometimes people, just try to use AI and let's break stuff quickly and let's find out how this works and then try and see if it's actually possible to use. But I see a danger in there, because, for example, if you just blindly trust AI, like you kind of start like getting comfortable and losing the critical thinking, because it still hallucinates a lot. So if you just blindly do that, well, at some point you will have make some costly mistakes somewhere. So I would say, ideally, you should still be trying to try to sharpen your skills, at least have a better general understanding about the topic. If you want to learn, let's say, server-side tagging, maybe you don't need to learn like ins and outs of everything, but have a solid like fundamental understanding. That's necessary, and then maybe you can use AI as a co-pilot to give you some additional tips or like ideas. But then you still need to somehow verify whether that's a hallucination or whether that tip is actually useful. So for that, again, at least fundamentals, but I would say you should be at least intermediate user to kind of get more, like, let's say, safer, more secure results with server-side tagging in general. So education, it's changing. It's the way how it's done. Yeah. But it should still be done. I mean, not everything should be like put entirely on AI. That we'll figure it out. Yeah, but no, there are a lot of caveats.
Yeah, yeah. And in terms of learning and support, one of the things that we've identified earlier, Serge, is the community that you have set up. Can you give us an explanation of this community, the kind of support that's given, and how it works?
Yeah, so from the early days, we thought that it will be really beneficial to build this community, not just from the standpoint of brand exposure, but just build the interest around server-side tracking, put our name out there, basically say, hey guys, we kind of know what we are doing, so you can check our blog articles, you can join the community page, ask questions, we will help you as soon as we can. And since then, it's been like, 4 or 5 years. It's relatively popular. Many people still find answers there to this day. And coming back to our more broad community, right? The community that we have here at the Superweek, at Measure Camps, again, as I've said many times, it's really priceless. Because I haven't seen it before in any other industry. So people gather at a really nice hotel, chat, discuss modern questions, modern issues, try to find out the solutions, and I guess it's like really unique. And I'm glad that we were kind of like a part, one of the building bricks of this big game, I would say.
One last question for you both. Superweek 2026, what's going to be one of the most memorable things from this year's Superweek? Julius?
You could have sent me this question. I would have prepared. No, just kidding.
Depends on how much whiskey you've had, right?
I would say not too much. It's the same thing every year. That's the reason I come back, actually. Like people, content, people again, and just like having good time, and not just people, but like, great minds. Like you're surrounded by, it's like a think tank of analytics, and you can play around with various ideas and then just figure it out. Also, I think we played yesterday with 6 or 7 instruments at the same time. So
musical instruments.
Musical instruments. That was awesome.
Yeah, I got to play Lucas's electrical guitar as well, and he had a nice little amp. We were amplified for the first time, so that was,
an amplifier. So that was
fun. So shout out to Lucas who brought his gear in. And what about for you, Serge? What's going to be the memorable thing for Superweek 2026?
Yeah, as Julius says, it's the same thing every time, but it's not a bad thing. It's great.
Yeah.
That's why people keep coming back. It's about the community. It's about talking to people. It's about finding new friends, meeting old friends. It's about late night talks, beer, fun. Yeah. And this year, it's basically been the same. The venue is great as always. So yeah.
Yeah, I think a house of nerddom could be described.
Nerderdom,
the inner nerd in me comes out as well, which is fantastic. Gentlemen, it's been great to have you in this session, and we hope that you will join us again for the rest of the day. We've still got a lot coming for Superweek TV. So over and out for now, and I will see you a bit later in the afternoon. Cheers.
everyone, back again, last day. And today I'm here with a person that actually made me a bit of pressured. I am with Matt Gershoff. I'm really happy to have him here. We just made it possible, but right now we also have Juliana Jackson that is speaking kind of tough, speaks. Also the way she approaches things is a bit out of the usual way. So it's kind of really interesting. And also she was mentioning you a lot to help her out with the statistics and so on, or ways to approach problems. Yesterday you also spoke, and for me it's really interesting to have you here. I put like a subtitle, is a university worth the effort? And also when I shared that with you, you always, not always, you after 1 second you reply me back with another question. You just wrap it up in another way, right? What you said?
Oh, well, thanks for having me.
Yeah,
really appreciate it.
Sorry.
Number one.
Yeah, please present yourself and then let's go into, I told you, it's pressured.
You got it. No, it's all good. Thanks for having me. I'm Matt Gershoff, and I'm co-founder of Conductrix. Actually, my wife gives me a hard time about that all the time, because she's always there's always a question within a question, and so when I always ask a question. But a lot of it is trying to understand the context and the subtext and trying to understand really what the other person is asking about. So that's really, and I just find it helpful for me to kind of think through and solve problems that way. To probe.
But actually, the way you put the question was really interesting, no?
Yeah, but remind me, I don't even remember what
you were saying to me, university is not an effort, kind of, no? It's really...
Oh, you called it a hustle.
Yeah, hustle, sorry.
That's what it was. So you said it's a university hustle or something. And I think that was the point, which is the whole point of the university experience. I shouldn't say the whole point. For me, is that it's sort of the antithesis of a hustle. A hustle is kind of trying to do as little as possible and almost trying to an angle, and it's almost like trying to get away with something. You're trying to do the minimal thing possible in order to get someone to do something, or it's almost exploitative, at least to my ears.
Okay.
I never liked the term hustle.
Perfect.
Personally, I don't, at least in this context. It kind of lacks integrity in a way. There's no passion behind it, and there's no both internal value for you. It's really about trying to get someone else to do something often. That's how I hear the word hustle, as in I've been hustled, in the pool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, by the way, Juliana Jackson's talk right now is great.
Really we will speak and we will go from subject to subject. But let's return back to that 1 second, because yesterday you had a really technical talk and speaking a lot about F-value or other statistical method to reach what you want. And for a lot of people, it's kind of difficult. Also for me, I have a master's degree in physics, but I almost forgot everything that is studied there, and it's incredible to see that actually, sometimes I always say, yes, physics, it's not really worthing, the effort I've made, because now I kind of forget everything. So I was but he's using what he studied in his day-to-day work. And for me, it kind of is interesting also to see your point of view on that and how you can exploit your knowledge. Of course, maybe I'm just one of the people. A lot of people anyhow really exploit their knowledge, but to see how you can really use what you studied in your day-to-day, how you get there, what you choose to do there, because it's interesting also that.
Well, it's also the choices you make. So you and I, we were extremely fortunate to be able to go to university. Yeah. And that's not something that everyone has the opportunity to do. And then life unfolds, and then it's you make decisions along the way, and sometimes the trajectory is consistent with some of the things that you studied and some of the interests that you had then, and then other times you learn more things, you grow as a person, and so maybe. If you were working at CERN or if you were working in physics, which I don't think you are now, then you probably would be using a lot of the same things. So I think a lot of it is probably just the choices we make as we grow and unfold as people, and maybe what you were interested in, when you were in your early 20s, late teens, is maybe not exactly what you're interested in now. Whereas for me, like some of the work that I do, some of it is more, still remains relevant. But I guess for me, as we're talking with Zoli and we're talking with folks here with like a lot of uncertainty around AI and I guess fear of displacement, perhaps. And I guess the value, at least for me, of the university experience, is to learn, I guess, non-perishable skills, as opposed to like technology is perishable.
Yeah.
Like, that changes a lot, and to the degree that you are an operator of technology, then I feel like that is something that is, I guess, at risk in general. But the abstractions and the ways of thinking that I think a university experience can be helpful with, and you obviously do not have to go to university to learn and think this way. So I don't want to imply that that's the only way to do this. But I just think in general, thinking in abstractions and having mental models of how to relate seemingly different concepts together or put them in some sort of general framework, I think is something that will be very valuable for using tools like AI and whatnot. I think it's important to be able to you asked about you teased me a little bit about how I follow up with a question, but a lot of that is about trying to diagnose the context and trying to understand the larger frame, and to learn about maybe what the problem is or what the best response is, as well as to think about, when you're thinking about solutions, what the best solution is. You want to diagnose that. And the capacity to be able to diagnose, I think, will be extremely valuable, because one needs to understand what the context is or what the environment is in order to ask to use some of these new tools. But also the responses are, unlike our current experience with technology, we have this assumption and this prior that the results will be deterministic and will be correct. Given the input, we're going to get a specific output back, and it will be the correct one. Now, you may have given the wrong input, you may be asking the wrong question, but regardless, conditioned on the input and the question, you'll get the right answer, right? When you type something in Excel, when you do 2 + 2 or this cell to that cell, you expect when you add it up, it'll be correct. But that isn't, at least currently, that isn't really the case when you're using some of the newer technologies. And so you'll need to not only understand where and when you're likely to get a consistent answer and a correct one, at least correct for a statement of fact, but also you'll need to have the ability to know the shape of the solution.
Okay.
You need to look, when you get a result back, to is this correct? Does this feel right? And the ability to diagnose solutions as well. So not just problems, but the ability to diagnose. And I think a university experience is one way to learn about general ideas, general frameworks, general abstractions, as opposed to how to operate a technology. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. I had also a couple of questions in mind that when you were speaking. At the same time, I would love to enter a bit inside your head, and understand how you get where you are. You mentioned that you founded Conductrix, right?
Yep.
How you get there? Maybe a lot of people doesn't know, but explain a bit just for context, what Conductrix does, and maybe if you are able to, from university, how you get there could be also nice. And if it was a direct path, so you have already this idea in mind as soon as you get out, maybe also with university path you follow.
Yeah. Well, so for me, and again, I'm older, and so back when I was going back to school, it may be just a different context than it is now. So I really don't want to speak to someone who's younger. And I think it's much more expensive to go to university, at least in the United States.
No, for us, for Italy and Europe, it's kind of free.
Okay.
Awesome. The state paid for us. That's amazing. But okay, it depends also on how your parents have the possibility to pay for you. So it's really based on the income of our parents as well. We need to pay. I paid to go to university, but less than double cipher thousand. So it was really affordable.
Yeah, that's amazing. And when I was younger, it was quite affordable as well to go to like a public university, which is what I did. And so the question is so, I went to graduate school for economics, resource economics. That was just a master's degree, but that was a really good, for me at least, economics was very useful. It's not like any of the details really not normally that important, but it's just the way to think about the world is useful to think about things at the margin. So like, what are the relative trade-offs between things? So it's less about like the absolute value of something, but like when we're doing a comparison to think about if I were to, how much would one pay for something, and how much loss would one feel if you gave it up? So there was a lot that way of thinking, I think, is extremely important to be a good analyst. So just thinking at the margin, I feel like is a critical component of being an analyst. So there I did a master's there. I went into database marketing in the 90s. So you could think of that sort of like proto data science, I guess. So we're building, statistical models and doing A/B tests and factorial design tests back in the late 90s. I worked at an advertising firm in New York and in Paris. And then I worked at a startup in technology and on the dev side a little bit. Wasn't great at that, but got a lot of SQL skills, and I think SQL was great. Again, not just in that it was a technology to use, but SQL is actually an implementation of the relational algebra, relational calculus. There's the COD's rule. COD had a paper that showed that they were equivalent, and it's equivalent to first order logic. So that's what's useful, I think, about something like SQL is, again, it's not really necessarily about writing SQL, but if you're thinking in terms of SQL queries, you're thinking about, essentially you're thinking in terms of first order logic. So it's a good framework for thinking about things. And then I went back to graduate school for artificial intelligence, and Conductrix was really built on what I learned there about reinforcement learning, and so I blended together those ideas. So Conductrix is really a blending of standard approaches from database marketing. So we do A/B testing and experimentation, but we also blend it with ideas from machine learning like multi-armed bandits and reinforcement learning. And we also blend it with ideas from customer research, so customer survey and customer feedback. And we believe that all of those three integrated with one another is the best way to ask questions to better understand your customer to deliver the experiences that they want. So all those concepts really wrap and inform how we've developed the product.
I really appreciate this talk. We need to close. I would love to ask 1,000 other questions, but maybe I will just close with a simple one, which is, I hope it's not stupid, and I really ask you to reply me with a yes or no, so we can give the word for the next interviewer. So at the end, do you feel that your university and studies period or your path led to the person and the product that you are selling now? It was important for you, yes or no?
Yeah, for me, yes.
Good. Thanks a lot. Thanks to everyone, and we will see you later. Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Superweek TV Live. I'm your host for this next 20 minutes-ish, Josh Silverbauer, and I am very excited to have two people in this room that I have followed online for so long, brilliant minds in the visualization space, Siavash Kanani and Mehdi Ujida.
It's fine.
Ah, man.
It's fine.
Well, thank you for keeping me honest here. And, you guys have been amazing influencers in this space. And I actually have, written song content about you long before I've actually met you. And just really excited to have a conversation because, this is a really weird time for, data visualization and dashboarding, and and you guys are kind of wrote the books on Looker Studio, and how how you can get the most out of those tools, right? And so I'm just really curious. We're going to be talking about today, what's the future of visualization, or what's the future of making sense of data, right? How are we making sense of data in the future? Are we going to be chatting with data? Are we going to be, is visualization going to be the same? So I want to, first hit it over to you guys and tell me a little bit about yourselves, and then we can jump into the conversation.
Start.
Yep.
You can start.
So I've been working with data and pipeline and analysis and visualization, especially in Data Studio, back in Looker Studio for years now. And when I think about your question, is data visualization going to be changed? Or are dashboards dead? Or is Looker Studio dead? I think about different functionalities of this. I mean, data visualization is something, dashboard is something else, and Looker Studio and other tools to create those dashboards are different. So in terms of what changes, we need to take a look at what we actually are talking about. How people make sense of data can be different. Some people look at a spreadsheet, some people want to take a look at visual, some people just pick up a phone and ask someone, okay? So depending on how people were used to get their answers from data or interact with data, the answer would be different. Some of them will be completely changed. Some of them will remain the same in terms of the interaction of the person with the data, but the tool that is generating that interface, that proxy between raw data and that person or the answer, might change from a person to a tool to AI or something else. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. And the fact that the future is gonna be quite accelerated by some technologies like AI is just one more test, one more challenge. They're gonna change maybe some minor stuffs, but basically we still use watches for decades, and it's gonna be the same thing about visualization and about how we consume data. So it's just another test. Dashboarding and data consuming gonna be the same. We just need to be sure that this gonna inject benefits and not kind of frictions and kind of problems about that. And the more important, what said Ahmad is really important, is the fact that we need to think about the audience like a screen director. And so because of this, we need to think what's the best thing to propose to this audience. And it's always about visualizations, it's always about optimizations of the cognitive load. It's always about the same things. So the future is not gonna change so much. It's just the way we're gonna build the thing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like because everybody, part of the reasons dashboards exist, right, is because you want somebody to build you something that you have control over, right? And so you have, otherwise you would just get that data in, a presentation and it's static, right? Like a dashboard allows you to have control, right? Yeah. And allows you to, go back in time, change things around, right? And if you're just chatting with AI, right, even if it can produce, a chart or something like that for you, right? It's a lot more work than having something that is just there that you can kind of play around with, you know, to find, you know, this is something that resonates with you. It's kind of like, you built a room in a house that's catered towards you, right? Like you have this thing and you can move things around, and it's like, but the foundation is there, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's like seeing that go away. I don't see that going away completely, because people do want to have more control over how they want that baseline, and then they can kind of have that control over how they pull that data.
You know what goes away? You mentioned something, a room that is built for you in the house, or you want to have control over what is presented to you. You can, change the date range and all that. So there are two main distinctions in this. One is completely going to go away. So there's raw data on one end and someone having a question on the other end. The distinction comes from the question being known ahead of time and is recurring question every week, every month, like a CXO might have. Okay, I want to look at his numbers every month in a year and I want to compare it, and I know everything and the context about this. So go build a system, a dashboard for me that does everything and only gives me this predefined answers to my predefined questions. That stays, because someone needs to create that interface. Now, that someone could be me in Looker Studio, or that someone could be AI once, and then they can use the result. But there are instances that the question is ad hoc. In those cases, the client comes to me, can we go and try to figure out, based on the data that we have in BigQuery, the answer to my today's specific question? And at that time, I would say, okay, let me go and see, do we have data? Do we need to collect more data? How can I provide the answer? And it would take sometimes weeks, sometimes days. But that can go away with a well-built and documented data pipeline and AI agents. So, because that question now, AI can answer that in 2 minutes. If everything is in place, like the governments and data dictionaries and all, that goes away. The human in that goes away, but the process stays the same.
Yeah, and so it means that it's just an additional medium. So conversation is a new medium for analytics, but that's all. It's just in addition to what we've got already. What we've got is about dashboarding, interactive reports, analysis, notebooks, and so on. So it's just a new one. They're gonna probably address not dashboarding purposes, because, as we said, like on the calendar is always based on day of week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. We need this, it's our routine, and it's the same thing. We're gonna build this thanks to maybe conversation, because we identify this routine, we identify this recurring needs, and that's all.
How do you guys see managing doubt in the world, in the future of where AI is, providing the answers? Doubt around, is this the correct data? Is it working off of the correct data, right? Like with a person, they can help explain how everything is set up and even show. And a lot of times with AI, people don't prompt it the right way, or there's no additional context for the AI to really, provide an answer in a way that provides confidence. So I do see, I've seen this where, all these analytics systems, they have AI that you can chat with, and then I see clients in Slack or wherever just, saying, well, I'm not sure if I believe that, right? Where you're not 100% on the, what is actually being provided back to you, and there's not a ton of ability to really determine, especially if you don't have access to that underlying data, right? What it's actually referencing and how it's working.
The end user, the client, the CXO, the manager, the executive, they never had access to that raw data.
I know. Yeah.
So I have seen the same phenomenon coming up with humans. With myself, I go to a meeting, I present the dashboards, and I get the exact same answer. I don't know if I can trust those numbers. Maybe because they don't like it. Maybe because they don't really trust my understanding on the business context and their questions last week that resulted in the find, and then I need to explain. This is the same that Google has tried to address in the conversational AI in Looker Studio. So, for example, when you ask a question and it comes up with a chart or a time series to answer your question, it always has an explanation that you can open and say, okay, to do this and to show you this and calculate this, I grouped by this, I made the summarization of this, and I looked at this metric. Maybe it was one of the revenue metrics that you had, one of the KPIs that you had. And then you can click on it, change the drop-down menu and say, okay, base your answer on this metric instead. Do not sum, give me maximum. So you can see the explanation if you need. With humans, and you have to have the same ability with conversational AI, so you can reduce the doubt.
Exactly. Getting trust from the machine, getting trust from human beings, and put everything together.
In terms of like conversational AI or making sense of data with AI, how do you really see that being kind of the primary way that people are going to be interacting with data in the future, or like I do know people who just love their spreadsheets, and love, and it's just so dependent on the type of brain that you have, right? So do you think it's just going to be kind of like another tool that some people use because that's the way they prefer, or do you see it kind of becoming the predominant way that people are starting to make sense of data?
There are two ways to think about that. The existing systems and how they're gonna change to address these new needs and include these new technologies, and the audience, one time again. What's the nature, what the culture, what the sensibilities of this audience, and what you described with spreadsheets is quite important. As a consultant, we used to adapt the solutions to the audience. We never create a dashboard for all the teams to answer to all the sensibilities, because sensibilities are really important. And at the same thing, when you deliver something, you need to keep in mind that it's just the first version, and then you need to get the trust, what we said previously, and also to understand the needs with usages. So it's going to be the same with this new medium. We need to learn about how it's used. We need to keep in mind that people never read the documentation, ask questions that already answered in your support, and so on. So this is not gonna change. We just need to take care of this and put it in the arena.
Yeah. Well, Siavash and Mehdi, thank you guys so much for coming on the show, Superweek TV.
Thank you for having us.
Amazing, brilliant minds here, and we got a couple more coming up for you. So stay tuned, and we'll see you in a bit. Josh Silverbauer back again, Superweek TV. Keep on the great education and great content coming here. We have an awesome team from Amplitude here. Krista and Jim, you guys want to introduce yourselves real quick? And we'll get into the content.
Yeah, I'm Krista Seiden. I'm a product evangelist at Amplitude. Been there for about 7 months, but other than that, spent almost 20 years in the analytics industry, in education, a lot of my focus on Google Analytics and just community and all sorts of things.
Teacher extraordinaire.
I heard she's the Duchess of Amplitude. That's an official
Duchess. Wow.
Official thing.
Wow.
I was knighted.
You were knighted.
I was knighted.
That's a.
There was a bird involved.
Wow. If there's a bird involved, you know it's serious.
Serious.
Very serious. Jim.
I'm Jim Kulchin, a product strategist and evangelist at Amplitude. My really history is as an analytics practitioner, so I bring like the voice of the analyst or the analytics function to Amplitude.
Cool. And we're going to be talking about a couple of things today. We're going to be talking about kind of AI features and like what's changed with analytics tools over the last couple years. What can we do now that we couldn't do before? And where do we want to kind of go? Right? What's being asked of analytics software and what is being kind of expected as like the next steps. So let's start with what can we do now that we couldn't do? What can we do now?
I have like 6 things.
6 things. All right, count them on your hands.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'll ask you some questions along the way.
I have
Josh.
2 hands today, so I can count up to 6, which is very good.
Excellent.
I couldn't do that yesterday, so I'm glad we talked today. Yeah.
The first thing is the world around us is really changing. There are things we need to measure that we hadn't had to think about before. So the first most common example is the way that people are finding information is changing. Many people are adopting conversational AI tools. They're going to Claude, whatever. And brands need to understand how they're showing up there, what prompts they're showing up for. And marketers need to understand like what content providers they should be partnering with to ensure that they show up in the relevant space.
And how they should optimize that content to be able to show up to the right LLMs.
Exactly.
How to measure that optimization, right, too.
Yeah. The second thing along those lines is the common experiences are also changing. So more and more platforms are building conversational tools. So historically, if you had a semi-linear path that you were trying to measure of, I viewed the product, I added to cart, I went to checkout, payment, etc., you might still be doing those things, but no longer in like a click interaction. So that might be measuring the MCP tool calls that you're making along the way. And then the third thing I'd say is doing evaluations. So is what our LLM responding with, is it the right thing that should have been responded with? Was it accurate? Did it actually help the person or hurt the person on their journey?
Yeah.
That was 3.
That was only 3.
Yeah,
so
6.
So we're going to start talking factorials because that was 3 within the first point.
Oh, that was 3 within the first point.
Just within the first point.
Okay, all right, yeah. Because we're looking at like making sure we're verifying the underlying data of your 6 points here and 3. So yeah.
I love that you're analysts and you're pressing on me, that you're not just leaving it to some robot out there.
Yep.
The second thing I'd say is, it's like Krista in her talk today talked about like having a bunch of interns or junior analysts who never sleep. So building agents for things like dashboards. So every company in the world, Monday morning, they have this like 9 a.m. meeting where everyone's stressed out talking about what changed. Yep. You can sort of start to like have that run in the background for you. So when you log on at 8:30, you don't have to do that quick power hour.
Less stress. AI is giving us less stress.
Less stress.
Yeah, that's great.
Frees up your time so you can do the more expert analysis.
Yeah. The other example of this that Krista gave was session replays. So again, super powerful tool. How many can you watch? Not very many, but an agent could analyze 10,000 and then pick out the 3 that are most relevant. So here's a commonality. Look at these 3. They're representative of what's happening. Now go and take an action.
Yep.
Yeah. I think, session replays have been forever one of those things where people are like, well, how much value do you actually get out of it? Because it's all about taking time to watch many, and you get lost in it. So it's a
the most expensive meeting of the week to be able to watch all the session replays with all the relevant people.
Exactly, and so
that you don't have to do that anymore.
Big change that is really valuable for that. So
I was at a customer panel recently, and we were talking about that, and I mentioned, we have this session replay agent that I used to run or be part of meetings that were, session replay watch parties, and the hours that we would spend, and how expensive that meeting was, and the time wasted. Not wasted, because it's amazing relevant insights to be able to watch the qualitative aspect of what somebody's doing on your site, but just the intense time that it takes. And I talked about the agent and the fact that you could easily have it watch 10,000 or 30,000 sessions in a matter of minutes. And literally, like, every jaw in the room, like, dropped, and they're like, "We're going to use this, right?"
Yeah.
Like, that just gave me years of my life back.
Now we can watch Seinfeld instead.
Yes.
And have Seinfeld watch parties.
Love it.
Great. So that's 2.
Number 3.
Number 3.
Question to you, Josh.
I should have called this 6 things that are changing. I didn't know until you.
Well, there are. This is 6 right now. Then we'll talk about what's happening further on.
Mm-hmm.
On like an average day at work, how many different platforms do you use?
Many. Yeah.
Like, do you want to throw a guess my way?
Like any type of platform?
Like what you use to do your job?
Okay. Probably at least like 30 to 40 per day, I would say.
Okay.
Right? Like we're talking like messaging, we're talking about email, right? Any type of platform that is being used in
calendar, docs, spreadsheets,
like 30
all
to 40,
the things.
I would say.
Yeah, and how similar are their UIs?
Very different, right?
Very different. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So one of my favorite product managers at Amplitude, his name's Jacob. He kind of talks about this as like the language of the UI. That we evolved from SQL to business objects to Tableau to friendly drag and drop UIs, but you still have to learn like the language of each one of those UIs, which takes time, takes cognitive load. The fact that you use 30 that you've had to learn is pretty incredible. So now when more conversations can happen just in question and answer English language, that really reduces the burden or barrier to entry to start using a new tool. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Are you ready for 4?
I think so. I mean, I'm ready for all 6. So you can just keep going.
When you do data analysis, where's your favorite place to do it? And you can say competitor. You can be like, that clarity. I love that thing.
Don't say Excel.
No, I'm definitely not Excel. Right now I use Looker Studio. For where I'm getting dashboards and stuff like that from generally. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so Krista said Excel. I would have actually said like SQL or R would have been my favorite. Some people say Python. Someone might say Adobe Analytics or Google Analytics.
To be fair, I said don't say Excel because that's not my favorite.
Neither.
But
we'll come back.
I'm an interface person. I like to do my analysis in the interface.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with MCP, if you are a Claude person or a Jira person or a Notion person or a Cursor person, you can just bring the data to where you want to work. So again, you no longer like have to seek out this additional thing. It can just be in the environment that you really like to use.
Mm-hmm. And eventually that'll be just like
a chip in your brain.
Yeah,
right?
in my brain, chip in my brain.
In your eye.
Yep, being like, bring me the data. Let me live in the data, right?
Ooh.
You can just live in the data for the rest of your life,
Was it Ibrahim who had like the 3D thing on Monday? I would live in that. That was pretty cool.
I know, right? That's the metaverse, right?
Little Black Mirror-esque.
Okay. Well, we have 5 minutes, so I want to make sure we get all 6 points.
Okay. So this last 2. Next one, being able to combine multiple data sources in one way. A great example of this at Amplitude, we have a designer named Will who's sort of becoming like a data analyst, product manager, engineer. So he'll use Cursor and he'll say, hey, look at all of our upgrade elements on our site. Tell me where there are inconsistencies. Go get the data to see what the conversion rates are and which of the designs is most effective. And then from there, say, okay, let's align on this. Now, if you think of how long that would have taken before to manually go to all of those 15 places, get the data, do all of it, it's insane. Same thing if you think about, like Juliana in her talk was just talking about how she thinks digital analytics is dying because we have to blend data from more places. You could have competitive data, you could have weather data all in one environment to be able to answer the questions that you need to. The last thing.
Thought we weren't going to make it.
I know, exhausted. Krista touched on this quite a bit in her talk today, but the ability to go from like learning, so just being the person who says, I understand what's happening, to be able to be the person who takes the action. So one of the agents we've built is like a website optimization agent. You say, hey, I want to improve this thing. It goes through, tells you where conversion's good, where conversion's bad. It comes up with a hypothesis that you might want to test. It builds the variance for the test, helps you automatically run the experiment, and then come back and check out the results. So that can now be one person. And that person doesn't have to be a technical expert in any of those areas, whereas before, tap an analyst, tap a designer for the variance, tap an engineer to make it come alive, and then go back to the analytics function at the end.
Doesn't it kind of feel like the Simpsons bird thing, where you can kind of just be like where you put the bird down and it just says yes, 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 and that's all you're kind of doing though? Like joy? Where's the joy?
Yes, but no.
Okay.
Yes and.
Yes and. So having been the person who ran optimization programs, like that process that Jim described is like a multi-week process to be able to launch an experiment and get results. What I think is so powerful about this agent and where kind of the industry like is going is it's really compacting that time, but it's not taking the human out of it, right? It might suggest 4 or 5 variants that you could launch on your website. But you should still have that human come in and be like, yes, that's within our design standards, that's what I want. And of course, like we get to a point where we're uploading our design standards and we're giving it more information so that the variants it's providing are better and better, but maybe it's 80% of the way. And then you go in as the human, as the expert, as the business context, and you get at that last 20%. So I do still think that there is room for the human here,
Absolutely.
But we're being more strategic with our time and our efforts.
Yeah, it's like the I forget who said it, but there was a talk that was about it might have been one of your guys on your team. The button that you want more click-throughs, and then AI would suggest, oh well, let's just take this button and put it completely all on the page, right? Like the whole page could be a button, right? Because we want more click-throughs, right? And as a human, we say, no, that's not a good idea. Let's do something else. But yeah, definitely. I mean, all of these features are incredible, and it'll be very interesting to see what happens in a few years, right? Of like where this can go.
Or a few months. I think we're going so fast here. Like our jobs are going to look really different 6 months from now. Certainly 12 months from now.
We will all become creative directors almost, right?
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, like of what should happen versus what shouldn't happen, and that's kind of where our strengths will lie. Right, because the tool will be able to do most of the other things, and so we become our own directors of kind of how we want the website to go.
I have a hot take that really good marketers win over every other function as these things get really good, because like taste and creativity on top of it all is going to matter so much. So we'll see.
Creativity for the win. That's what I like. All right. Well, thank you, Krista. Thank you, Jim, for coming on the show. I know you guys are leaving today, right? So this is a really nice way to get to connect with you guys before you're off. And thanks for coming to Superweek. And it was a great time.
Thanks for having us, Josh.
Yeah. Awesome. Back at you later.
Nice introduction and Superweek to have me here. Today I will talk about tracking in institutional browsers and what actually really matters on practice for people who do setups every day. My name is Dennis. I hope I am server-side Google Tag Manager expert and also founder at Spwk. And this topic was chosen for I started to have more and more work all around business and everything, and most of current work around development, computer development, I try to do in cloud code, very similar to what Fred Pike told us, I do literally the same. I stopped writing code by my hands. But there is tasks that you cannot do in cloud code. It cannot do work with interfaces that are only UI. So I think it's time to use these new sztuczne browsers and see how everything's going. But I was very wondered how exactly things done there, especially for tracking. So today I will do some kind of overview of current popular browsers. Lots of them are new. I think most of us remember Brave browser. They are for me, they are pretty good browsers, but they try always to work on hype. Before it was crypto stuff, then it was privacy. Now it's sztuczna browser. So but I still checked them. I just saying that they also exist, and actually, if we talk about market share, this browser actually exists compared to others. So, also, when I googled new sztuczna browser for me doing stuff, it's like in Google search is like a lot of them. It's much more than this popular. A lot of new startups try to do plugins to Google Chrome or do stuff, and I see it's overall pretty hot topic. Everybody try to popularize these new browsers, and it's look like there is paid advertising around this and everything, but still I don't know how you feel this. But from my experience, again, and from our internal research, we checked few stats companies and also checked our analytics, and there is really very, very small percentage of browsers, very small percentage of users who use these new browsers. By the way, they are good, so if you didn't try it, any of them, I really recommend to try. My personal favorite, probably Comet, but all of them are similar. It's depending on what you want to achieve. So it's start from browser stack. I choose it there start because it's for me it's looked nicer. Anyhow, if you use caniuse.com or any other websites for checking stats about browsers, they are all similar. They all say that it's less than 1% all these sztuczna browsers together. So just remember this when you set up tracking. What make different and how it makes affect your data. So after I tried all these browsers, choose one for myself, I decided, I probably also check how tracking works in these browsers. And I found one important thing. In all these browsers, there is restrictions about tracking by default. And I was like, what? I even not found, I not tried to find browsers that privacy focused or something. I just installed a sztuczna browser. And it's also privacy by default. It's a very interesting trend that even in the United States, they started to think about privacy, and these new browsers, which is mostly from California originally, they also started to be privacy first, even nobody asked it. And it's an interesting trend for me. So I will start with DIA. I think Arc browser and DIA probably were the first new wave browsers in this scene. And DIA browser by default do blocking of all ads banners. They also block consent banners by default, and yeah, they do literally everything. They have some kind of uBlock origin. It's not the same. It's different one. They do different. They definitely done some optimizations to it. It's well-made uBlock origin custom thing. But what for me, I even not, when I installed this browser and just open it, it even not asked me anything about do blocking, not do blocking. It just started to block everything, including consent. So yeah. And that's how it's look like. Very interesting about, again, this browser, they even block GTM.js. So, which is crazy for me, because I know, like, actually a lot of companies who use GTM.js for loading some user stuff, maybe not even, not completely not related to Google Ads or SEO or whatever. This more, maybe it's support chat. It's very popular to put intercom, Zendesk, whatever, in GTM to show to people. And so basically, if you use this browser, you by default cannot write to support, which is a little bit strange. Comet browsers. This browser also this browser also has by default ad blocker, but there was like a when I open it, there was setup screens, setup flow, where you can say explicitly enable this or not. But if you just click next, skip this thing, they by default enable ad blocking. And their ad blocker a little bit better, in my opinion. Why? Because at least they completely not block GTM.js. They do, what they done, they took very popular uBlock origin, used it, very small changes done for this plugin, and in my opinion, if you like do blocking of ads and scripts and tracking, probably it's a better way, a better option than just completely block GTM.js. And this uBlock origin probably more well maintain what they are doing. Atlas browsers. Oh, it's the most interesting in this lineup. Why? Because it's like for probably most popular currently platform from ChatGPT, this browser. And when I started to check how it works with tracking, I see all requests working, GA4 working. Wow, really cool, nice. Like a browser who really work like normal browser with tracking. And then I asked this browser to do something. And what happening? So, for example, in this screenshot, I asked the browser to show when I will speak today on Superweek. And what the first action of the browser is to close consent. But what they do, they not just close or something, they reject consent. So I tried, it's different. It doesn't matter how your consent banner look like, what consent management platform you use. First action of this browser is click reject. So yeah, scripts load, but you still will not have any tracking in this browser, which is actually to be like if we compare to others, probably it's the best option, because everything will work correct. GTM is loaded, Zendesk is loaded, intercloak. So it's, in my opinion, the best way currently for doing such stuff. If you decided to be more privacy focused, but only one browser does this at this moment. Brave, almost same as Comet browser, they still load GTM.js, but it almost not work. It just do data layer stuff, like small changes in code to uBlock origin plugin, but overall it's almost same as Comet browser. So here is compression table, and also what is important, this new Wave browser, they're thinking about ad blocking more, in my opinion, than about actual privacy. Because if we start compare how works Safari, which is somehow privacy-focused browser, and at least Apple will position it in this way, it more focused on how exactly cookie works, not how to block tracking or block consent banners. So these new browsers, their cookies lives exactly the same like in Chrome browser. Also, they work with third-party cookies, which is not that privacy focused. And from how I see this, if you want to be privacy focused, start with third-party cookie at least, and think more about this part, not just blocking GTM.js and this it. So it's a little bit different thing. So yeah, what I can say is server-side tracking become more popular. So these browsers popping up, they block everything on the web. What shall you do? I mean, if in reality is, if you want to see traffic from these browsers, you need to use server-side tracking. There is really no other way to see traffic from these browsers. So I remember yesterday talk from Simo, which is very in other way from what I'm talking today. But reality is I installed, like, that's why I told the whole story. I installed browser to do my task. I not install it is because I think about make me more privacy. I personally most of all use Safari, which is privacy focused browser, what we define it. And it is working great for me, but still missing any штучная thing. So I decided this browser. So, but it was not about privacy. I just wanted to do my stuff. So what I am saying, I think it will be fair if person decide what you want. If you want to block ad blockers and install it, you block original or whatever, okay. But if you just use browser because of штучно, then probably maybe give some choice. So next stop, we defined all the tracking basically not work. But imagine you use Tape or any other server-side thing and started to track people. How to recognize traffic from these browsers? It's actually, if you start to check user agent, they're all same. They're like, and this also, I think it's a little bit strange. Why? Again, I understand this maybe privacy thing and ad blocking, but all other classic browsers like Edge, Firefox also like somehow privacy, they talk about this. Safari is the same. They do like normal. They show this is Safari or Firefox. And for us, people who do tracking, and for not end customers, but our end customers, I mean clients who sell, have web shop or whatever, for them it's important to know which browser people use to optimize better for this browser stuff. So here is comparison table. Also, I missed Edge specifically in previous slides because Edge currently also штучно browser. They completely redone everything, and this is like a штучно browser now. But I think I tested it, and for my testing, it's still Edge. It's not like it's same for Brave, but at least Brave done like significantly more in like штучно changing thing. But yeah, so classic browsers we can define. These new browsers, they do not have anything in their user agent to make it easy to identify. What we can do, and this part I recommend to do everybody. If you do not do this, start to do, because you can identify traffic that comes from ChatGPT and comes from Perplexity chats. And currently we see pretty significant amount of people who come to our blog posts, for example, from ChatGPT. They Google something, ChatGPT not really have great how-to sometimes, or don't have videos, and many people come for videos, and they come to our site, and using this referral parameters and UTM source, we can identify from where person come and see it in our statistic. And percentages actually not that small. It's like depending on website, but you can expect around 20%, which is really a lot. So there is a very good blog post from Dana Di Tommaso. She done really good explanation how to track these clicks from chats on your website. Very simple to done this. Please do. How does this look like? You just create variable, put there, like on the screenshot, you can see how string look like. Why I put this QR code? I just don't want it to explain this part because we speak about browsers. So what about non-human events? So when you go to Atlas browser or Comet browser, there is this chat where you can ask to do something. Like I asked it today, or class, how I test browsers, I ask it, please sign up for newsletter. You click enter, and then browser starts automatically to sign up you for newsletter. How to detect that this action, sign up for newsletter, done not by real human, but by browser. And I think this part, for example, for our clients interested from e-commerce shops, because they expect that more not agentic, but browsers, plugins, or whatever will do purchases on behalf of their customers. So if you ask it to buy white t-shirt, click enter, browser start buying it. It's for them, it's very interesting to know this is done by person or by IE browser, штучный browser. So here is how we can identify what we have in our arsenal. GA4 bot filtering, they don't care, and I understand why, because it's no way easily to identify this is done by human, and GA4 do not do mouse tracking or whatever tracking. They cannot identify what happening and do not have enough signals to do this. Then what actually can be done and what actually working is analyzing of session events and timing between some events. How mouse was drawing through the window, how fast actions was done. Using these things, you can identify non-humans. But I decided not, refer to great presentation of Matteo. I think that what I described it, analyzing mouse movements, export some data, real people will not do this, like people who do tracking every day. It's too complex to understand how perform less than 1% of traffic on your website. Matteo done really great job with explaining how it's easy, it can be done by Clarity. It's again, it's very interesting, and if you will have a nice Saturday or Sunday and do not know what to do, try bot detection and analyzation of how штучные browsers perform on your website. Try Clarity and go through how-to from Matteo. It will be really interesting task, for you just to understand how it's working. So. And the last stop is try to work with browser APIs. Navigator, user active, and event is trusted. So I first, when I prepared this presentation, what I first done, I started to check this browser's API, because for me it was pretty logical. There should be something that I can use to identify. So I tried to check user activation. So it's user activation tells user active on website or no, or has been active in some period of time. And I think, okay, so if user put mouse and not to touch it, and agent do everything on his own, this agent probably not user activation is not because user not active. But reality is no. It shows its user is active, even it's not a user, but just штучно do something on your website. Is trusted, very similar situation. This parameter should show this is a trusted source of event or not. And of course, штучный browser say it's trusted event, believe us, everything should work. By the way, these parameters are very good to check when you use automation testing. For example, we use end-to-end test for our development, and we have a trigger block that checks is trusted, and its event not trusted and performed by it end-to-end test, we not fire our GTM. So, and it's worked pretty well. Yes, by default, if you will use like a playwright, they say it's also trusted. But if you use some testing or development, you can use this parameter. And what is also important, that when we had this problem before, when we done end-to-end testing, we market events like these events come from user of domain stape.io, then not fire events, not send anything to our development GA4, but it was not reliable because sometimes people write an end-to-end test with gmail.com or whatever emails, and do test inside this account, and then we see in our development GA4 too much events. So this adding trigger is trusted to your GTM container is overall is a good idea. So what I want to say to you, in my opinion, we should start to have or propose to WebKit Foundation about maybe we should add some new parameter, and we already thinking about preparing PR requests. They have pretty good documentation on GitHub how to do this. Let's create a new parameter, штучный browser, not non-human action, whatever. Like non-human action for me sounds very good. So I think it should be like this. There should be some parameters that says in JavaScript, this is done by штучный browser, not by user. But then we remember a few previous slides about this guy's privacy focused. They block GTM. So probably even Web Foundation will add this new cool parameter, non-human. Probably these browsers will tell this is human or trusted. It will be similar to one is trusted attribute. And this stopped it, like we just, okay, we just think it, we will not try to do this. So bonus track, new thing, UCP, Universal Commerce Protocol. There was few talks about Universal Commerce Protocol. For example, yesterday Snowplow talked about this. Matteo also mentioned this. So I will not focus on how exactly it works, but basically it's buy from your chat. Buy something from chat. And how to track these events? Again, in my opinion, there is too many ways actually to track these events. If you start to think and analyze how to do this, but more reliable and what we already have for most of the things, it's webhooks. So if you have CRM tracking for not CMS but CRM and send events from HubSpot to SGTM, it's done through webhooks, and probably your tags already configured in that way that they can work with these webhooks and send data and conversions to Meta, Google, TikTok, whatever. So why not use the same technique for universal for this protocol basically? So is it fair to say it's only webhooks good idea? No, but not, because sometimes, if we go to demos of how this new protocol works, there is also interactions between purchase. There can be, I don't know, viewing of few new photos before buying, or there can be put credit card before buying, or something like this. There can be some additional events besides chat that happening on your website. And in this situation, you will need somehow to stitch customer that do web events and do webhook events. Because if you use webhooks for sending events like new purchase started on chat, you can send such a webhook to the SGTM. Then this chat opened browser, how to connect the same session. You cannot believe. Yeah, like literally, this will be literally cookieless tracking, because in this situation, like how usually like all GA4s, whatever stitch sessions, they use a client ID cookie in the browser. In these situations that I described it with this new protocol, there is no way to use cookies. So we need to remember these cool topics 2 years old about cookieless futures, that breadless future that actually not happened, but maybe it was just not time. And this time will come with this new protocols, these new ways of buying, where you will be not able to set cookies because there will be no place to set cookies. So cookies, breadless tracking is literally means tracking without cookies. And there is a slide on how everything should work. So basically the main idea is stitching customers and have a database. I explained this in my 2 years old Superweek session, and I think if you want to really done and replicate tracking of chat purchases, you literally can do this thing, and also after implementing this, you will be easily also tracking actions in CRM systems, which from our experience still very great helps with reduction cost per click, because the events that happen in CRM systems, they are very valuable actually for ads companies like Google and Meta, because like there is very specific information about calls. For example, when you calling somebody and it's not answer, this is action. So you can measure how often a person, like let's say you are Google and want to know how often this person pick up the phone. Using these events from CRMs, they can know this data, optimize better ads performance, your campaigns, and that's how it's actually impacts cost per click for you. Another recommendation: start to collect full customer profiles. It can be not like it's. Of course, if you are a big business, you can use CDP. Probably you already are. But if you are like Shopify or WordPress guys, you still can use Firebase or any other stores that will cost you like really small amount of money. But having this user database, you will be able later when you grown up do a lot of stuff, and it will be much future proof, especially for these new ways of buying online. So it's end of my presentation, and let's check. So breadless tracking is even more relevant in 2026 than it was in 2025, which is like, I don't know, I could not believe this. Should you already start check штучный traffic? To be honest, it's more fun for weekend, because what I explained it's very small amount of traffic comes from these browsers. But what you should do, you should start to attribute traffic from ChatGPT's kind of clouds. This part is really important. There is a lot of traffic. Do we have more tracking prevention tool? Yes, and it was like discovery for me. I like before preparing this presentation and like installing first browser, I didn't expect that this is like few new business will be for us in future. And can you survive without server side? Yes, but why? So thank you, and if you have any questions, happy to answer.
Back to Superweek, his triumphant return, the one and only Tim Wilson!
Well, this is going to be a letdown. I would like to say that Jessica, you and I just bonded because back in January of this year, I received this Slack message from Yehoshua, I am sorry. So we have both gotten a slightly preemptive apology. And his response was, I just want to apologize in advance and tell you that I really love you, man. So love you too, Yehoshua. So we're going to talk about KPIs, which I think is still really important, even though it sounds like something we've been talking about for a long, long time. My goal, my goal was to actually survive having a live falcon of some sort on my arm. I didn't realize that was a goal when I woke up this morning, but I know that now. So, two things. I'm hoping that I provide you with some ways to think about how Spwk fits into the world of performance measurement, okay? We'll see if I got 100% replacement throughout this deck over the last 2 days. The second thing is I'm hoping to provide you some really kind of useful and pragmatic ways to think about identifying meaningful and useful KPIs and setting targets for them. So the way that I've started talking with clients and business partners about what performance measurement is kind of, it's like a time machine. But to ground it before we get to that, the way that I view the world of data, anybody have like OCD and that arrow's gonna just bother them like crazy? I don't think I can move it off. If I move it all the way off.
That still bugs me.
I know, but I'm not sure the clicker's gonna work otherwise. So the way I view the world of data is that companies have 3 and only 3 ways that they can actually use data to deliver value for them. And most companies do all 3. One is performance measurement. That's what we're going to talk about today, but that's fundamentally about saying objectively, how did we do? We're looking back, where are we relative to where we expected to be today? That's useful for a company. Another way they use data is to validate hypotheses. We're trying to make a decision. We want to reduce the uncertainty around that decision. We want to use data to validate our ideas to help us guide what decisions we make. So those first 2 are all about making decisions. The third way that companies use data is much, much more kind of fundamental and foundational, and that is kind of operational enablement. Data is part of the process. For everyone who flew here, in order to book their travel, they had to provide data to the company. They had to provide their name, what flight they wanted, how they were going to pay. And that is data required for the process. So sometimes that data then gets repurposed and used for these other 2 uses, but it is kind of a separate use of data. All 3 of these are related. If I'm doing performance measurement and something is not going as I expected, then I want to take corrective action. So that kicks me over into what are my ideas for fixing this? How can I validate some hypotheses to make the decision on what I should do for corrective action? I make a corrective action, that feeds me back into, did it have the desired result? Is my performance now recovered from where I want? When it comes to a process, and a lot of what we're doing these days is saying, let's take this process and inject Spwk into that process. That's an idea that we think Spwk or some other change to the process will be an improvement. That is, in my view, a hypothesis. It has the potential to be validated, not just injected into the process. And then finally, for processes that really matter to the business, hopefully we are measuring them in an effective way. So it all goes kind of full circle. Wow, this thing really, others had the same thing, like their clicker's range was shockingly short. So this all goes together. This is in 2 minutes. I just gave you the entirety of this book. So we'll do some, if you want that's the Cliffs Notes version. We will have an opportunity to win a couple of signed books at the end of this. But I really wanted to set that up just to say that performance measurement is kind of the extent of what we're talking about today. So when I describe performance measurement, the way I think about it is that we are building a time machine. And we can do performance measurement of anything: a person, a team, a department, a channel, a campaign, an entire company. We're going to use a campaign example just as something kind of simple, but anything that we're measuring it in the context of time. We have some period where we're planning and thinking about what are we going to do, and then we start doing it. So say we have a campaign, we're planning the campaign, it's a B2B campaign, we kick it off. And then at some point in the future, multiple points in the future, somebody will say, let's pull the data, let's see how it's going. To keep things really simple, we're going to say we just looked at leads. We're just going to look at one metric. And the result so far in this campaign was 4,374 leads. And then that actually doesn't really tell us anything, because the question that everyone's going to ask is, well, is that good? And the only way we can answer that "is that good" question is if we ask and get another question answered, and this is the key one: what did we actually expect? And the only way we can answer the "what did we expect" question is if we're able to step into a time machine, travel back in time to when we were planning, and ask the question then: what do we expect to achieve with this investment that we're making? We're never more objective about what we might achieve than before we set out to achieve it. So I think of that as building a time machine. Organizations skip that step a lot, and it makes sense. It's human nature, because when we want to set those expectations, that is a gift we're giving to our future selves, and we are historically unkind to our future selves. There are bleary eyes in the room. It's people who are being unkind to their future selves last night with that third or fourth or seventh or 10th beer. There's a great Seinfeld bit on this. So it's really easy to kind of skip over that. But if we don't, then we're actually can't do performance measurement well. So just to try to make this, just to help you kind of think about it, sort of a simple example, let's actually take this example and say that we're at that point. We've got 4,374 leads. We asked the question, is that good? We then asked the question, what did we expect? Let's first kind of think of a world where we have an answer to that question, and the answer was we expected 8,500 leads. So we look at that, and we're in good shape. Or we're not in good shape, but we can very quickly say we missed. We did not meet our expectations. Our performance is bad. It's very, very simple if we have that expectation set. Think about another scenario where we said, oh, what our expectation was that we would have 3,200 leads. Again, very easy to take these two numbers and say we're doing great. So we can answer that question. How did we do? We did great. What if we had, our expectation was 4,500 leads? And we would say, well, we didn't quite hit our target, but we kind of got pretty close to what we were expecting. So the key of that second number, which we have to set at the outset, is that it makes this so much easier. So really, it's not just about setting numbers. It's actually about getting aligned on what our expectations are. So the first angle where I want to bring Spwk into this is, can Spwk kind of do performance measurement for us? Conversational analytics, I'm the marketer, I want to just run my campaign. I just want to run my project. And why can't, I could ask, can I just ask you? And the Spwk may say, why don't you just ask me? How did my campaign do? I don't know what all this human stuff and thought you want to do up front. And me, and yes, I did dress for this. So that's, who didn't have AI-generated stuff, but I went to match it. Spwk, that's it. I'm gone. So we really can't do this, because what will happen when we do this, I'm absolutely convinced, is the same thing that happens with most media agencies, crappy analysts, is they'll get asked the question, how did this do? And they'll just start looking around and saying, what is all the data that we have available to us? To say good or bad, I need a comparison. What's something I could compare? And the Spwk will come back with something that sounds like it's data. The cost per click was 5.3% below the industry benchmark, therefore the campaign went well. Which hopefully our humans say, That's not good, because why? Who cares about what the cost per click is? Who cares how many impressions we had? There's no inherent business value in cost per click, or a web visit, or an impression. We need to be thinking about what value it delivered. And that's just not something that the Stuchna is going to know. Well, we could say we could put it in, we could spend a lot of time up front, and I think there's totally potential to do that, to have Stuchna prompting us and kind of gathering that information in the expectations phase, but it's not a way that we can just skip setting those expectations in the first place. So, we need to focus on business outcomes. So this is where I have long thought this is kind of like the sneaky aspect of the analyst's life, that we're talking about numbers, but in many, many ways we're helping the business think more clearly about what it is they're trying to do. So to me, performance measurement is really helping our business partners get unambiguously aligned on what it is they're actually trying to accomplish. And the way that I have for years kind of tackled this is using what kind of cheekily call the two magic questions. And they're simple, they're clear, they're not necessarily super easy to answer, but no one can argue that they're not valuable to answer. So the question is, we're planning our campaign or we're planning something, and we ask the question, what are we trying to achieve? And this needs to be something that is answered in a way that anyone in the business would kind of nod their heads and say, yeah, I think that would be a good thing. If we can achieve that, let's not worry about what it costs or how we're going to achieve it, but if we achieve that thing, that seems like it's good. It fits with our needs. Once we've answered that question, we ask a second question, how will we know if we've done that? We don't ask what data do you want on your dashboard, what learnings are you hoping to get out? We're just asking the question, how are we as a team going to agree that this collection of direct or proxy measures hitting a certain target, if we achieve them, we will agree that this has been a good thing. How did we do? We did good. We're going to define that bar up front. So they're simple questions. I like them partly. I recently had a client where we were working on kind of one big project with them. We did a little bit of education as we were going through this part of the process, and then heard anecdotally that there were other people in completely unrelated parts of their roles saying, yeah, they actually stopped the meeting and said, wait a minute, what are we trying to achieve? And I was like, a tear came to my eye. They're simple questions. They make sense that they need to be asked. And once everyone agrees that we should make this really, really clear, we're starting to be in really, really good shape. The other piece of this is that answering these questions has to be very business outcome focused, not activity or output focused. So if you're not in kind of the world of outcomes versus outputs, I have very, very, very clear memories. I learned the distinction back in the early 2000s from a retired social worker working at a charity. We were looking at how we were going to fund, which programs we're going to get, which nonprofits were going to get funded. And he said, oh, they're putting these program plans together. They keep giving us ones that have a bunch of outputs, and we need outcomes. And I was like, that's cute, Pat. Like, that's some nice outcomes, outputs. But the more I worked with him, I was like, my mind's blown. This is like a big deal. So outcomes are things that actually matter to the business. The problem is they sometimes are harder to measure. Contrast that with outputs or activities. Those are the things we do. The data is usually more available, and we hope that our collection of outputs will lead to an outcome. But the more we think about performance measurement, the more we want to skew towards the outcome world. So like some outcomes examples are things like revenue, market share, customer loyalty, employee turnover, employee engagement, employee satisfaction, customer satisfaction, and certainly things that are much more tailored to a specific organization. But they're the things that you look at and say, I can see that that is something that matters to our organization. Whereas outputs can be, how many projects did we roll out? How many tickets did we close? How many emails did we send? How many impressions did we get? So easy to kind of, I want more impressions, spend more money. So this is not a black and white as clear as it shows up here, but if we can have that mindset, we sort of skew towards whatever the domain of what it is we're trying to measure, the more we can get outcome oriented, the better off we are. So let's do a few, we'll do like 3 examples that are completely different and hopefully start to illustrate how this works. We'll start with a marketing campaign. Say somebody asks, what are we trying to achieve with this marketing campaign? And the email team says, I got it. We just want our click-through rate and our click-to-open rate to exceed industry benchmarks. And we've just thought about the previous couple of slides, and we say that is not useful. Who cares? Who cares what those are? We might want to look at them, but that's not, no one's going to do, and the business is going to be excited if we have a click-through rate that exceeds industry benchmarks. So let's try again. Maybe we say, you know what, we're trying to increase awareness and interest in our new service offering. And does that make sense? Uh-oh, we've got the Game of Thrones coming back. Increase awareness in our new service offering, right? And you show that to anybody, like, oh, we all know we've been working on this new service offering. What's marketing supposed to do? They're running this campaign, they're trying to increase awareness and interest, and everybody nods their head. There's no metrics involved in that. Sometimes there are metrics, but they don't need to be. Well, how are we gonna measure it? And here's another sort of potential tripping point is you say, well, awareness, that's impressions. So we're doing marketing, let's get impressions, let's do impressions. We want to get as many impressions as possible, so let's try to get our lowest CPM. And then, you know, interest, how about bring that click to open rate back in here? Those are now jumping to sort of easily, readily available metrics, but not really particularly good one. We can do better. We may say, what would awareness really mean? And maybe we say, you know what, we're standing up a new microsite or a landing page for this new service offering, so let's count the number of engaged human visits to the new content on the site. And we feel like we can get a pretty good measure of that. Maybe that'll be conservative, their awareness is trickling out in other places, but that, if a human comes to the site and they do something that we define as kind of a meaningful action, we will count that as being awareness. And when it comes to interest, honestly, we really need to get leads, or maybe it needs to be qualified leads, maybe sales accepted leads that are initiated anywhere from something associated with this campaign or this content. So that starts to be a little bit better of a plan because there's kind of a direct link and we can have a discussion around, well, how many of these do we need? So let's talk about Spwk again in this context. And this is a different kind of lens to look through Spwk for performance measurement, and that is, what if we have Spwk initiatives? How does it work for a Spwk initiative? We're actually going to do something with Spwk, and we want to do performance measurement of that. So with this one, maybe we say we're going to do some Spwk image generation or something else, and we're going to use it to improve the efficiency of how we run our marketing campaigns. Which, okay, that seems a lot of people talking about that. We can get the production of copy and creative out, and we're going to look at sort of, we'll come up with a measure for the output quality from the whatever Spwk we're using. We're going to, oh, I didn't cross out. Oh, I have looked at this so many times. That was one of the late breaking ones that I found. But we also want to make sure if we're improving efficiency, we can't have the costs exceed the savings. So we want to look at sort of the total infrastructure and processing costs. That starts to feel maybe okay, except I don't really love the second one because I don't really love the first one. Because the reality is, who cares that we were using Spwk to do this? What the business cares about is that we improve the efficiency of how we run marketing campaigns. Now, we may know that in this case, we're taking on an initiative to do that. We're going to use Spwk to do it. But focusing on what does the business actually care about kind of takes that away. So if we have that question, answer that for the first question, then we start saying, well, maybe we should just look at marketing ROI and say, if we improve efficiency, did our marketing ROI go up? Now, show of hands, everyone who's working with a client that is just locked in on their marketing ROI and everyone buys into it? That's impressive. I thought it was going to be close to zero. That's great. And it may, but there's, if that's like, well, that's too much, we really can't get to that. Or we don't actually think we're going to drive enough efficiency for it to show up in the marketing ROI. Maybe we go with marketing attributed revenue to say, did we hold it steady while lowering our costs, or did we raise it while keeping our costs the same? We still need to look at we got to incorporate the cost of the Spwk into it, so maybe we need to have a fully loaded marketing spend. Maybe we're looking at customer acquisition cost. Maybe this prompts a discussion to say, we think this is going to help improve the efficiency, but not something we'd see at that macro level. In that case, you say, great, okay, so what level are you going to see it at? We still need to push towards an outcome that is meaningful and measurable, that isn't just checking the box that AI did it and it was cool and it was good enough. Ugh, Stushna. This is good. When I throw down that I'm going to try to do it consistently, so this is, I like the silent sign, but I also like the king in the corner.
Emperor Aswipe.
Aswipe, yes, Emperor Aswipe. That needs to be a T-shirt for next year. Okay, final example, just to sort of show the breadth of things we can do performance measurement with, is this session. So what are we trying to achieve? Well, I kind of opened up with that. Provide ways to think about Stushna in the context of performance measurement, and provide some useful ways to actually do performance, to identify KPIs. And hopefully you saw one that was kind of useful, those 2 magic questions. How do we know if we've done that? That's kind of tough to measure. But I'm going to say that a decent proxy measure is that at the end of this session, I'm going to say pull up your phone or your laptop and fill out a 2-question survey where I'm going to ask you to agree or disagree with 2 different statements that are basically aligned to those 2 outcomes. And I'm hoping that at least 70% of you will agree or strongly agree. So 5-point Likert scale, quantitative survey data, strongly disagree to strongly agree. And my goal is that 70% of the people agree or strongly agree with these 2 statements. So there's something different about this example from the other 2 in the way that I've answered the questions, and that this one, I finally actually did put a target. So I kind of skipped a step with the last 2 examples, and that if we go back to that first example, the marketing example, answered the first magic question, great. Answered the second magic question, except I didn't say how many human visits, engaged human visits. And have certainly run into that with many companies where they say, we know what our KPI is revenue. But how much revenue? You haven't really answered the second question until you provide a metric and a target for each one of those metrics. What happens when we ask our business partners what they expect to achieve in the way of a target? They kind of freak out, and they have a bevy of excuses for not setting a target. They say, we can't, we've never rolled out a Stushna initiative. We've never done anything like this. How could we possibly set a target? Or they say, you just tricked us into coming up with a metric that we've never used. We don't have a baseline. We don't have any benchmarks. We can't possibly set a target. Or what are you asking us to predict the future? I have all this historical data, and you're asking me for data that I don't have, future data. Maybe some of you are thinking, I think they kind of have a point. Like, I think maybe we do need a baseline, or we do need to have some historical record, or we do need to have a model that tells us what the target should be. And I'm going to say we don't. And I'm going to try to prove it to you that we don't. Because what's really happening when we say we can't set a target is that we're saying we have no expectations. We've identified a metric. We think it's the right metric. It's aligned to the right business outcome. But we don't know what good looks like. We have no expectations. And if you have no expectations, then no matter what result you achieve for this metric, the emotional reaction should be the same. You know? It's not good, it's not bad, it is what it is. And hopefully we'll use that on the next campaign or the next project. But that's not the case. It's kind of demonstrably untrue. Using kind of loosely our earlier campaign, a B2B campaign of kind of a moderate-sized platform with a moderate sales cycle. Let's say that we're spending 150,000 euros running this campaign for 3 months, and we're trying to generate leads. And what happens if we got 10 leads? 150,000 euros, say there's a reasonable couple of months sales cycle. If we spent 150,000 euros and generated 10 leads, chances are we'd say, yeah, that would be bad. I don't want to be the one trying to tell the story that 10 leads on 150,000 euros was good. So that's interesting, because that's an emotional reaction. What if we said we generated 100,000 leads, B2B considered, so 1.5 euros per lead? we might not have a "that would be great" reaction. We may say that's not even practical. Our target audience, our addressable audience for whatever we're selling is 100,000. There's no way we're going to generate that many leads. That's just not even plausible. So you can pick, depending on the specific nature of what you're talking about, you can think of a number that would be really low and a number that would be really high, and think about them, do the thought experiment, and realize that yes, you can actually name numbers that are not neutral. And no expectations means that either one of these numbers should generate the same result, that sort of shrug. So I will claim that there are always expectations. They may be fuzzy, they may be loose, they may be kind of latent and hidden, but one thing an analyst can do is actually pull those expectations to the fore. And this is my most favorite thing ever to do, which is helping groups of business partners align on their collective expectations by setting targets. And the way that I do that is a little technique I call the mini wisdom of the crowds, which is just about as complicated as those 2 magic questions, but it's a blast. It's kind of branded that way because I'm a terrible marketer, but also because it kind of harkens back to the wisdom of the crowds. How many people are familiar with the wisdom of the crowds? James Spwk wrote a book, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago where he pulled a bunch of studies together. And the wisdom of the crowds has kind of proven out that if you have a diverse group of independently thinking individuals and you ask them to make an estimate or a prediction, they will almost always do better than if a single expert makes a prediction. That's kind of the basis for all the prediction markets that are kind of exploding right now, but it's just like a fascinating concept, trying to guess the weight of a cow, how many jelly beans are in a jar, what's going to happen in some political thing in the future. Diverse group, the wisdom of the crowd says pretty good predictor. The mini wisdom of the crowds is a little bit of a takeoff of that. And it says if we have a small group of independently deciding individuals, they will collectively align on their expectations much better than just looking at a benchmark or going to some single analyst. So how's it work? It's pretty simple. You have to have at least 2 people, which is a small crowd, but a crowd. I've done this from 2 up to 20. The actual mechanism can be many different things, but we say we've answered the first magic question. We know what we're trying to achieve. We've come up with our metrics answering that second magic question. We've agreed on what metrics we'll use to measure whether we've achieved that. Now, each one of you, I want you to spend just a few seconds thinking about what you think a reasonable target for that metric would be. One thing we're doing is we're doing this to a group, so nobody feels threatened, like they're being put on the hook to set the target. They're like, we're all getting this assignment together, and I used to say, come back to the next meeting after you've thought about it. No need. These days, it's like 10 or 15 seconds. Think about it. You will realize that you have some questions or have to make some assumptions. Make a quick note of those assumptions and come up with a target. And then we are all going to share those expectations at one time. Catches people the first time they do it, they like don't even know what they're doing. They're surprised it happens so quick. They're like, okay, whatever, you turkey, we'll go along with this. And they do it. Now, I've never actually done it with a back of the napkin, but I've certainly done it on Post-it notes, on notebooks in a room. Have done this a lot online. So we'll do this with Zoom or Google Meet or Microsoft Teams and say, everybody think about your target, note down any assumptions, and on the count of 3, everybody put your number in the chat. And it's quick. I mean, literally 15 to 30 seconds. And then you kind of take and say, what did people put? You can just scan what's in the chat. You kind of got to log it somewhere, make a quick little data set. This is just kind of a simple little Google sheet. This URL will be at the end as well. It just makes kind of a little bit of a plot to show where did those numbers show up. And then we start having a discussion. There's usually some outlier way at the top, and they usually say, well, I was thinking kind of this or that, and there's a quick little discussion. Like, you can't stop the discussion from happening. As soon as everybody has started that process of having to come up with a number and what their rationale was, and as soon as they see what everybody else does, they are eager to start talking about, well, I was thinking this, or I was thinking that, or why did you have that so high? Even that tends to be like a 5-minute discussion. And taking notes, what are they thinking? Sometimes one of the outliers says, oh, I was thinking about this a different way. You know what? I'm totally good to come down. Sometimes, occasionally, one of the outliers makes a point and all the other people said, you know what, we were all kind of thinking about that wrong. We should actually go with yours. Sometimes they can't nail down a specific number, but you get to a tight little range. So it's like those expectations exist. There just has to be some mechanism to get people to articulate it in a way that they don't feel threatened or that they're completely on the hook. It is like so fun. I've been using this technique for years. The last year and a half, but it's been kind of, getting permission to use it has been a real challenge. The last year and a half, as I've had my own company, we get to use this all the time. And it's amazing. And once somebody's done it on the first metric, then they're like, yeah, let's do it on the next one. Let's do it on the next one. And they get into it very, very quickly. And that gives us that expectation. Sometimes it comes back with, well, can we like look at this one thing, or we want to set a number, but it really feels like it should be the growth over the previous year. I think what we're doing is really not going to grow that much, so I think it should just be 2 to 3% year over year. Okay, the analyst needs to go figure out what that number would be. So you don't necessarily wind up with the perfect final number. There is an opportunity to then iterate a little bit afterwards, but it is quick. It does not need to be some big, long, cumbersome process. So that turns this kind of attitude of these are all the reasons I can't do this into like targets are the best. They're a great way for us to align on what we're doing. So quick review with a little bit of one more thought thrown in. So let's talk about where Spwk comes into play in the context of performance measurement. It can certainly be a helper with some of the inputs to these human processes, but fundamentally, Spwk is about, it can't really set our human expectations, and it's not going to be that great focusing on like meaningful business outcomes. So our Spwk it's trained, it's got a little bit of my operating system in it. I did text John, by the way, and tell him that he got a shout out about his operating system, operating manual. I'm just going to have a conversation with Marie up here while the rest of you have no idea. Who remembers Marie's talk where she talked about John Lovett's operating manual for AI? Very cool.
For Spwk.
I went off script. Okay. So there are the two magic questions. So here's kind of a question that maybe this Spwk that's starting to feel a little threatened says, wait a minute, what about like successfully implementing a Spwk project? Like, is that a business outcome? And the purist in me says, no, that is not a business outcome. We can't just implement Spwk for the sake of implementing Spwk. The pragmatist in me says, Spwk is not going away. So organizations that say, this may not be the best, greatest Spwk use case ever, but if we can get some Spwk use case rolled out, we are going to learn a lot about where we are organizationally, governance-wise, what technical skills we need. I think I would start to say, oh, well then the outcome, the business outcome is to try to actually make the organization smarter about the mechanics of implementing Spwk. It's still not, the outcome isn't rolling the Spwk project out. The outcome is to actually learn or get smarter. Or it's marketing says for our brand, we have to say we're doing Spwk. I don't love that, but that's a reality. There's not a company out there right now that's not saying that they're using Spwk. So now I've had a streak of like 90 seconds where I haven't slipped up. We talked about these 3 different ways we could use data. Buy my book? I don't know. We'll give away a few books here. We talked about a time machine, that we're building a time machine. We kind of went through that if this is kind of from a campaign lens, but we also said the exact same concept of a time machine works with just about anything. We're implementing some Spwk initiative, then the exact same thought process still exists. We got to set those expectations up front. We talked about the 2 magic questions. What are we trying to achieve? How do we know if we've done that? We honed in on the fact that it's not enough to just come up with metrics to answer that second question. We have to answer, have 1 or more outcome-oriented metrics, and we have to have a target set for every one. So with that, this is where we're going to try to do performance measurement of this session. So we're going to do 2 things. If you scan that, it's going to ask 2 questions, which will be anonymous unless the next question will say, would you like to win a signed copy of Analytics the Right Way? If you say that, you're going to have to enter your name, which means technically your answer to the first 2 questions weren't anonymous. But please be honest, answer those questions, and then this is the URL to that little Google Sheet. And then I was hoping we could do a couple questions while people are filling that out, and then I'll wrap up. That's not donging me off the stage, so thank you.
Hello? Hello? Is this room on? I didn't hear a damn thing. Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Tim of Wilson, the quintessential analyst.
Were you told to not go full on Yehoshua with that falcon on your arm?
No.
Okay.
I checked.
The handler seemed, he was ready to pounce. Okay.
8 times translated into Hungarian, and I was.
And
they're like, let it rip. I said, okay. So, who has a question for Sir Timothy?
Can we keep this up? Because I'm not done.
Closing credits.
Well, we've got to actually do the performance measurement on the fly.
Sir Timothy, give a round of applause for Don Truman.
Thanks, Tim.
Hey, Dan.
I cannot tell you how how supportive I am of managing expectations. Is like my framework for life. So, quick anecdote and then a question, if you don't mind. I have a best friend. He loves sports. His wife doesn't love him loving sports. His version of managing expectations is every Saturday he will go to the football. Doesn't matter what time kickoff is. He'll leave the house at 9 a.m. He'll come back drunk at midnight. It doesn't matter whether it's a 12 p.m. kickoff, 3 p.m. kickoff, 8 p.m. kickoff. The guy's drunk. She knows what she's getting. He knows what he's getting. It works. The question I have is, it feels a lot like change management rather than too much analytics, if you don't mind. And so my question is around how often would you use the technique or mechanism that you're talking about, and how transferable it is, you think, across the organization, because we can talk about performance measurement, but you've obviously outlined 2 other ways as well. And then third part of this, I guess, is what are the limitations? Where do you stop?
I mean, it's super transferable, and part of the reason I've realized recently that my career has been like, how can we keep things in small pieces that are kind of logical and totally make sense? So it is often starting with, well, here's the scope of some project or campaign, and things have not been going well, or our dashboards aren't that useful, or we're drowning in data. And it's like, okay, well, let's draw a circle around what the initiative, some group of customers that are not being targeted, and let's do this a different way. And let's walk through having these discussions over the course of a couple of meetings to try to hone in on answering those questions, which then it goes on to saying, what are our ideas? What learnings do we want? I mean, there's a lot more that goes beyond that. But it is one of the things that has been very gratifying, is that it's very transferable. So it's not like I need to be there.
Back again. And this is a particular, let's say, interview of the day. Not usual. I had an idea before coming to Superweek, and I asked the permission, so it's not, I don't think, please. No, everyone here accepted, and also the parents. Why I'm speaking about parents? Because here we have the kids of those people that organize the conference, and we will have a conversation about how they see AI, because we speak a lot about how newer generation will feel it, but we are not really asking them that. So it's nice to have them and have their point of view. And we have Jessica's, Jess, you prefer Jess, and they explain me, so please bear me. Shmuel?
Yeah.
Good?
Very good.
And Or.
Yes.
So maybe you can present a bit yourself, what you're doing, if you're studying, what you're studying, and mainly that. And if you find the conference interesting.
Okay, so my mum is one of the sponsors here, so I'm here for some more experience. I'm a final year student at university studying geography and French. I did an internship in Bordeaux for piano analytics, and I fell in love with it. So I'm here for the make or break to see if this is what I want to pursue a career in.
Good. And Shmuel?
Yeah. I finished high school last year.
Okay.
And now I'm doing religious studies.
Okay.
And my father is one of the MCs, or the MC,
yeah.
I would say. So I'm here just mainly for the experience, and I'm really enjoying it.
Okay, great. Or?
So I'm also Yoshua's kid. I take some art classes in college, and I'm mainly focusing on art right now. So writing and organizing cultural events. And what I'll have to say about AI will be from that perspective.
That's
of
good.
how it's affecting artists.
And actually, I know that during the conference, there are people that are pushing you through
There is an agenda. There is an agenda. I mean, I like puzzles, so it's an analytic thing.
So actually, we have some questions, and I know that you have already some ideas, so probably I will ask each of you a question, and you can say whatever you want. So maybe Jess, we begin with you. Ready? Of course. Okay. What is the coolest way you have used AI recently?
Okay, so I mainly use it for university, but that's a bit boring. I would say I use it a lot. I like to cook new things.
Okay.
And sometimes when I've had a long day of being on campus, you know, it gets a bit difficult to decide like what to eat, or you know, I'm just too tired to do it. So I like to message ChatGPT and send a list of the ingredients that I have available, and then it sends me recipe ideas based on what I have. I also have a lot of dietary requirements, and I find ChatGPT is really, really helpful for editing recipes, to swap out the things that I can't eat with things that I can, into recipes that I'm interested in, and to make them work so that I can still eat really nice meals with what I have, and you know, so that I can eat them.
Wow,
yeah.
That's great. It's really kind of really useful.
Yeah.
Nice. So Shmuel, do you think AI makes life easier, or does it sometimes feel overwhelming? And are you using it actually? I don't know how it works with the
So
school.
I do use AI.
Okay.
Usually not for studies, because I find that in that specific topic of religious studies, sometimes it's not the most accurate.
Good.
Sometimes it makes up all kinds of stuff. Do I think it makes life easier? I do, because I mean, a couple years ago, if you do a Google search, then you'd have to go through and read a bunch of articles. And now, let's say if you ask Gemini a question, it'll just summarize a lot and give you a whole list of answers. And what I like is also it gives you its sources at the bottom. So you know it's actually giving you information from verified places. And I do think sometimes it can be overwhelming, because if you ask a specific question, it might give you a wider answer, and then you might get confused about not the specific thing that you wanted it to answer, but more you get like a wider variety on the topic, and it can be a little confusing sometimes.
I will ask you something about that. It's easy, but are you using Google a lot now that there is AI, or are you using mainly AI, for example, for your research?
But I mainly use Google still.
Ah, okay, good. Good to know. And or do you trust AI to give you accurate information? And if yes, why? If no, why?
Right. So I think it depends. I think on some things, for sure. But as Shmuel said, it makes things up. I saw this video that someone made about how they asked ChatGPT, they gave them imaginary words, fake words, and said, this is slang used in such and such community. What does it mean? And it gave like a whole description. And I think that can be very dangerous, because people will just automatically believe things that aren't necessarily true, and that could go to sketchy places. But again, using it for things where I can see the source, I can proof check. I was talking to Shmuel this morning he said something about how AI is generated to please you. It wants.
You're always the best, kind of, no?
Yeah, it wants to make you happy. It wants to. So it's important, I think, to challenge it and to push back and to be like, why'd you say that? And there, no matter if you're having like an emotional conversation with AI, which is what I do a lot. I use it to vent mainly. Yeah, so there is always a sense that it's just mirroring me back in what I want to hear. And sometimes that's okay if you remember that that's what it's doing.
Okay, I will ask you something that you're not expecting now, so be careful. No, I'm joking. But based on what you are saying, and every one of you is saying, there is a lot of critical thinking. How you get there, how you learn to be critical towards AI, is something that you learn by yourself or the adults around you, so also your mom probably or your dad that work in the environment teach you to do? You understood what, do you want me to repeat or you want to take a bit of time?
Does anyone else want to go first? Or
I can go.
Go.
I think the critical thinking part, I think generally when you receive something new, right? AI is new in really the past like year. And it started as like a small thing and it just erupted. So I think when you get something new generally in life, then you need to like take a step back and look at it and just use critical thinking in basically anything you do. I think it's just a life skill.
Okay.
So therefore, when I see AI, I'm like, all right, it's something new, it's useful, it's got a lot of good qualities and some bad qualities, but you just need to really look at it from, like, take a step back and not just dive straight in. And also I've heard from the grown-ups around me that...
I kind of feel like for you too, you have a strong father, like really, and also what I see that you're able to think with your own minds. So it's also a skill that not grow inside you. For some people, yes, but I think also the adults, and probably for you as well, that surround you have some positive sides on that, yeah?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I can say I've had many conversations with Zoli a lot. Yesterday, we had this whole really interesting conversation about how it doesn't have a consciousness, and people confuse that. It's very easy to get sucked in, and I think what mainly helped me kind of not do that is constantly conversing with friends about how they use it and what they think. And artist friends that use AI for feedback or for generating something, it's really interesting to exchange experiences and say, it said something like that, but I'm not sure. And also, at least in the places I am in social media, there's a lot of critical thinking about AI. So
your peers.
Yeah, or people I respect their opinion and I'm absorbing knowledge from them. So the content I'm exposed to encourages that, the critical
and
thinking.
for you, Jess, you feel that you get this critical thinking from mom, from also the environment you live in, from university?
Yeah, so a lot of it does stem from my studies because I'm having to learn to critically think every single day. Like with my research papers, my essays that I'm doing every single week, I have to critically think to answer the things that are expected of me. But yes, also growing up with my mum, I was always hearing her give presentations. This is not the first time that I have come with her to her events, so I'm very used to hearing it. So yes, the environment that I grew up in, I'm very used to it. So I think maybe we all had a little bit of a head start, given our parents.
For sure. So thanks. Yeah. Sometimes parents did good things. No, I'm joking.
For sure.
But also one of the reasons we are here and I'm speaking with you is because I think that you're both, like all of you, also the kids of Soli that are not here, but all the kids I see here, I kind of feel that they have this particularity to think by their own brain and so on. And actually, I will ask you the same question to all of you that can be interesting. Which is the problem you think AI will help your generation solve, or you hope it will solve?
Oh, interesting. I have the opposite answer.
Okay, that's good as well. Go for it.
Okay, because the main problem that I feel with AI is that I'm going to make a judgy statement, but it's making people lazy. And I think when you're, for instance, writing papers, I think it's totally valid to use ChatGPT to draw information, to look for sources. It makes the whole process a lot easier, a lot faster. And I'm going to say something very judgy, but I think when people use it for their creative work, I see it as cheap. I think like a machine will never be able to feel sad or bored or excited. It only has the information we give it. And a lot of what makes art good is the originality. I'm saying I'm putting into words or into a form of color something that hasn't been said before. It's my own personal perspective.
Okay.
And AI doesn't have that. It doesn't have a perspective. It will say whatever it wants to say to satisfy you. And so I think it just seems sad to me that people kind of use the shortcut instead of their brain. Like, not in the sense of gathering information, but think up your own sentence, Think about your own phrasing.
That's nice. And actually, correlated to that, and then I will return to you to ask your opinion on that. But related to that, do you like content generated by AI, music, videos, and are you able to discern which is AI content and what's not? Because for our generation is more difficult, but you're growing up with that. So, yeah.
I generally like it less.
So you're able to
AI-generated content, but I'm also not always able to distinguish to see which is which. Sometimes you've got videos which you can be like, all right, this is for sure AI, right? My friend sent me a picture, and I was like, dude, it's like why? Why'd you have to use AI for that?
Oh.
So sometimes you can really tell, but sometimes it's hard because there really are for music and for pictures and videos, there are different levels of AI, right? You have cheap AIs which really aren't that good, but you also have AIs which do a really good job, and you can't always tell. And I think it's a little bit disturbing.
Okay, good.
I find it a little bit disturbing, because I see something now and I'm always like, is it real or is it fake? You can't know.
Yeah. I am the same. So I do sometimes watch, not really by choice, but I guess it comes up on my feed, and I guess it's doing that because I'm engaging with them, I'm watching them. But like cat videos, like dancing, they do make me laugh. But I'm the same. I also sometimes struggle to tell the difference between what is real and what is AI. A lot of content creators or people will post videos and they'll crop the watermark of the AI that they've used to create this video. They'll crop it out. So I'll watch it and I'll think, oh my goodness, they do deep fakes of actual people, and I'm thinking this is ridiculous, and then I look in the comments and it's all AI, but I never would have known if I hadn't read the comments. Like it's actually getting so realistic that it's very, very difficult to discern them.
Yeah.
You're an you're studying to be an artist, and maybe you're always already in the process. What do you feel about, gut feeling about that? And do you think it will take your job away from you?
Right. First of all, no.
Okay.
No. I think it's very sad when people, let's say you're advertising a party and you make a poster, and instead of doing it yourself, instead of hiring someone who studied this or will draw it for you, you'll just take why? It's a shame, I feel, and it's a lot less real, as it's called, artificial. Why I'm not worried about art is because at the core, it's about feeling. It's about experience. And a machine can't mimic that. There's a scene, I don't remember what movie it is, but it's like the end of the world, you're trying to save the world, and the last question he tries to ask the machine, that machine can answer anything, but he says, why is a sunset so beautiful? And the machine is like, a sunset is, he gives all the information. He says, no, that's not what I asked you. Why is a sunset so beautiful? And that's how we save the world, because the machine can't answer that. But I will say that AI can sometimes write pretty good poetry. Like, and it's disturbing.
Yeah.
It's disturbing. Oh, here's a name of a very famous poet. Write me a poem in their style. Sometimes it's good. Makes me sad.
Yeah, I can understand. A lot of people here are speaking about that. A lot of them are scared to lose jobs due to that. What are you feeling about your future? I don't know if that was a question that was in my... But if I ask you directly, are you scared about your future? What you feel inside? Maybe, or you're already on these lines, maybe you can continue.
Yeah, I'm scared about my future. Not me personally, but I'm kind of terrified of all the spreading of misinformation. I think that's super dangerous. And I think people have lost their lives because of this. People have been in depressed situations and come to AI and it will be like, I'm your friend, lean on me, don't tell anyone. And that's the most dangerous thing you could do. When AI starts replacing human connection, I think we're pretty screwed up. And it's a very thin line. Again, the critical thinking is critical.
Yeah.
Is critical.
Well, for you.
Yeah.
Are you scared about your future?
Not really.
Okay.
Also, I do agree with Or that it really impacts a lot of people. But I also think that in the end, humans are better than machines. It's just a fact, right? And I think because people are already aware, at least some people are aware of the dangers of AI and what it can do, I think people eventually will learn how to use the machine for what it's meant to do, for its original purpose, as in it can give you information, it can make tasks faster, shorter, but to know to put it in its place and know that it's not the center of everything, and that actually what we do as humans and the qualities we have and are born with and we get as we grow up are actually more important, and they're actually what run the world and not the AI.
Good. And maybe I return back to the question I asked Or, and not you. And you have hope for AI. Do you think it will solve some problems of your generation or of our generation?
Do I think it'll solve problems?
Or you have hope that it will solve a specific problem, for example?
I don't know, not really. I actually haven't thought about that much.
I will leave you thinking a bit about it. And I will ask you first if you're scared about the future due to AI, and then we will pass again to the other question.
Maybe not scared is the word I would use. I'd say concerned. Over the past few years, just like 2-3 years, technology and it's advanced so much that it's doing all of these things. And I completely agree that it is dangerous, especially when it's used as therapy. But last night at the panel, I don't remember his name, unfortunately, but he is American, and the medical bills there are extremely expensive. I wouldn't recommend that you don't go to a doctor and you use AI instead. But if it's for something like a small question, I think that AI can actually be really good for asking it because it's free. It can give you some advice to an extent, and it's much better than having to pay these really costly bills. What else was I going to say?
For the hopes, maybe, or like...
Pardon?
again for the hopes, or you want to continue on the same thread?
Hopes, yeah. I have a couple. With the rising cost of living, and people are struggling, especially in England where I am, people are struggling to find work, especially at my age where we're trying to look for places to find employment after we graduate, or even for placement whilst in the middle of university. What was I saying? Sorry?
Hopes and jobs.
Oh yeah.
Don't worry.
Sorry. So the cost of living, people are struggling a bit with money, and I think that ChatGPT or any type of AI, I only say chat, I use chat. It can provide like help with budgeting, for example. You know, it's the little things that can make such a big difference to help with your like day-to-day, week-to-week expenses, so that it's easier to manage. I had another one. Can you come back to me?
Yeah, sure.
I have another one.
Well,
I think one of my hopes for AI is that it might help with like major conflicts between people or countries, because I know you have people who study their whole life and they do debates, and one of the things I learned like really just a little bit, but I think one of the things in debate is you need to take some of your emotion out of it, right? Because you have an opinion, but if you're only talking from emotion, you will lose the conversation or the debate, because you need to bring strong, cold facts. And I think AI might be able to help with that in a way, because it's artificial intelligence. It doesn't have emotions, and it only gives you facts. Sometimes the facts are wrong, but it gives you facts, right? So I think really if you feed it the exact debate, it can actually give you summaries or rundowns of both sides of the equation, and really with no emotion, and it might help with conflicts.
Wow. Okay. Also, this may not actually only apply to our generation, but I know like the people my age at university were experiencing a lot of burnout. So I completely agree that it can be lazy sometimes especially when you rely on AI to do tasks for you. But when you're experiencing burnout, you have a lot on your plate. I find that, as Shmuel said as well, like it can take a load off the plate that you have already. It can do the mundane, the slightly tedious or long tasks that would take you a while to do that you're not finding the time to do maybe. So I feel like it can take that pressure off, which I think is very helpful. And again, as I said, it's the little things that make the difference. So if you are burnt out, and if you even have like just 2 small tasks that AI can do for you whilst you're doing other things, I think that is actually extremely helpful. Yeah.
Do you want to add something? Someone wants to add something on that? If not, I will go on with my question. But I feel that you're really having nice conversations.
I'm learning so much. Really interesting.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah. We can do it more. No, actually, I had a question. And it was, how would you like us to help you? But I will revert that question. How would you help us manage AI? Because actually, I kind of feel that you will be the ones after us, and you are growing up with us, and maybe we are not taking a lot into consideration your generation. I don't know if you feel a bit that is like that, so that you're growing up in a world that is not considering you to be the next ones to take over, kind of. And I don't know if you can find ways or you have ideas on how to help us. You feel listen in this period. Do you feel instead just bombarded with new tools, or overwhelmed and anxious about what you see next, or instead you see us struggling with the technology that for you is so easy? I don't know, maybe also speaking a bit about your feelings and or your ideas, also based on the conference, if you have interesting talks with people.
So,
go.
I would say. Also, I'm saying this based on my conversation with Zal yesterday. I think the most important thing is to remain in control of the machine, of this thing that we created. I think I was saying to Zoli, there's these like sci-fi kind of thoughts. The machines are gonna take over the world. They're gonna kill us. They're gonna turn on us. Oh, be nice to ChatGPT. So when the zombie apocalypse happen, it will be like, oh yeah, you said thank you. So what scares me is like analysts or technicians that were involved in creating this, and then like took a step back and were like, we maybe shouldn't have done that. That scares me. And what bothers me about the adults, the older generation, is I think a lack of taking responsibility. Like you said, not really considering. And I think what would be important is for the people who started this to get more on top of it, to I don't know, make the corrections or be more clear with the public knowledge about the dangers. And I think if people will hear it from the source, it will have a lot more impact. So I think it's very important for the people who created this to not just be like, oh, we did this, we're unleashing it into the world, and like, whatever will happen, will happen. Good luck.
Okay, so accountability.
I think maybe one of the ways that our generation could help the older generations, maybe more so our grandparents' generations, is because we have, I think I would call it a little more awareness to the AI, and we know like that it's around and existing, and you know that photos might be real and they might not. And I think really the older generations, like I know my grandparents, sometimes they really don't know that it's a thing. So you can send them a picture or a voice recording, which is AI, and they won't even think that it might not be real. So I think awareness maybe is...
Okay, accountability, awareness.
Okay, and I think that our generation is able to help the older generations regarding AI. I mean, AI is like replacing a lot of roles, which I know a lot of people are concerned about. But as I said before, with cost of living crisis, not being able to find work, we have the opportunity to take new roles, potentially even in this sector. Like when you discussed earlier about not trusting AI, it's making mistakes sometimes. Like we need to have the people that are doing the fact checking behind the scenes to make sure that AI isn't having the hallucinations. So I think that we can help in the sense that we have the opportunity to take back and get involved so that we can improve it, so that, as I said before, we have like deep fakes, and it's difficult to tell what is real and what is not. And especially for the older generation, it's even more difficult. It's very easy to be scammed. I've seen multiple adverts for the same brand on Facebook, and I thought it was very, very good advert, very convincing, and then I realized it was completely AI. And then the next day, I saw it again, but they had changed it to a completely different language, but it was the same person speaking, but again, completely AI. Nothing was real. So again, I completely agree with awareness. Like we have to make sure that the older generations are very much aware that this is becoming an increasingly more prominent thing. Yeah.
Okay, we need to close. For me, it was really interesting. Just to sum up, we can learn a lot by you. So listen to your kids, listen to your younger generation. Be accountable, aware, and flexible about what the AI can take in the next months, years, and so on. Thanks a lot to be with me, Jess.
Thank you.
See you next.
Welcome back to Superweek TV, everybody. Live coming at you. You just saw Fosca with the voice of the next generation. Well, I have the old generation here. And I brought with me two amazing minds who just wrote, in the last year or two, wrote books. And on the subject of analytics, and I wanted to gather them in this room, Tim Wilson and Jason Packer, to talk a little bit about that process, what their books are about, and what writing a book in 2024 to 2026 is like these days.
I thought we were doing dramatic reenactments of selective chapters.
We can do whatever we want. We have 20 to 30 minutes here, so you can want to just fill the time with some dramatic reinterpretations of your books. That's fine with me. So why don't you guys introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about your book, and we'll get into it.
So I'm Tim Wilson. I co-wrote Analytics the Right Way, a business leader's guide to putting data to productive use, because we've got to have the long subtitles. That's one of the things we do now, I guess. I co-wrote it with Dr. Joe Sutherland. And it is a book that is targeted, as the subtitle belabors, towards business users and kind of how to think about and approach using data, which is really about kind of having a good framework and mindset for how we think strategically and then use data in all of its forms to effectively reduce uncertainty and make decisions.
Awesome. And you, sir?
I'm Jason Packer from Quantable Analytics is my agency. And I wrote a book called Google Analytics Alternatives. This is the second edition that just came out fresh here at Superweek. We got the beta version on here at Superweek. That's what,
Yeah, we should ask about cover design. Would be a,
Tim and I are both in Columbus, Ohio, and we help run the Columbus Data and Analytics Wednesday event, and been doing that for a number of years. And
So I'm hearing that if you are in Columbus, Ohio, you have to write a book.
It's either that or be a Buckeyes fan.
Okay.
I think it's really just kind of, it's like a blood sport. Jason writes a book, then I'm like, well, I better write a book. And then he's like, well, I'm going to write another book. And I'm like, okay, you win.
Wow.
So
that's where we're at right now?
Yeah, that's where we are right now.
Okay,
Actually, having us sit this close together is kind of risky with all this nice equipment around, but hopefully the table looks pretty solid.
There is a middle chair in case you want to move.
You're planning on throwing me through the table WWF style?
Yeah, that was the thinking. But
why, there's so much information on the web, around, analytics, and now with LLMs, people get information there. Why choose to write a book?
You want to go first?
I think I was talking about this at breakfast a little bit with some people that I think writing a book is really one of the best ways out there to really refine your own thinking about something. That if writing is thinking and good writing is good thinking, then trying to put all your thoughts together in one cohesive, or hopefully cohesive, book really refines your own thinking. You learn a lot doing it. It's a painful process, and there is this whole idea is it really worth doing? And like you say, in this era where there's so much other information available, and anybody can just say, hey, Claude, write me a book.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really...
And some people have.
And some people have, yes. I think neither one of us chose that route in any even small marginal way, maybe much to our regret, perhaps. But it's really more in a lot of ways about yourself when you make that decision. Because you're not going to make a lot of money writing a book. You're not going to you're going to get on some great shows like Superweek TV.
Yeah,
but
prerequisite actually. Everybody who's been on here today has written a book.
I'm very much on the same page. The book that I wrote, I had actually written an outline back in I want to say 10 years ago. Had this different title. It was going to be the best little book on data or something. So I already had an outline. When it turned out that deliberative process and having a co-writer who is a very, very deeply he has data scientist type chops. And so that structure stayed, but then the deliberative process, we kind of blew up half of the book. And I sort of think about it, if I write a Medium post, like that's kind of the longest form written thing I'm going to do online, and I will write it, and I will proofread it once, and I will click the publish button, and it is kind of a standalone thought. When you're putting a book that is going to wind up being printed, there is I'm going to read it 4 or 5 times. In my case, I'm going to have a co-author read it. I'm going to have a couple editors who read it. And it's inherently longer form. And the same thing for anyone who gets it and reads it. You know, reading a long Medium post can feel like a lot of work, but we get into a different mindset of, I'm reading a book, so I'm going to go and read chapters. I think that is kind of a way to get a little bit more deliberative. But for me, it was really, I just want to capture kind of my grand unified theory of how all this stuff works, and it's a little bit of a reaction, obviously, to lots of ways that I see organizations working. But being required to kind of put this in a linear form, do illustrations with it, go back and iterate was really useful for really my clarity of thinking.
Yeah, and I would add that like that is like a big difference between, you know, a book being like, a book isn't a series of Medium posts or blog posts. A good book is like, has a through line of narrative, something that you're really trying to say and communicate, and that you really work on refining and condensing. You know, people think of like books as long. Both of our books are not too long, but like part of the hardest thing is to make it shorter. You want it to be just, you could keep going, right? Like it's harder to write a good 200-page book than it is to write, you know, a mediocre 400-page book. And I think like, I like that about Tim's book especially, is I think that there's a really clear through narrative, and like, you know, when you read it front to back or listen to it, the audiobook available, that you really like come away with your thinking a little bit changed. It isn't like you just read a blog post and you know had a new thought or something. You really like it. It can change your outlook. It can really change your thinking.
Which, not to plug each other's books.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
But I mean, the same in Jason. This is the second edition of his book, GA Alternatives, which could be, and he kind of has, as I've known him as well. But then again, putting it into written form, it kind of brings to life what he said. Is this is the feature comparison is what, you know, a Gartner or a Forrester style would do, and why that's actually not helpful. And so the narrative, like the structure of his book is like, part 1, here's how to think with more clarity, and it just sprinkles in almost anecdotally for examples what then comes later. So I imagine there was a lot of kind of going back and forth, and because he was specifically saying, I want to understand the philosophy. You've said this before. Yeah. I don't want to know feature check marks. That book is going to be out of date immediately. I want to understand product philosophies because they're not going to change them. So to me, anyone who reads just the first half of his book comes away with saying, oh, there is a deeper and richer way of thinking, and there's no way they're going to get that out of, I mean, it's a great presentation, but they're not going to get it out of, you know, a half-hour presentation at a conference or a single Medium post, because it sort of forces you to sit with it. So having read the first edition all the way through, second edition's hot off the presses. I've only kind of made it most of the way through the first half.
A sequel? Is it a sequel?
I'm finding myself like, I've internalized, I think, the ideas. When I've been speaking on his behalf, he hasn't told me later that I completely misrepresented anything. So that's kind of an argument for reading in general.
That's where the furniture throwing comes in.
Yeah. Stop saying that privacy and compliance are different.
Yeah, I think maybe one thing that a lot of people might be interested in too is like the process. And I think it's really interesting that we have Tim and me at the same time here, because our like the actual mechanics of the book publishing is like we showed two different things. Tim is through a traditional publisher with a co-author, with more of that traditional process. And my book, both versions are self-published, where a lot of my development editor was Tim. I didn't. It's everything from the like layout of the cover to working with the listing it on Amazon and stuff was me, and it's a much different process, and like my process is more accessible, and like anybody can do that. Like you can list a book on Amazon today, but like people are more interested, I think, in Tim's that process. But I think that like both, if you do a good job, that both can like be valid ways to get your book out there.
Which is one of those, I think we both went through a little bit of when, I want to write a book. There are lots of kind of posts that sort of compare the pros and cons and kind of the trade-offs, and maybe a little bit of the grass always looks greener on the other side. Partly because I didn't have to go through any of the headaches of getting it listed on Amazon. I also have no idea how many we've sold. I have no control over the price. So there are lots of things that were outside of my control. I sort of had the benefit of I was being held to a schedule from a contract, and there was an nominal advance that went to us. But it'd be interesting if there was. We're kind of similar, coming from different angles, but we're in the same industry. We're both writing because we really wanted to get clarity around our thoughts. We're going to be loosely selling to similar audiences, and yet there was no clear and obvious one way or the other to go.
How does I know I've never written a book, but I have extensively worked with music, right? And in that world.
Do you know he does music?
I do music. Yeah, I do music. Yeah, that's
I do too.
Thing I do.
You guys maybe should do some collaborations.
Yeah,
you ever thought about?
Too? Yeah, we should do something together. Yeah. Actually, funny story. Just a little side tangent. I met Jason because he wrote JA4 Alternatives Volume 1. So that's when I reached out to you first because of the album. So that book spoke very much to me, and that's the first connection that I have to any of this. So thank you for that book.
Hey, you didn't know it was going to take the lucrative stuff was going to come with the music career that came out of it instead of the book sales.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And now look at where we are plugging Volume 2.
Very lucrative in my heart.
Yeah. But anyway, I mean, there is so much temptation now to just phone in writing or phone in music production or book writing with just going to an LLM and saying, okay, write this or do this, or going to AI music and say, okay, here's a concept, right? Do the production of this. How do you did AI take any part of it and of the books that you guys did, and then what's your kind of philosophy on using it as a tool when it comes to that writing process or creative process?
So I can go quickly. One, just to go very much on record, no AI, because my publisher, and this was, we started when we signed the contract, the book came out like a year ago, so beginning of 2025, we signed the contract middle of 2024. So the publishing and they're not that they figured it out now, but that was like one thing the kind of our main contact said was, here's the contract and here's the thing, not a word of this comes out through AI, which I don't think I would have anyway. Jason talked about maybe doing a disclaimer to note that he hadn't, but that's just like the legal part for me.
I mean, disclaimer is very interesting because there is that assumption now that something was done with AI in any kind of creative or I would bucket writing into the creative field, right? And so you do have to kind of be no, this is original thought, which is kind of annoying, obviously, in 2026. But yeah.
It is interesting, having done both musical albums and written a book multiple times each.
What?
Maybe not the best idea, but it is. They are in some ways pretty similar processes, and the pain is part of the process. Art is pain or whatever. That negotiation that you do with either yourself or your editors or your bandmates to try to come up with a better product is something that just AI can't replicate. And like, as in the process of writing my book, I did use AI in some ways. None of the words are written by AI. They're all my words. But I did use a custom GPT in ChatGPT to like as a sort of chapter reviewer. So basically, I uploaded the first edition of the book as knowledge in the custom GPT, and then had extensive prompt directions in terms of like, this is for a second edition. This is what the tone should be like. This is what the audience is like, et cetera, et cetera. And then each time I finished a chapter, I would say like, please review this chapter for correctness, grammar, logical inconsistencies, things like that. So I used that.
Did you find it valuable?
I did. It's interesting. The way in which I found it very valuable was as a motivation to finish. Is like a writing partner to finish the chapters. I used vanishingly few of its recommendations, which I generally found to be very bad.
Yeah.
In fact, sometimes it would reference my own book. It's like,
you should read the Jason Packard Google Analytics Volume 1 book.
But it's this area in which AI is particularly bad on is this things that are on the edge of knowledge, things that came out recently, things like that, and like also like just like again that logical narrative through a book is not something that it can really handle on. But anyways, the way in which it was that helpful was a motivation to finish the chapter. Finish the chapter, upload it, see what the reviews it comes back are. It also I had it give me a score to say like, hey, 0 is absolute blog spam, 10 is a Tim Wilson book published by Wiley, so I would each time I would finish it, it would come back and say, hey, this chapter is a 7.5. Here's some ways in which you can improve it. I didn't listen to anything that it said, and then I upload the new changes, and it would say, great, you've done a great job. Now it's an 8. Except that I also discovered that if I uploaded just the exact same thing twice in a row, it would also say it improved. So I did not use it for very much. I didn't. The cover is also not AI art. The cover is based on a. It's my like line drawing trace of a sculpture by an artist in the UK that I really like, that I got his permission to use. So I thought that was important, even though it looks like it could be AI. I think just like to keep that purely human-generated aspect of it. I think it still sounds human-generated even after I explained in ways in which I did use AI. But
yeah, absolutely. And I think like it's annoying that you have to make a conscious choice now every time you create something to say I want to do it in a way that feels authentic to myself,
Yeah.
But it's the reality of what you have to do, So,
which is that, I mean, having the personality of the author come through outside of, the driest of textbooks, which is actually interesting with a co-author. There were parts of the book where I was having, and my co-author does his writing process, and he is a brilliant and delightful guy, but he codes so much stuff. He has this walk around the house talking out his ideas, and then it transcribes it with some custom thing that he built, and then he goes back. I don't even really understand where occasionally something would be like completely wonky. He's like, oops, yep, pulled it in, need to update the code. But his voice and my voice, I think it's hard to tell. That was interesting as a co-author perspective, but I think I kind of have a distinctive voice. Jason has a distinctive voice, which is very knowledgeable, little quippy asides, like part of the delight of reading it. And that leap to saying, as you said it, like, but I want it to stay authentic to me. It's like, well, how much training would have to go into it? I've known Jason for 10 years. I've read, which by the way, quantable.com, like some of the blog posts, which are epically long, and he will go so deep on things that are hilarious and informative. And now I'm going to...
Tim and I share the same sense of humor, and that's so we generally find each other's writing to be very humorous, and not everyone may agree.
But I don't, not that I would be as good, it would have the capacity as an LLM, but I don't think I could fake Jason's writing. So it's like, what is that line? And maybe that starts to get philosophical between, like, where is the actual author versus authentic but generated by something that is just learned? I'm like, and then even do you have the ownership? Are you going to remember it? Are you going to retain it if something else wrote it? Like, that would be embarrassing. I love that little joke you made in your book. You know, I don't remember that. I mean, I proofread it 3 times, but I didn't write it. I didn't come up with it. I don't remember it, you know.
And I think that's like, you know, it's been a problem, you know, in creative arts for a long time, and now it's compounded, right? Like it's with movies, for instance, the production can take it and completely strip it from the director's vision of what they want. But now we have just an option to quickly do that without, you know, with a click of our button, you know, and our writing partner can change everything if you just decide that you want to go that direction. But it does really ruin it for you. Anyway, we do have to wrap up here, but really excited about both your books. I have a signed copy of yours, Tim's, and you gave away all yours before giving me a signed copy, which is rough for me. But
you're just down the road in Philly.
Yeah, but any one of you out there, you can buy both of these books online and do it right now. And we're not going to wrap up here. We're not going to go offline until you do it. So I'm just going to stand here and talk to you until
I am doing a book signing at Measure Camp New York.
Measure Camp New York. You can come and get it.
Katrine reached out. Okay.
And I think we will all be there. So anyway, thank you for buying the books, and we will see you soon.
and welcome to another episode of Superweek TV. In this episode, we are talking about data that actually drives brands. With me, I have three guests. I have Jeremy Lutz. I've got Nicholas Hintermesh. Okay, I was there almost. And Jim Kulchin. Welcome, gentlemen. And I just have to say thanks for spending your time here in this episode. Now, Jeremy, you gave a talk here at Superweek today, and I think that's really the inspiration with this subject. I didn't get to see your talk, but I got to see the actual description. And what really kind of fascinated me was looking at data not just as something where you're looking at outliers or for errors, but using it more proactively in the business. And in my world, that's how you use data to drive brands or be more proactive with it. So if you want to give us a quick overview of yourself and a bit about your talk as well.
Yes, sure. First beginning of my background. The last 3 years I've spent my time mostly as freelancer, managing different projects, seeing different setups, and also seeing where the market is basically developing to. I started to question myself what the main purpose of data was, and I came up to my topic based on private circumstances, but I had the feeling that using data in another way that is typical, instead of just having as classic dashboard, basically giving another perspective on data, to have an inner dashboard to kind of reflect on yourself and use data kind of a bit different. That's how my talk is a bit summarized, I would say, in 1 to 2 sentences. But it had the title of Beyond the Problem, the Mindful Way of Web Analytics, because I strongly believe that data in general could help, especially web analysts, to kind of improve every situation you have in your daily life. You kind of improve how you use data, how you feel on data, and you can basically reflect that on different, let's say, optimizations or mental optimization tools you could use. Like working on your breath work kind of makes you more relaxed when you come to stressful situations. And we all have different sources of stress, like emails and chats and different sources.
Being in a studio to talk about it.
Exactly.
I was paying attention, so I'm 4 in and 6 out right now.
Yeah.
That was on the slide. I read it.
Yes. Just focusing on some of those mental optimization tools like meditation or breathwork, that calms you down, and you can use literally your inner data to reflect on things and improve.
Yeah, 100%. And Nicholas, yourself, I mean, with Piano, you're working with clients and advising them and supporting them with data. Any insights or feedback you have on what Jeremy was talking about there?
Wow, yeah. He did a phenomenal job of bridging a field that is not inherently connected to the field that he works in, but he draws the parallels in between and shows you how they benefit each other, what the parallels are, and that really opens your mind. And I feel like it transfers over to what I do at Piano as well. Like we find solutions within technology, but we're being creative with those solutions. And I also love the creativity in other aspects of my life. Like I like to keep a balance in my life, and I like to have creativity everywhere. And just because it's tech or just because it's data, it doesn't mean that I can't transfer that creativity over to what I do, finding technical solutions for enterprises, for organizations. And I feel like he did a brilliant job of transferring something that is important to him, that is close to him, that he also knows about outside of his day job, over to his day job, and find the mutual beauty in both of those. And I think another aspect that really speaks to is that, you know, we're not like it didn't seem like he's a work self and a personal self, like a work Jeremy and a personal Jeremy. No, like it blends. We're people, right? And he got the point across, and I like that. And I find that in my work, and I'm glad to see others find that in their work as well.
Yeah, well, you're developing a bit of a fan base here, Jeremy. Yeah. And for you, Jim, your take on data and Jeremy's thoughts that he's presented today.
First, I want to like double down on the creativity thing. Yeah. Did you see his presentation yesterday?
No, I'm in here, or I didn't get a chance to get out much.
Well, this man is like a brilliant musician. His music was so good.
Oh gosh.
Can I buy a single right now? Do you like give me an autograph?
Spotify. What's your Spotify link?
You can be one of my 4 monthly Spotify links.
Yes.
You can have a 25% increase.
I can help you get to 12. I'm at 12 at the moment, so I'll give you some secrets there. Yeah.
I don't. Did you use the word mindfulness in your presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, and because even if you hadn't, that was what like stayed with me out of it. And I think like especially for us both being on the vendor side, you know, you always want to like have an answer right away, and you're like always rushing to provide the right solution. And sometimes either that can be stressful for you, or you might actually be answering like the wrong type of question. So just like taking that time, like being really mindful of what you're trying to accomplish in the moment versus just like answering the next question or the next thing that comes to you is so important, whether it's sales side or whether you're an analyst and you're really trying to get to the root of the business need.
Yeah, no, it's what I think is amazing. Yeah, moving from how you use data yourself into that mindset, whether it's work or family or yourself. I mean, for me, like trying to hit the 10,000 steps, I don't know if any of you are doing that, but it'll show you your average at the time of the day. So it'll let me know often how far I need to walk to actually hit the goal. And that's data. And it's, you know, if I tell my wife, you know, I work a lot with data, this is what I'm talking about, trying to get brands actually using data to help drive them. People say a lot data-driven a lot of the times, but are they really data-driven? You know, this is the whole pushback. But if we're talking about from your point of view, and you have been also, everyone here has been working with large brands, what does that actually mean when, in your words, in the moment here, data that's driving brands, it's not necessarily just the advertising side, but where else can data drive a brand?
Well, thinking of that, I think a lot of companies seek to use data for basically getting to know their customer a bit better. So that's basically the main goal. But most of the time, you are not often focusing on your customers. So data kind of leads companies back to the groundwork of what are their businesses aiming for and what they want to achieve, and who are they optimizing their way throughout the whole process. Because most of the time, if they provide any services to their customers or to the users, especially when it comes to the online world, they try to optimize their profits, they try to optimize their marketing, but the only thing that kind of gives them the transparency to do that and which part to prioritize or which step to take comes from data. And that's why, of course, data is needed in a classical way, in a let's say in a typical analytical way, but taking it further to understand the customer also acquires that you individually see the different aspects of data. You don't only need to have a classic conversion rate to understand your customer. You also need to understand their personal needs and also their mood behavior. Sometimes customers break up their e-commerce process of buying things because they're in a stressful situation, and that doesn't mean that they're not satisfied with the product. It just means it was just not the right moment to advertise to him. And that's where I think data is very valuable for companies to give them a clear direction where to go, where to aim at, and also to understand the needs of their customers or users.
Yeah, Nicholas, your thoughts on data driving brands and business?
Yeah, I think the one thing is that the data touches every part of a business, every part. And what I find fascinating is that it forces brands and organizations to be mindful and to really reflect in a way. Because I feel like we've come a long way from this point of, hey, let's just hoover everything up and then we'll see what we do with it. And we find more and more brands finding that conscious use, that conscious use of data where they reflect first, then collect, and then apply. And that forces them really into this kind of existential inner monologue of, what metric is my business actually, or my function, whatever I'm working on, actually aiming to move? What data do I need to understand where on this path I am, and what data do I need to make a decision on what lever I should pull to get closer to that metric that I'm looking to move? So this whole framework that we all go through as analysts day in, day out, like requirements analysis and so on, like measurement planning and then the execution. Like the fact that we use data as a foundation for our decisions forces us to be reflective and mindful, and that touches, again, every part of that business. And I find that a fascinating process to see, because it forces brands to think sharply about what they're actually looking to do.
Yeah. Thanks. And Jim, I'm going to throw a little bit of a curveball with you.
Oh, that's so unfair.
In the sense that I know with your analytics tool, Amplitude, it has a very strong product focus. How can brands use data to also develop products? Is that an area that you're seeing in your clients, or is it potential to actually get product owners to use data, whether it's the web data or other forms of data? It might be ERP data, it might be X warehouse data.
Yeah. I mean, we, like at Amplitude, we use Amplitude so much every day. Like our biggest users are our product managers.
Yeah.
So just like some examples of things that are in play right now. One, we've talked always about like gathering a significant amount of data to be able to infer how we can intervene to help a user get to the next step or to some outcome. One thing right now is, because more and more people are willing to interact with conversational AI, you can just ask them what they're here to do today. Like if you think about what the prompt is when you get to a Claude or a Gemini, it's kind of like, what do you want to do right now? So it's not quite the same as you getting a notification on your watch that it's time to move, but instead of making a ton of inferences about what they're trying to do, we can just say, like, what are you looking for? And then help them along the way. The other thing I say is, as like both of our companies for a long time would have sold a vision of self-service, and it was still hard, right? Like you don't have to say like, it was like some people really adopt analytics, and for some people it's like, I still don't quite understand your UI, I need a little bit more help. But we're getting to a phase where that barrier is much lower. So because it doesn't feel like such an effort to go seek out the information to make a decision off of it, people are starting to think like, oh, how can I actually do this? One example I really like internally, we have this insane designer named Will, and he's kind of become like a product manager / designer / engineer. And he'll use Cursor, and then he'll connect to data through an MCP and say, hey, look at all of the different upsell opportunities on our site. Which ones are different than the other ones, and which ones are performing the best? And he doesn't have to jump between a bunch of different tools to do it. It's all in the environment that he wants to make, and then he can ask Cursor to help him standardize that design throughout the application. So getting from like, I have this question, the data is readily available, to improving outcomes in a very tight loop is so special.
Yeah, no, that's great. In terms of the usage, are you seeing, is there a trend where your clients or the businesses you're dealing with, in terms of the maturity of understanding data and using it? I think that's, we've we've gone through the stages of having a lot of vanity metrics where top level management, they just want to see, okay, what's the page traffic? How many are there? And it's like, hey, we had 1 million visitors last month. Well, that's great. What did we have the month before, or what did we have the same month last year? Mm-hmm. Are we finding that there is more of a maturity within the non-analysts who are dependent on data in organizations? And if not, what should be done?
Oh, that's a very interesting point of view. Because actually, of course, a lot of people look at vanity metrics and they try to guide their way through getting more being data-driven. But in general, I think it still lacks of a lot of knowledge when it comes to looking at metrics in general, because the pure fact you're looking at the visitor number and even comparing it to the month before or the month after or in any sort of correlation, it doesn't really help you navigating to a way that the customer is more satisfied with the product or the customer journey improves. It is just about basically an inner feeling of, yeah, the business is still running and it's not crashing down somehow. And of course, everyone wants to have increasing numbers from month to month. And whenever there's a drop in numbers, they always start asking the questions about, why are we decreasing our numbers in this and that sense? But what they do not really know about the data, that data is in fact volatile. It's coming, it's rising and it's falling. And it should be an indication of if you have the feeling that the data shows you that something is wrong, you have to ask more questions regarding where might be some issues or some obstacles for our customers that we could remove, instead of why is our business going in this direction or in that. So basically,
it's more of a trigger to ask questions from the source rather than to build assumptions based on the data itself.
Definitely,
right? Yeah. And what about you, Nicholas, in your dealings with the customers? Are we seeing a greater maturity of understanding of data and how to use it?
Right. It's so tricky sometimes.
You don't have to mention names.
No, of course not. No, of course not. But, sometimes I wonder, who am I to judge anyone's maturity, right? I mean, I usually go from we also work with brilliant people on our customers' end. Those are all professionals. They all know what they're out for, and at the same time, we have very, very capable people working with those customers on our side who are experts in their field. And somewhere, you have to find that line between who can learn from whom. And the first step that you have to do whenever you work with any organization is listen. And even if they're after vanity metrics, there might be a reason why they're after vanity metrics. Maybe they're the most meaningful. Maybe they're the most technically accurate that are even worth measuring. So that whole judging of maturity, I think it's easy to jump on the bandwagon and say, oh, you should be using a super sophisticated megametric that I've just invented, and then it doesn't work on 80% of the platforms, or it doesn't wrap around the business. Like all I'm saying is that I sometimes feel like we should all listen first, and then think about where we can actually add value with our expertise as a vendor, also as a technical authority on the vendor side, to improve or to hopefully nudge them towards improvements. But first and foremost, I don't want to take the expertise away from our customers, because I feel like they're there for a reason.
Yeah. I mean, they're there because they know their product.
Exactly.
As well, right?
They know. Like, that's what I try and go into every client conversation is, hey, you know your business better than anyone. I'm trying to find a solution here that will help you, but please correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't worked with this company for 10 years, but you have. So talk to me or talk to us.
Yeah.
I would like to add something there, because I also have the feeling that some companies need to be also directed into the with the right question, because in general they might tell you that I want to increase my revenue, but what they actually mean is something extremely different. Because if you just increase revenue, it might not help out that the revenue lands in their pockets. It just might increase the revenue, but also maybe for products that have a high return rate, or they are not beneficial for the business in general. And then you start asking another question, like, is it really revenue that you are seeking for, or might it be a higher margin? And then you start asking questions. But I think that only analysts are that so specific in that field that they can ask the question to guide the companies to that way, because they from themselves don't know how to ask that question immediately.
Interesting.
So Jim, and along the lines of, and I suppose we're talking about data maturity here, and credit where it's due. Amplitude run your wizard bars around the world, which are fantastic. It's that open forum to ask. Have you seen, and obviously you're in touch with a lot of the clients in general, are you seeing that there is a greater need to educate and help more and more clients? Is there a movement towards learning more? I do come from a world where there was, maybe 5 years ago, where there was an ignorance of data or weaponizing of data. I think that's from a negative point of view. But what are your thoughts in terms of the maturity of data in the organizations that you're dealing with, and the organizations you'd like to deal with as well?
Yeah, it varies quite a bit. Tim Wilson in his book and in his presentation this week, went very analytics 101. What are we trying to do here? How will we know if we're successful? And I think a lot of the vanity metric stuff comes from not having clarity on that second part. And the challenge is greater in organizations that are siloed, admittedly, where if you have an initiative and for marketing, you are only seeing this small part of it, and then you're handing off the next step to someone else who's handing off the next step to someone else. The organizations that are still stuck there, even if they have the most brilliant, most mature experts doing all sorts of crazy things, they're still limited. You almost need a pod framework or an ability to be working across teams. And the organizations that are able to unlock that are the ones that are the most successful.
Yeah. One of the conversations I did have with Mr. Wilson in an earlier thing was the balance, and a big discussion that we have in our community is the over-reliance in recent years on the paid media side of things and display, and the reduction in the whole branding, advertising and marketing. But branding is not just advertising. Brand comes from the product itself, right? Are you starting to see a shift from those who've been overly dependent on paid media, and seeing, in a lot of times we actually see that an over-dependence on paid media is like a steroid hit. It's like you're pulling in next month's sales at 20% less. Is there a shift from where you are? Because you're based in Germany, right? So definitely in where I am in the Nordics, it's saying, hey, hang on a sec, let's focus on brand a bit.
Depends. Because I have the feeling that paid media is still the base of any marketing strategy for any company, no matter if they are just starting with something or they're established already. Paid media is basically the way to go, and mostly focusing on search. But I also have the feeling that due to AI, people kind of think of some different ways to advertise as well, because that it is basically clear that the way people use the internet is changing due to AI. It is not longer that classic way that you search for endless links within any search engine and then find the right sources and stuff like that. That's like much faster with AI. It is more efficient. So people kind of have their AI way to navigate through the internet without having to click through every single link. And that also means that having a different way of using the whole setup, I think also people in companies now think different of their marketing activities.
We are unfortunately out of time. We could take this conversation a lot longer.
He had the best answer of the day. It was on the. No, I'm kidding.
It's like through psychics, you're able to read through that. But look, gentlemen, thank you for taking the time to share your thoughts and your own opinions with your experience you had. It's a changing world, and we only got started with the AI and how that's actually changing. But even more so, data is more important than ever, right? So thanks for that. And finish off that episode of Superweek TV. Thanks for watching. There's still a bit more to come, and I've got one more episode to come. So until next time, we'll see you then. Cheers.
back again in the studio. So I left you with 3 kids, and now I'm returning back with grown-ups. And I have, I'm quite proud because I'm here and emotional because I have 2 of the presenters of the Superweek conference with me, and I want to present, and not just that, incredible, can I say women? Yeah, women.
Oh yeah.
You recognize yourself as women, I think. Yeah, and but not just manager and CEO, I can say. Yeah, so I let them present yourself, but I have Anne and Marie.
Yep.
So first,
I'm Anna. I run Polkadot Data, so this is my own web analytics consultancy that I have been running for the last nearly 10 years now, which is quite scary. So yeah, I've been running my own small agency for that long, and before that I was running analytics in-house and at a couple of agencies as well.
Okay, thanks for being with me, and Marie Fenner. And Lewis and Marie Fenner, so we say also their surnames. So.
Fantastic. I'm not a CEO. Apologies for my voice. I've been talking and shouting too much, enjoying too much. I've lost a little bit of my voice. I'm global senior vice president of analytics within Piano. So Piano has analytics as well as activation. So I am part of that analytics division. And I've been with the Piano for 4 years now, but Piano acquired the company I worked for, another analytics company. So in the company for nearly 15 years, which is great. And in my role, I get to travel the world, almost like an ambassador of our analytics. So I love my job.
So I kind of want to connect the previous talk to that talk, and if you look back when you were younger, so the ages of the kids we have, like we had your talk with that. Did you expect to be where you are now, or you thought about you in a completely different? Like I want to be an astronaut, so that kind of replies, please.
So I did, as a child, think occasionally I might want to run my own business as a teenager, that sort of thing. In fact, I think I was very uneducated about what opportunities were out there. So I didn't really know what I could do other than I'd been in school, so I knew there was a teacher job out there, but I didn't want to be a teacher. I realised quite quickly how tall the children would be compared to me. So that wasn't going to go well. And then, yeah, I couldn't decide between sort of creative or mathematical things. And that's where it sort of, the bits about running a business sort of came to me. But I was keen to get a fair bit of experience first. So no, it was at the back of my mind, but I thought it was like a sort of 2% chance that I might run my own business. So to be where I am now, running a successful company with a team around me and coming and speaking at these events, it's something I make sure that I press pause occasionally and sort of give myself a pat on the back, really, because actually I'm very proud of what I've achieved. And yeah, when I started out, I had no idea how it would go. So I'm pleased, and it's a lovely little surprise.
So we are here. You can also pat yourself because I can think it's a great achievement, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm really, really pleased with what I've achieved, which is a great thing to be able to say.
Okay, great.
You should be awe-inspiring, especially hearing you speak during conference. I've learned so much about you. When I was young, I was very sort of academic. I always loved learning new things. Thick glasses. I had eye surgery. Always thick glasses. Very, very sort of attuned to studying, etc. But I majored in English language, and I knew I always wanted to be out there. And like you, I had a chance because with my university, I was given a chance to go and study and do a PhD and then come back. Caveat was that I come back to my university and become a professor. And my mother loved, mothers do. But I just didn't see myself being in a classroom teaching. I love teaching. I do that in my role, which is great. But I always wanted to be out there, seeing the world, learning new things, and broadening my horizon. So that's what I've exactly been doing. Never did I really imagine that I would be in software, because I work at a software company. I was more into hardware, etc. And I started this software career back in 2002. So more than nearly 25 years in this industry, and it has been phenomenal. I always admired people who actually make that brave move to run their business and being successful about, be ready to fail and successful about it. I haven't had that first-hand experience, but never say never.
Absolutely. Okay, I have a different question in my mind, but I also want to go with the flow. And due to the fact both of you spoke at the conference, I was not there for your speech, but I was there for yours. I really love them, and you both spoke about things that for me are both important. Like maybe Marie, you can explain a bit better because I was not there. So, but for you, and it was Anna. No, but it's Anna, right?
It is, but Anna. I don't mind. I'll answer to anything.
Yeah, perfect. But it's important for me. And you spoke about how you get where you are and the struggles, or actually what's like. For me, it was incredible because after getting out of pregnancy, right, you just jumped. And
yes, I was mad. My child was only 10 months old when I made the decision.
I will never. I didn't want to use mad, but it's like courageous.
Courageous. I like the courageous. Yeah, maybe I was still a bit, hormonal or something. I don't know. But no, to be honest, the truth behind it was that they'd replaced me with so many people, and they didn't really seem enthusiastic about me managing that team on my return if I came back part-time. And I thought, I only get my daughter's childhood once. And even if it's a struggle, even if I don't make as much money, even if I just have to do sort of a few little freelance bits and then wing it, I would rather just be around for her. Mm-hmm. Also, have you seen the cost of nurseries? I wanted to balance the home and life, and this is actually something that I've really made sure is an important factor of my business. I'd had a few managers in the past where I thought I would never want anybody to feel like I do under this manager. So I took all the bits that I disliked about businesses I'd worked in and I turned it around and I said, we're going to be flexible. We're going to be humans to humans, whether that's our clients or the team. We're just going to be compassionate to each other. We're going to give each other grace. And we're going to support being able to be the best that we can be within whatever circumstances we have. So, yeah, it was big and scary, but it also, I'd saved up some maternity pay a little bit. We just got a new mortgage. What was I thinking? But no, I do like taking risks sometimes, or doing something that fills me with adrenaline.
And actually it turns out great. So at the end, the decision was right. And I will return 1 second to you, Beckmar, but I want to ask you a question. Is this something that you regret? We spoke at lunch about that.
Maybe not starting sooner. What if I'd have been able to start when I actually, wasn't waking up 3 times a night to feed a baby?
Yeah.
What if I'd done it at a time when I was, in my 20s and fresh, Oh, no, wait, I think I was in my 20s. Oh, dear. Anyway, earlier in my 20s. That might be one of them. The other thing that I've done a couple of times is hired quite quickly. So I think I need to be a little slower and more cautious and make sure the people I hire are the right fit, because having to let people go is a really, really tough thing to go through. And in fact, it's happened almost nearly every year. I think it's happened more times. And I just feel so bad for having put somebody else through that and having it not been the right fit. But if I'd have spent longer making it the right fit, or making sure that it was going to be the right fit, I might not have hired those people initially. So that, probably being a little bit less gung-ho in my hiring is probably the one regret, because it's caused additional stress to multiple people. So that's probably the one.
Great. And Marie, can you please explain us, because I was not there, so it will be really interesting to understand a bit better what you spoke about on Monday. I have a bit of understanding, but it could be nice if you just resume that for us, and then I will ask you more or less the same question, so some regrets.
Okay. So I talked about running a business on purpose. I think so I'm not running my own business, but I feel greatly that I'm actually running my business, because I've invested so much time and energy and my passion. Even if I don't own the business, I feel that I am actually running the business. I think everybody should feel that way. So the idea was that when you run a business, you really have to have that purpose. That purpose can be, I want to make a lot of money and retire at 30. Gone past that way a long time ago. But having that purpose, it can be, life, work balance, giving better future for children, for our next generation. For me, I really need to believe in what I do. And that's why I think I stayed in analytics for such a long time, more than 2 decades, because I have seen, obviously, there have been many failed projects, unhappy faces. But when that happens, that you deliver what the client needs, and you see that success, that face you see, that keeps me going. And there are many businesses, like Anna's business, but there are many businesses who are not just, non-profit, but for profit-making businesses, but they built it because, like this 2 brothers who lost their parents while they were holidaying in Sri Lanka in 2004 during tsunami on Boxing Day, and they realized they had that incredible support and help as a young 2 boys without parents from the locals. They decided to build this business to give back. And I think that sort of purpose, it just gives you,
Yeah.
And when you really believe in that, you start making difference. And that was what I wanted to talk about. And I feel, although, as I said, I'm not running my own business, I really feel we, not just analytics as a data, etc., we can make a huge difference in our business, in the people we meet. Yeah. So, yeah.
Great. Do you have some regrets in the choices you have made till now? Like 2 decades, quite a long time.
Regrets. You have good days and bad days. And Anna, you talked about letting people go. We faced that. So unlike Anna, I've stayed in corporate environment all my life. Small companies, big companies, I've gone through many acquisitions as well. So the first company, Netstat, small European Dutch company. When I joined, I was, London number 5, employee number 5, and then we grew, and then we got acquired. And when you go through this exercise, sometimes you lose colleagues, sometimes you get better position, worse position, etc. But you do sometimes have to make a decision to let certain people go, and that's heart-wrenching because you, at workplace, you're not just colleagues, you're good friends. But that's part of the fabric of corporate life, or even when you're running your own businesses. Mm-hmm. I don't think I have much. My regret, I wouldn't even call it regret. So Anna, you talked about, you're young, the daughter getting up, waking up in the middle of the night. I've been incredibly lucky that my husband actually looked after our children. That allowed me to travel the world, being away from home more than half the time in a year, for example. So my regret, dare I say, is not having had that enough time with my children. And I don't talk about these things very often, but when our children, you saw one of my children today, she's 20, but when they were young, when your children get sick and they get distraught in the middle of the night, they cry. When you hear them cry, they're asking for their daddy, not their mummy, because daddy's always there and mummy's not there. So that's, that's the sort of regret that I have.
Yeah.
But without that and incredible support from my husband, I wouldn't have had this life.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
life
is
is about balance, isn't it?
And choices.
It's tough. Yeah.
It's nice. I'm also. It's nice.
Don't make us cry.
It's nice that you shared it. And I had a question in mind, and it just went away. But I think it was related to a bit your speech about. My question was how you get where you are, because we spoke a lot, me and Marie, about curiosity, and we return back to that. But how you are where you are now, and you're still there after 10 years, how you're managing to get out of bed in the morning, and how you're getting there. Like, what is your drive?
What's my why? Yeah. I mean, literally speaking, to get me out of bed in the morning, it does take 5 alarms. I like my sleep. But yeah, once I get into work, to be honest, one of the things that I love and that keeps me going is looking back over my forecast spreadsheet and looking at my revenue. And I've got a little dashboard for myself that I've made, of course. So I open up this spreadsheet, and when the numbers are looking good. I feel, really happy and all of that. So that sort of on a daily basis, I can check in on that, because that means that I know that then I can afford everything else that I'm working to. So yeah, predominantly my biggest reason for doing this is to be able to live the life I want with my family. To be able to, in fact, over Christmas, we took 3 weeks and went skiing. To be able to do that, to be able to send her to a good school if she wants, I'm helping I'm saving up so that, in the future, when it becomes impossible to get on the housing market, I'm hoping I can give her a head start. I'm trying to also, so when I started work, I think it was about age 14, and I thought to myself, I'm going to have to be the ones supporting my parents in later years. They're not going to be able to financially support me. And once I'd realised that, and I left university and went into the world of work, it was very much about thinking, I need to be the breadwinner. I need to be able to make the money to be able to get this lifestyle that I want. I wanted to, do a bit better than I had. We'd had a comfortable enough childhood, but I just realised that it was going to be on me. And so realising that has really just helped me have this foundation that just keep earning money and then spend it wisely, invest it wisely, that sort of thing. So I'm really passionate about having, my house is really important to me, my home and the life that we have, being able to not have to worry about the little things, just the odd Amazon thing, not having to think about that, just takes the pressure off, and then being able to do the nicer things, a couple of holidays and house, it's really just home comforts is my why. I'm not a massive traveller. I can't, I know I'm in Hungary right now, but that's not what drives me. It's home comforts and being happy at home is really key for me.
Great. Actually, I discovered that we have just 2 minutes left. Ooh, so I will ask 1 minute for you, 1 minute for you, Marie, to maybe give a suggestion, or what do you think a person in their younger years can do to reach to reach your positions? Because, like, for me, you're also like a woman to look to for future as well, like role models. So what do you suggest a person that want to reach as well the position of the director, right? Yeah.
I think you just need to get out there. That's why my daughter's here this week. She's like me, extremely academically gifted, but knowing to code, knowing to analyze data is one skill, and probably that can be replaced by the two-letter word, and then we talked about AI, but the connection that you go out and you put yourself in front of. And I was actually growing up very shy. I didn't like talking to people. I wouldn't eat with strangers, for example, when I was little. Now, you try and stop me. Hence I lost my voice. So go out there, meet people. That's how you really learn the fabric of life. And those people will help you along the way. They will coach you, mentor you, have you under their wings, and that's how you learn, not by reading books and using AI.
Yeah, absolutely. Surround yourself with confident people, strong people who have the life that you want. You are the average of the 6 people you spend the most time with. So go out and find some positive, high goal people. Go and set some good goals, and surround yourself with confidence and positivity, not, don't wallow, just get out there, work on your self-esteem if you need to, and your own confidence, and do some personal growth to help yourself, and don't be afraid.
Okay, I really think that don't be afraid, be curious, and go out there should be the base for everyone that want to reach the level that you reached today.
Absolutely.
Long way to go. Yes.
Yeah.
But we've enjoyed
everything
the journey.
can change, but it's already a huge results, I think. So thanks a lot for being with me. I really appreciate that. Due also the level of importance you have.
Come back and finish.
Thanks a lot, everyone, and see you for the end with me. And now I think there is Joss or Jomar. So see you later.
Welcome back to Superweek TV. We are getting up there in the afternoon, which means there's only a couple of interviews left, but we still have some amazing content coming to you guys soon. Right now. I have some great guests with me in these opposite chairs. I have David Akara, right, and Lucas Czech. And today we're going to be talking a little bit about remote working. You know, we all live in a world right now where we, either are hybrid or there's an element of our job that is remote, right? And I know that you guys have that situation. I'm going to let you guys introduce yourself, where you came from, or where you're working from, and then we'll get into a discussion around how we stay connected in this remote world.
Okay, so I guess I go first.
Sure.
Right. So David Akara, I work with DHL, and I'm based off Bonn, and right now I'm pretty much working hybrid.
Great.
Hi, I'm Lukáš. I also work for DHL, but now I'm based in Czech Republic. I work 100% remotely. I guess that I have a little bit of advantage of kind of like being used to that, let's say, lifestyle, because I was working like that many years before COVID. So that wasn't like a hard thing for me to do.
Mm-hmm. Did you see a shift, like knowing that you had done that before, when the world started doing that? What was that like? Was it just, did you see other people having to adapt, or how was that kind of affect the overall vibe at the company?
Yeah, I guess that for me it was pretty comfortable. Like I was doing that already, mostly 3 out of 5 days a week. I was already working from home, so having all that set up, having all the habits already in place, felt pretty easy. And I've seen many people freaking out, with this new situation that is kind of obvious. I also truly believe that it's kind of everyone's kind of individuality that plays a big role here. So I was always that kind of a person, and I think that our industry is also kind of pretty good one for working remotely, because we tend to love the larger segments of deep work, kind of uninterrupted, and that's easier to achieve obviously when you are working from a silent environment, when there is no constant interruptions from what we are so much used to at the office. But I've seen people struggling with that, obviously not being able to have a proper setup at home and still kind of figuring it out. But I think that these days it kind of sorted out who's capable of doing that, and people found out that it's not for everybody. Yeah. That there are some people that really were looking forward when they would start returning back to the office.
Absolutely. What are your thoughts on, you have hybrid, right? You're hybrid, or are you completely remote too?
It's interesting because pre-COVID, I was pretty much remote. And then I only went hybrid after COVID. So it's
personal
ironic.
Choice or?
It was, I think it's a combination of a couple of things, because before COVID, the role I was working in was pretty much required me I was the only one in the country where I was living at. As in I never had my teammates or even my manager in the same country. So I did about 3-4 years in that role, and I saw my manager twice physically, and my teammates maybe 3 times, But with COVID, it's just happened that I switched roles, and I was required to be in the office in a hybrid way. And I remember at first I was a little bit uncomfortable because I was used to working remote, and when everybody was forced to work remote, at that point I was like, maybe I want to go to the office now, because it felt like everybody was crowding my digital space, as in why is everybody at home? I said people should be in the office and stuff like that. And but now with working hybrid, I see the pros and cons, and I agree with Lukáš that it depends on your personal situation. My situation also changed post-COVID because I became a dad. Pre-COVID, I could work uninterruptedly at home, but now I've got little ones that don't understand that I'm on a Teams call and want to come say hi to people on the call, which Lucas has seen a couple of times.
We all have those little critters walking behind us.
Who only want to show up when you're on a video call. Yeah. You know, so there's that, and then there's also the part like, you know, like Lucas said, you get to do more, especially in what we do, working like remotely, because I understand the need for human connection. And for me, even when I do hybrid, I choose the days where there's least foot traffic to the office, where I get to deal less with people so that I don't have to spend most of my time just chit-chatting with people and not feel guilty for being antisocial while you're in the office, because these days that's what the reason why people are asked to come to the office. So for me, that's how I pretty much feel about it, as in like, if I could and I would go fully hybrid. Fully remote, but I understand the need for human connection. And I had a friend who during COVID had to ask for special exemption for her to go to the office because she just couldn't hack being by herself. You know, and I respect that, and I understand, like Lucas said, people are different. You know, if you need human interaction, go to the office. But for some of us, we have a lot of human interactions in our personal lives, and we just want to get stuff done 9 to 5.
Yeah, I think so. I was hybrid for a while, and we had that situation where people would come to the office and it would just be quiet, right? And you'd be like, why did I come to the office if everyone's just going to be quiet this whole time? And we eventually shifted to all remote from the future where I work. And you know, I think there's definitely like a ton of value in having that remote space, especially when you are working with data, and there's so much about just kind of sitting there and just uncovering puzzles where you have to like really have like deep thought, right? The one area where I see it becoming more and more challenging and a unique kind of issue which is coming up, where you still in a remote setting for a really long time had this teamwork kind of flow where, you know, if you were stuck on something or if you needed help with something, you would go to your teammate, right? And there's that kind of human connection touch point. Now we have LLMs, right? And with an LLM, you start there first, generally, right? If you get stuck, you go, okay, I'm gonna go ask ChatGPT, right? So you're now compounding onto this kind of like isolation of, now I don't really even need to ask a teammate first because I have this other resource. And so you're doubling up kind of on this non-human connection. And so where are the touch points that, you know, make us feel like we're in a team? You know, like where, like how, you know, are we getting more and more isolated because AI is now a resource as a teammate for ourselves?
Yeah, I think like professionally, I think that the situation for me again is like pretty unique because like in our team setup, I'm kind of like pretty deep expert on one single topic, and there is like not that many colleagues that would be able even to discuss these technical details about what I am doing. So like that's actually like for me it's an addition to have a partner now in the form of like LLMs to kind of verify or find like extend some of my ideas that I have. But yeah, back then in the agency times when I worked for a local Czech agency for 17 years before, that was different. That was like much more of this sharing happening, and yeah, I've had a hybrid setup as well. And I think that like, yeah, professionally, I think there are kind of ways around, and that again depends on the personality. So like I think that it requires some changes of approaches. You need to be very deliberate of like what you are asking. You need to prepare a bit more. You need to plan for the meetings with the right people that you need to kind of figure out something. But then obviously on a personal level, we still meet, you know, it's just like not frequent. It's not like those coffee machine discussions happening every other day.
Here right now talking to each other.
Yeah, so, sure. Yeah. And we actually spend quite a lot of time with Benjamin also here, our third team member, attending Superweek, and that is great. And we have plenty of other opportunities to do that because there is an event every other couple of months. So we spent a couple of days together. So then obviously there is also kind of like a higher pressure to kind of do more of those things that would connect us on the personal level.
Just to add on that is, we were having a conversation because Lukasz picked me up and brought me down here. And there's a project that Lukasz has started off at work, and then he handed it over to me. And then I was asking him during the drive, I was like, hey, do you think with all your workload, do you think you're going to have time to be in that project? He was like, I don't think so, because you've successfully taken over the project. And unless you need me in there, just ask. Now, what has happened is that I understand that he has a certain skill set that it's only him that can do what he does for the company. And for me, it's instead of running to him every time I need an answer, I go to the LLM to develop this project and everything. But it doesn't stop me from checking in with him. Yep. You know, and I also try to be intentional, especially because he's the only one on the team who, okay, prior to now, he was the only one who wasn't in Germany. So I ask him sometimes, I was like, how does it feel like working remotely? As in, like, would you want more touch points, you know? And I think that he benefits a whole lot, and not to speak on his behalf, but we have a daily stand-in where he's almost the first person to join that daily stand-in. And I see how much it means to him that, you know, that is one way to interact with the team. So even if I don't have an update for the daily stand-in, because I know it means a lot to him, that might be the only opportunity that he might not even say anything to me directly, but that might be the only opportunity for him to just know that, hey, David is there today as an ex, so I just show up, you know, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's just being more intentional and more, you know, like having those moments of touch points where, you know, you can feel more connected, right? Is there anything that, you know, because part of, you know, the role of work in our lives prior to COVID or prior to even, you know, when everybody started to think about remote was organic touch points, right? Of like, you know, you had a team and these were your friends because you all worked together, right? Do you find like that where you are, your life has shifted in a way where work does not become that anymore? Because like it's hard. Like I have my teammates, but you know, it's like I don't have that. You know, because people are not local, they aren't the people that I end up hanging out with. You know, which is just different.
Yeah, I think that like I don't know if that is the thing that where you had it like. But I think like I've become like more selective maybe with kind of certain topics, and you know it's like great that we can be part of like this community here because that is like very focused on our industry, and if we still want to connect with people, then this is the best place because like they are all on the same boat. But there are like many other topics, so we were used to connect with people in the workplace because the other guy played tennis and you wanted to play as well. The other guy, you know, was loving photography. So like you shared these common things. And that was kind of like a coincidence that at that time there was another person doing the same thing. But now, like, you know, I think that if we have this longing for these personal connections, we simply connect anywhere else than in the office.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I find I have a different take on it because, like, I spend 40 hours with people at work. It's got to count for something. Mm-hmm. And for me, I like people, and I struggle to work with people that I can't have some sort of connection with at any point, you know, and everything. So I'm the kind of person who wants to build bridge. I'm the kind of person who wants to make jokes. I'm the kind of person who wants to make sure that we work hard and we have much more fun. Mm-hmm. And so for me, I don't seek those connections for myself, but I think that it is really, really helpful for team morale and for team bonding and everything. I've been in different teams, as in like I've been in a complete remote team that we could literally hold hands and sing Kumbaya because of like there was so much harmony and everything, you know. And when one person left, it almost felt like you lost a family member, you know. And I've also been in a team where it was fragmented, where some people just didn't care, you know, and it also showed in how they work. So for me, I think that I believe that when there is some sort of personal connection, people can go sometimes over and beyond to help you with certain tasks or to do their job. Mm-hmm. And when people are having a crappy day because of the work, because of the connection, sometimes it even makes it more bearable for them, you know, and you can have a conversation. Literally, I'm having a conversation. Before we walked in here, an old teammate was just like, I'm having a crappy day. I can't go home to my family. Like, do you have time for a quick chat? And we just had a chat and she felt better, you know? And for me, I think that's it, you know? So I crave it, sometimes not just for myself, but I think other people need it and they don't know. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How do you guys manage accountability when no one is there and sees each other? What tools are used? What's, you know, like knowing that, you know, not everybody is there together in the office where you can see people working and stuff. Like, how is accountability managed?
That's a hard question. I think that like we are like trying as hard as we can, mm-hmm. kind of like build into our like working environment like these little helpful processes and tools to kind of make it transparent, to set correct expectations, but not just share them on a Teams call, but actually kind of write them down into some sort of a ticketing system, or mm-hmm. heavy users of Confluence, of other little tools, loops, you know. So you want to kind of create this little knowledge graph of what's going on and what needs our attention and what the feedback is from the other stakeholders that are kind of involved in the process. And I think that I'm like 3 years almost with this team, and these systems are like a living thing. We've tweaked it, updated it, and then threw away half of it and rebuild it every other month. So like it's really like a living thing that kind of seeks that balance with how we feel the whole kind of like all the connections that we have across the organization kind of like need to see that progress and need to loop in some of their own feedback.
Mm-hmm. For me, I think it starts with recruitment. I think that our previous manager did a great job in putting together a really, really cool team. And it's individuals that, first of all, hold themselves accountable, and there is trust in the team. So I'm not going to freak out if Lucas is not online for the whole day. I would believe that we've had cases where we've had to tell someone like, Lucas, you're not feeling fine, go offline. That's how much people are committed to their roles and everything, that sometimes you have to kick them out of work and everything. So there is trust that if someone's not there, it's for a very, very good reason. You know, so I think it's, like I said, it's the putting together of a diverse but committed team and the trust that we have in the team, because even with the systems, I'm not really good with documentation. I suck at it, you know. So most of the times, he was literally just telling me now that my out of office is outdated for a year ago. Like, I suck at those kind of things, you know. So, but for me, I think it just comes down to those two things, basically, trust and having the right team.
Which is, you know, kind of foundational to any business, right? Whether you're in person or it's just human connection and trust, and making sure that there's good people who want each other to succeed, right? So hopefully we can maintain that personal connection when AI, you know, becomes more and more and more and integrated into our businesses, and we'll see where the world takes us. But thank you guys for coming on the show, and really appreciate your time. Superweek TV Live. We got a couple more interviews for you, and then some fun little surprises. So we'll see you soon.
Here we are at the amazing Superweek conference in Hungary. This is a Superweek TV episode, my final one for 2026, so we're going to make it a good one, aren't we? Yes. My name is Jomar, and today we are talking about the dynamic between agencies, brands, and vendors in the enterprise space, and some of the challenges that we have and some of the things that we can probably work on, some things we need to discuss. And with me I have Jordan Peck from Snowplow, a vendor. We also have Peter O'Neill, who's been working on the client side for some time now, about a couple of years.
Last 4 years.
Last 4 years.
3 years.
And also with a bit of experience with the agency side as having
10 years, yes.
Yeah, 10 years in agency, and myself being the partner manager at IH Nordic when it was called that at the time. So
I've also got vendor background as well.
You've got a what?
Vendor background.
A vendor background. Oh, you've got the whole bingo, ding, ding.
And I've got some 10 years of agency experience as well. So.
Oh, there you go. We can just beat ourselves up. Yeah, excellent. So starting with you, Jordan, from a vendor point of view where you are now, how have you seen this dynamic evolve over recent years? I would say hasn't been a perfect model.
No, I would say so.
And it's probably there's an opportunity to really streamline it. So how have you seen it over the last, say, 4 to 5 years evolve?
Well, I think it's interesting because the way that the most popular, most used tool in the market, Google Analytics, works with agencies and then their customers, brands, has set sort of like an official standard for how people think that agencies and brands and vendors have to transact. I was never in the sort of, in the partner agency space, but I was, it used to be that you would buy the contract with Google directly and then consultancy services from wherever the agency was, and then they changed the models so that you had to buy only through resellers. Google didn't want to actually have to handle the contractuals themselves, which upset quite a few people I know of. So we're not in that model. We work quite a bit more flexibly with agencies, systems integrators, consultancies, individual contractors, consultants, etc. And mainly we do this work with partners like this during technical implementation, right? So if they have a data engineering or front-end development agency or analytics agencies, they can work with us to implement the solution. There's definitely friction there. I think we're probably going to talk about like different kind of, how do you call this, incentives that the three parties have. But with some of the challenges that we've had in the past working with agencies directly is sometimes the agencies are brand new to the tool as well. So we have to upskill the agency to be able to use the tool properly and be able to implement it correctly, while also trying to make sure that the stakeholders at the brand themselves are also familiar with the tool, because if the brand and the agency ever part ways, so the brand has to have that information as well, and like that dynamic gets tricky sometimes.
Well, that's a critical part of setting up a relationship with an agency, right? Yeah. Making sure you've got the right onboarding. I remember as well being dealing with vendors, and often the complaints or the comments are that there were promises that much business will come through and will nurture you through, and you can shadow us, right? So, isn't about expectation setting. I don't know, Peter, you've probably experienced probably even from the brand side, dealing with both the agency and the vendors and RFPs and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think it through. It's interesting. I'm thinking through both my recent experience, been at Decathlon the past 2.5 years, just left there, and prior to that, with my own agency in London, which was primarily a GA shop throughout that time. And back then we were a partner of GA, we weren't a reseller. Very frustrating. When let's become a reseller, which limited the work they sent our way, or made it zero. It's frustrating. But yeah, so I can hear what you're sort of saying there about the need to make sure the brand understands the work as well. It should be an agency agnostic approach in a way. I mean, you should be able to work with that agency, get the value out of them, ideally bring stuff in-house. Long term, for me, any brand should be looking to bring the work into house in the long term. Use the agency for the specialist skills, the things you can't do yourself, which could be a setup work, especially. It could be specialised projects, like an MMM project. We're not going to do that ourselves. We'll outsource that project and possibly walk away.
Totally reasonable.
And then obviously excess work, we haven't got the resource internally, use that. Within Decathlon, we actually had migrated to Amplitude with GA 360 being shut down. And we reached out and we found one of the Amplitude partners. They recommended a couple, talked to a couple, and we chose Human 37 to work with us, who have been great, were great during that period.
That's with Glenn.
Yeah, with Glenn, yeah. And it was the fact that they had the Amplitude knowledge themselves. We didn't have it at that time in-house. So we need someone who actually had the skill set to help us out with any sort of questions. And just in that dynamic, throughout the last couple of years, it was, as questions arose, we were asking both Amplitude and Human 37 for different types of things. I mean, obviously bugs, you have to go to the vendor, possibly use the agency to sense check, is this a real bug and a known thing?
Are we doing something wrong?
Yeah, double check that. And in a way, we actually had better success with the vendor going directly to them for bugs and feature requests than an agency, even a partner, can. Brands have more leverage. We pay the money.
But to that point, one of the frictions that can obviously occur here is that the brand can start to feel that the agency is almost an unnecessary middleman in the whole equation, especially if the vendor has consultancy or professional services as well. Do you think in that experience, like, was it the intention, if you can say, or if you can't, it's fine, like, that the agency was on a fixed term, like that they were going to come in and do this project, like you just said, or were they like, you know, did you like naturally part ways over time?
I mean, initially thinking about it, I would have said a fixed term, or not a fixed term, but sort of at some point, we shouldn't need it so much, the help there. There was still ongoing support throughout that time while I was there. We need the extra resource and the expertise, and like someone to actually be that sort of frontline support for questions, even to do the configuration work. Within Decathlon, e-commerce, it's everywhere around the world. So to do the same task, you have to repeat it 50 plus times. And we had no one could do that, repeat this, now spend 2 days just doing this, whereas you use an agency for this work. And that took it off our plate. So there was requirements for that over the past couple of years, so that went up and going. Ideal world, you would hire that resource internally. You would use that to train up the juniors. So to like that, here's a task you can do to pay for your costs while we're training you up. And that'd be the best of both worlds there. And then you'd use a Human 37 for the really hard stuff, the stuff you haven't got in-house. When I was running my own agency, that was almost the model I was hoping to use with the clients. It's a retainer model. I mean, ideally, I want, as an agency, long-term, never go away. But your initial work is the setup work, the tracking, the configuration, set up that. And then it should evolve more to, let's create the dashboards for you, provide training for your in-house people to use it. Then we'll answer the basic questions for you. Then we'll answer the medium question. Then at some point we'll start asking the really hard question for you, bigger projects there. The amount of time you need from us every month is going to be pretty constant. I mean, like up and down, but pay us amount every month. But the nature of the work should change. And that was the agency model I was trying to establish with the clients by the end of my time. It took me a lot of years to think that through in that way. But that to me made sense. But that was also Google, just different to a snowplow to other companies where Google wanted to be hands off. And there were so many agents around who could do the work.
Yeah, well, that's the scalability of a product developer, right? Is they're focusing on building a product, where an agency's role is, depending on the relationship, some are very much ingrained in the brand's strategy and their infrastructure, and they know the client as well as the client knows themselves, right? So that's where you know, the vendor basically is providing the tool, and if they're a new product for the agency, then you have to go through an onboarding. That it can be a bit awkward. Hey, we're recommending this tool, but we don't actually know how to use it yet, dear client.
Yeah.
But
I'm speaking to someone later today about speaking to consultants and agencies who are like, we feel like we have clients who we should recommend Snowplow to, but we've never used Snowplow ourselves. We don't have the hands-on experience for it, so we don't feel like we can make that recommendation in good conscience because we're an agency and that's our role in the business to do this kind of analytics implementation work, and we don't feel like we can do it. So, you know, I'm happy to speak to agencies and consultants and stuff around introducing Snowplow concepts and how to do that and make those introductions. We don't have like an official partnership program. It's like anything like, you know, what Google have, you know, certifications and things like that. It's extremely difficult and complicated to set up and make work well. And obviously Google have a much larger scale, same as Amplitude in terms of headcount, right? So
my feedback to vendors previously has been that you should want to get the agencies on board. I mean, and to agencies now, these days, I mean, we were always GA, and I think we would have only had a couple, if any, sort of projects, none GA. If I was doing it now, the same thing again, I'd want to be multiple vendors, definitely. I think the world's changed the past 2-3 since release of GA4. People use other tools more and more. Correlation, causation, argument all the time. But for the vendors to actually have more agencies who can do it, but the challenge is the agency needs that initial knowledge to give good service.
That's the chicken and egg problem begins.
So my feedback had been previously, one is to offer free training courses to the agencies, and two, give them their first client and almost cover the cost there in a way. And this is where that's a really big investment, hard choice. But if, say it was $3,000 a month, even sort of project cost, we're going to we're going to pay the agency to be, well, however it works out. Basically, it's free support somewhere. The company's aware of it. They're partially training. They're going to get a cheaper service or a free service as a result. Agency gets trained up in the process by doing it practically. You've made some investment in the process as well. Because if you can get that one agency trained up how to use your thing there, there's a chance of more clients coming your way in the future as a result. There's some combination which is fair to all parties, which could have a lot more success for any vendor that's out there, whether it's a Snowplow, the Spwk, Piano, Amplitude, everyone who's not GA.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Adobe model, you know, the entry level is, you know, the agency has to pay for the certification of their team beforehand, right? And
don't they have to like pay to attend the conference?
And then there's the pay to attend the conference. So the cost and the barrier to entry is high. But from what I hear is that if you are
Adobe vendor, Adobe agency.
Yeah, like someone was looking. I'm just seeing if I can mention his name or not. But he was saying that he went down the Google path, and his brother saw what he was doing, liked it. He did a bit of research, and he thought, but my hourly rate on Adobe would be a lot higher. And I was speaking to some
and less competition.
And less competition. And they have, my experience, I've seen cases where at conference where one of the broadcasters said, look, we just can't find Adobe people at the moment. You know, so it's this kind of like, then there is the premium of that.
Scarcity.
Yeah, exactly.
Model.
And I suppose the whole thing is no vendors are the same, so there is no one model that will fit everyone, right?
Yeah, I think that's really, I think you've really hit on it, and I think, also, you know, you're talking about like vendors and the relationship they have with partners. I think this, I mentioned it very briefly earlier, I think it's a good time to bring it up, is the different incentives that each party has, right? You even mentioned, I'm not like calling you out or anything, but you mentioned that like when you worked at an agency, you want long-term retainers.
Yeah.
If you're a brand, they just want
projects. The thing, we want the projects done, yeah.
And if you're a vendor, you're trying to maximise for long-term growth of the account, depending on your pricing model, but essentially you want the brand to use your product and continue to pay and renew every year, not focus on something short term or something like in that respect. And they're fairly innocent and obvious incentives when you phrase them like that, but they do start to become tensions fairly often, in my experience. And
yeah, just remind me, does Snowplow actually have your own, you have internal support, internal services, but do you have your own consultants, agencies? Are you competing with agencies to provide that support, as in this is a big source of income for us, versus actually we would like more agencies doing the work. We're here to provide support if we have to, but would rather someone else does it because it's a better long-term model.
So we do have a professional services team.
Course,
we have an onboarding team. We have the team that I help run, which is our ongoing technical guidance and consultancy and support, and then we have a frontline support team. Forgive me, sorry, I had a point, but it slipped my mind. But yeah,
Are you competing with the agencies?
So that's a really, really good point. So we don't want to. You shouldn't necessarily have to want to compete with the agencies, because you should want their network of their clients. You want access to their clients. You don't want to have a poor salesperson cold calling, going through LinkedIn, trying to find their way in. Yeah. You can have the agencies bring the customers to you. If they've recommended you, then you're much warmer at that point. But one of the kind of fears is that, like, if we offload implementation work to an agency, especially if it's their first, they may muck it up. They might get it wrong. And at that point, there's you don't want to be, it's not a good position to be as a vendor in any business, to be pointing fingers at other people, right? So if the implementation doesn't go well, the product on rollout isn't successful, the brand is probably going to again come to the vendor and be like, we don't want to renew. It doesn't show a whole heap of integrity to go, well, it's the agency that messed up.
Best people in that direction, No, that's true. I think it was Adobe for at least a while. It was competing with the agencies. It wanted actually to go through its own place for services, because it was a quite valuable source of income, and that was a challenge from memory, vague memories.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting if the playing field can be established. In the same respect, I've seen an example where Reed IH went to Mexico, picked up a really nice SEO tool. Really built the brand in Denmark. The vendor then decided, hey, this is great business, let's open it up to more resellers. And I kind of highlighted the product manager there, that's not a good sign, because that's diluting all the effort that we've done in terms of their branding. And this is where something like, I don't think I had just started the role, but we hadn't really established any marketing development funds. So all the marketing was initiatives that the agency was doing. Having spoken to the ex-former employee afterwards, he said that was probably one of the worst things that we did. Because once you've set up like an agency that has the relationship and is living and breathing the brand, you've got to almost protect them, right? So it becomes more of a distribution agreement rather than just a reseller agreement.
And then if an agency does have a really good relationship or a relationship with a client, and they refer a vendor, and a vendor comes on board, if the agency brand relationship ends, shall we say, not amicably, which does happen, well, now we're, as a vendor, now in a very, very difficult position, because whoever is going to, is now in that situation at the brand side, with the agency now out of the equation. Fair chance they may be like, we never actually wanted this tool in the first place. That agency who screwed us over recommended it. Let's go to market and see if we can find something else, because it's not worked well. So there's an unfortunate element of risk there. And the same, brands and vendors part ways and move on to other tools like all the time. But it's just something out of our control, and we can't mitigate. We can mitigate as best we can, and we have to build our own relationships from a customer success and technical account management perspective with the brand. At which point it does start to look like you're almost competing. It's almost like we as the vendor say, no, don't speak to them. We're the real guys. We're the ones who know how it actually works. Don't listen to them, and then friction can start to appear there.
Yeah, which, like everything else, comes back to relationships. We were working really well with both the Amplitude and we even had a second agency at one point for a certain project, another Amplitude partner which they'd recommended we talk to, and it was great for that project, that limited time frame. I can see where these things are the issues, it does require work from the vendor to establish a relationship, just to set the boundaries. And that's the openness for conversation. You don't want to. I can see where a vendor would want to open up the market to more resellers. There's more potential side there.
Yeah.
And try to do it in a way which doesn't hurt the relationship's the challenge,
Yep.
of course. If they were still sending all their clients that actually got them independently your way, there's still a preference there.
Yeah, I mean, because that agency isn't necessarily reaching the whole market.
They can't.
They would almost have to set up a subsidiary as a distributor and do some, agreements with the other agencies. Because, as we know, agencies don't work well together. If it's as much as it would be great if there are agencies that are special in this and that, and we're starting to see a lot of conglomerates. You're looking at the Conversionista, which is a part of a greater family of other complementary agencies, and they don't necessarily step on each other's feet. So it seems like the agency world's evolving. The product world is evolving. I mean, you're also dealing with volume-based licensing. I mean, that's got to be interesting as well, because if the volume's increasing, but the business isn't increasing.
Any value. And also, if the volume's increasing, their cost is obviously going up. If depending on how they use Snowplow, their infrastructure cost is going up. Their BigQuery, their GCP costs are going up as well. And we don't want to be seen as we don't like to try and scalp customers or price gouge them because, if they are seeing more value, then it seems reasonable.
You'd hope the business is going up. The traffic's going up. They should be there.
If there's more traffic coming into your website, which is generating more hits into Snowplow, which is costing you more money, well, it's surely a good thing that more people.
It's both a good bad thing though. If you're tracking more events, and you've got events which are high volume, low value, we actually need to review which events do we track. We'd love to almost be the tracking in place, turn on, turn off when you need it. Consent's a great thing. Cookie banners are great. Because you lose 30% of your traffic, your costs go down a lot thanks to consent.
And the data you get is much better because it's consented and more usable.
Legal, but
but they're more usable in more different use cases, which expands the future.
Cost savings.
I will say there's also, I won't say the name of who, but there was a time when I was working with a customer of Snowplow and an external agency consultancy, and this was the first time that they officially used or been involved in a Snowplow project. And there were times where me specifically, and someone from this agency disagreed on an approach to doing something. I had strongly made a recommendation of what I believe was the right way to do it, based on my work with several other customers.
Much more experience.
And the guy said to me on a Zoom call, well, that's great, but I don't really care. I'm going to do it this way anyway. And I was but now,
that's the thing.
If that's the case, then conversation's over, isn't it? So, and unfortunately,
they were wrong.
They were wrong, and they then helped the brand run an evaluation for a replacement tool.
Yeah.
Which they then were the agency recommending, and they then recommended a different vendor who were one of their partners.
Yeah. And gents, we could really go on, and I've still got questions about enablement and also strategy and what is the future of. But there is a bar that we can and probably get into a bit more of the finer details.
I might be able to tell you the name.
I've got a few war stories up my sleeve as well. But Jordan and Peter, it's such a pleasure sitting in this format and being able to have this dialogue. And knowing that it is out in the open, and hopefully it sparks people out there either listening live or on the video on demand or the replay that we can make a difference, because it's incredibly frustrating when it doesn't really work out as well as it could do.
Because when it does work well, we do have some consultancy partners. Infinite Lambda are based in Europe and in the Far East. They're excellent. They've been excellent with every project we've ever done with them. Not to my horrible war stories aside, there are great partners that we've worked with and are mutually beneficial for every party. So it absolutely can work, but it is tough.
Hopefully we can make a bit of a difference to that. But thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And Jordan. And that's it for my tenure here in Superweek 2026 of my interviews and panel sessions. Up next, we have my fellow hosts closing off Superweek 2026, Superweek TV, that is. But thanks for listening, and we hope to see you soon. Cheers, and thank you.
Thank you.
works. I'm Juliana Jackson. For those of you that don't know me, I work at Jellyfish. I'm a cloud director. I work in the data science team. I do a podcast called Standard Deviation with Simo, and I run a newsletter called Beyond the Mean. And of course, I'm going to brag that last year I won 4 awards for best AI and ML work. I got a Lovey Award and BIMA, British Interactive Media Awards. Yay me. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, I'm done. So I was talking to Tim Wilson, and I want to make a parenthesis here. There's 3 people that I talk to very, very often on Slack, and by talk to means I send 60 messages and they send 1. Matt, Tim, and Jason. Thank you for tolerating me for so long. I write with Jason, I get help from Tim, and Matt is when I have an idea and I'm not sure how to fix it, but Matt helps, so that's why I'm wearing a t-shirt. Okay, so I was talking to Tim Wilson about personalization. So I don't do digital analytics anymore. So this is not going to be an analytics talk. It's going to be an advertising talk. So there's some of us there now. I'm in media. I do different things. So I was talking to Tim about personalization because we've been lying to ourselves for 33 years that we're doing personalization. What is personalization? Is it hyper-segmentation? Is it hyper-personalization? Is it clustering? Is it RFM segmentation? What is actually personalization? Is it hello name? Is it algorithmic learning from our interactions and behavior? What the fuck is personalization? So, So there was this book that Tim told me about that was written in '93 from one-to-one, one customer relationship at the time. So in this book, we're talking about the concept of personalization. When it was introduced, everybody was shaking hands, being, oh my God, we're going to write the hello name. Thank you for coming. The weather is rainy in Malmo, so you should go to Elos and buy an umbrella, or to Lindex. I live in Sweden, that's why I'm making these jokes just for me. So the promise of personalization was that every customer gets a perfectly relevant experience at all times. But the problem that we have been having for ages, that we're saying that we're having, and I'm not talking about the data right now, we cannot produce content fast enough to be able to be relevant across all the micro-segments of the market, and then the internet. Because first it was the market, then the internet came in. So it was double trouble. So we weren't able as companies to produce enough content to be relevant. But GenAI solved that. That was 33 years ago. GenAI solved content production. And in fact, you can create thousands of creative assets just before lunch. You just need to know how to prompt. You need to understand image or video dimensions and parameters. You can, and if you are in my newsletter, I actually share some. You can do all of this stuff, launch a new product before lunch. One thing that GenAI didn't solve, because it's kind of like the thing that matters the most. It's solved volume. You can create thousands of variations instantly. Bam, done. It solved cost. You don't have to go with your production team to Cabo or to Malibu to film a new commercial. You can just get it done. And then it solves speed. You get stuff in minutes, not in months or in years or whatever. But there is solve relevance. Are our assets relevant to our audiences? Because relevance is the only thing that is connected to ROI, is the only thing connected to revenue. The answer is no, it did not solve relevance. The idea is you can create millions of ads and creative assets, but you don't know which ads are going to build your brand. You don't know which ones are going to lure your brand. That is the haystack paradox and what we're going to talk about today. Okay, how did we get here? I have a question, and I always get funny answers because I did this talk before. When do you guys think the funnel was created? It's an actual question. So come on, throw some numbers at me.
What's your question?
When was the funnel invented?
2000.
Okay, give me some more. Give me years. How many years ago?
1930.
The funnel. AIDA. When was AIDA? Awareness, interest, consideration. When was it invented?
60 years ago.
Okay. So Julian says 60? Huh? Somebody said to me 2,000 years ago when I talked at a conference, and I said, yes, Jesus said, let there be funnel. Let all these people measure. Okay, so the funnel was invented a century ago by this British dude called Elias St. Elmo Lewis. Yes, this was when the funnel was invented. And ever since, every agency on the planet and SaaS company took this shit and made it their own. The messy middle. Or other names for it. Google was famous for the messy middle. Oh, we have exploration, product, oh, I'm gonna buy and I'm gonna be happy and I'm gonna convert. The shitty part, because of course there's gonna be a shitty part, is all the analytics tools on the market right now are as linear as this funnel. All the way we measure anything in this world is linear. Do you think experience is linear? Do you think the way people make decisions is linear? That's why I gave up on analytics, personal moment. It's because I don't care what the fuck is happening on the website. I just want to know what people are thinking about when they're buying something from me so they can buy more, so I can make more money. I'm very cynical. Yes. So this is the experience in 2026. Took me 40 minutes to build this slide, so I hope you guys appreciate it. The modern customer journey is not linear. Nothing happens across the sales funnel anymore. The funnel, in my opinion, which I know I'm going to piss off some people, but can't have it all. The funnel is the most useless way to look at the customer journey because nothing happens across the sales funnel. Sure, if you want to isolate your perception to the website or an app, yes, but you're missing 95% of the customer journey because people will be on TikTok, go on Reddit, read something, scratch their ass, go to a movie, come back, and buy in 2 weeks direct because they saw something. And you cannot measure that with traditional tools. You cannot measure that with traditional analytics tools. So the shift that we did from funnels to algorithmic feeds is why your creative asset is more than an ad. Your creative asset is carrying the load of your website or your app. The only thing that follows people across all these places that they are is your creative asset. And it's your storefront, your brand experience, and the only control touch point. Great, Juliana, that's fucking awesome. But how can we still achieve relevance? Because we can create these assets, we're following people, and as an industry, we're fucking obsessed with funnels. Oh, we're obsessed with funnels and with platforms. How is TikTok doing? How is Meta doing? We're so obsessed with platforms, but we're not obsessed with customers and understanding the customer. So the only thing that is actually following the customer everywhere, the creative asset. So I want you guys to think about the creative asset as the new targeting. That's how I think about it. And there's something that measures the performance of creative assets. It's called creative intelligence. And it has these 4 levers that I mentioned. It has volume, because you need to generate enough variations to satisfy algorithmic feed. You need to kill underperformers before they waste the budget. So you have a live campaign and you see that one of your assets is underperforming, kill it. You need to know that. You need that intelligence. Then speed. You need to get insights right then when the campaign is live. It doesn't help you with anything knowing after the campaign is over, you fucked up. Ooh, what can I do with that? And relevance is aligning the creative asset with the audience intent at scale, so following people across all these places. The reality is in marketing, you constantly make trade-offs between these pillars. You make trade-offs between volume and cost, or relevance, and so on. And that's the reality of the business. That's not going to change, and I don't have any recipe for that. Something we need to live with. But there is ways, and that's why I'm here today. Because the bottleneck for relevance was never production, as we said in the past. It was intelligence. It's actually understanding how does an asset perform. So I want you to take 3 things from this talk. Rethink your creative measurement performance strategy by being more intentional about how you experiment with your assets so that you can make more money by being the answer at every point of intent. So historically, I did some research. As an industry, especially for CRO people, we have been conflating creative intelligence with creative optimization because all ad platforms have an optimization part that is already built in. So we've been running multi-arm bandits. And a multi-arm bandit is an ML algorithm used for real-time adaptive traffic allocation to the best performing campaign variations. And mobs are great, love it, but they have 3 very big problems. They're component blind. If you run 2 tests against each other, or 3 or 10 or whatever, you will only find out that one asset one. But you will not know if it's the background, is the copy, is the CTA, is whatever. You just know it one. Maps are component blind. Another thing is that it's very hard to measure with a multi-arm bandit algorithm what changes have high, low, and marginal value for your campaigns. You cannot know. And the reason is because mobs are really good at finding what is the local best thing ever, like the local optima, but they cannot map the creative space. It cannot look at all your historical data and all your tests and are able to make correlations and conclusions about what are the main effects and combinations of your assets. We're going to talk about that too. So creative intelligence is what maps the entire space, not just the assets that win, but the structure itself. But first we need to take a step back. What is actually a creative asset? Because I know historically we're thinking about ads and assets as indivisible units. That's it, ad A versus ad B. In fact, a creative asset is a bundle of strategic dimensions. It's a coordinate in a high dimensional space defined both by quantitative and qualitative variables. An ad will have a concept, and you'll have qualitative data like color scheme, lighting, photography, visual composition. It will have content. It will have dimensions like product timing, CTA type, face present, background color, and then it has context. Is it TikTok versus YouTube? Is it feed versus in story? Is it real? Is it Gen Z versus millennial? This is all that happens behind your creative asset. It's not just a picture. It's not just an image. It's a point that is extremely, extremely multidimensional that lives in a space. So I have here my ad 437 that I showed you earlier. And you can see I have the blue background, I have a face present, I have the product present, glow naturally headline. And this is all the variations, but it's the same shit. I just changed a few dimensions to it. There are infinite combinations of dimensions. So the space where our creative assets live is exactly like Zoli's pictures all over Superweek. Like, this is when I look at these pictures, I was thinking about my talk. That's how high the space is. So, are you still with me? We good? Good. Okay. So if every ad or asset is a unique combination of multiple variables, what happens when we create a huge set of variants, which is most of our campaigns? We get a creative space. And this is something that is my favorite part of this talk. A creative space basically synthesizes past campaign performance, taxonomies, brand guidelines, tone of voice messaging, and various other asset variables. And this is the data that can be used to predict future asset performance. A creative space is basically all your historical campaign performance data. And I'm in a very privileged place because the agency that I work for is a tech agency, and we have this tool called Pencil. And people use Pencil to generate assets. So we have a data warehouse where each asset is decomposed into all the components. So I'm able to see all these small parts and how they perform against CTR, conversion rate, whatever I want to put next to it. So basically all that historical data is a creative space where you can go and test things to be able to make predictions. And this, I went to Matt Gershoff. Hi, Matt. Thank you. So I went to Matt, as I normally do, sending him 20,000 messages on LinkedIn, talking about this stuff. And he said to me stuff that I did not understand immediately. It took me some time to process. But Matt was talking about how a creative space, I should think about the creative space as a lattice that explodes exponentially the more things you have in it. So then he sent me a link about factorial design and factorial ANOVA. And then I was like, oh shit, I know how to approach this. So I went in Python, and so Matt sent me something called response surface methodology, which is an experimental design method that combines a lot of statistical methods to look at the processes, not necessarily at each individual thing. Is more like a process thing, to analyze the processes, and you don't need to test everything. You just need to test a part of the thing so you can predict future behavior. So I did this in Python. I'm looking at 3 dimensions. I have product timing, copy length of an asset, and then I have a CTR. So the way this works is very similar to RFM segmentation and k-means clustering. You just create some clusters of very specific behaviors. And as you can see here, I have a very high-performing region that is at 3.5 seconds with a copy of 45, which means this is a good combination of dimensions that will perform well and will have a high CTR. So the way I think about this, if I launch 100 to 500 ads that cover different creative dimensions, then I will have enough to map a performance landscape. Because if I combine all these dimensions of an ad, I'm going to get a shit ton of learning. And that's like what I'm talking about, is learning and understanding. So then if I identify which combinations drive results and which don't, I will make better decisions next time when I create an asset. Then the cool part is you can use these patterns to score the thousands of ads you haven't launched yet. Because that's the beauty of this, is that when you decompose an asset with factorial ANOVA, you can actually see what specific main effects of each dimension worked, but also the interaction of those dimensions. And we'll give you a full story of that asset performance. Are you still with me, guys? I want to see some heartbeat. I know, I'm trying. Good. And the last part is that you only launch the winner. So this is the warm orange layers here. Okay, let's move on. This is basically MMM, but for images. I should have probably said that in the beginning. MMM, but for images and videos and creatives. So let's move on. A big mistake that I did, and maybe other people will do, is that to understand creative performance, you need to not look only at the single asset dimension performance. It doesn't help us with nothing to know that the CTA perform or the headline perform or the background perform. It's not enough. It's just half of the story. You always need to look at the interactions between these dimensions, because it can be that a CTA with a background performs well for a specific audience. It can be that the headline plus a specific face present will perform well. Always look at the interactions between the dimensions. So I did a bit of industry research to see how much does the creative impact sales. What is the sales variance? So I found these 3 debatable sources, but known in the industry for doing this, that are saying in large that 50 to 60% of all the performance of a creative, it comes from its quality, it comes from the asset, it comes from how good that ad is. So I said to myself, well, if we can explain 50%, then it means that the main effects and the interactions of a creative asset will explain this performance. It's a question that I ask myself, is this explained by the main effects and dimensions? Well, we have main effects, right? So you heard this from Matt, who explained it better than me. But the main effects are called first order. So this is the individual impact of a single creative element, like the color of headline, on performance. And this is independent of other things that are happening on your asset. So if you have an ad, if you at main effects, you will see the results of, there we go, come on. No, okay. So we have early product timing, free shipping, and blue background. So you will see the CTR lift per each individual dimensions of the asset, which is great. It's interesting, which is like the worst thing you should say about data. It's interesting. It's great. It gives you something to think about, but it's not enough. Interaction effect is basically the combined effect of 2 or more of these, which differs from the sum of their individual performance, and they work differently together than apart. So if you look here, I did a slope chart. I love slope charts. So I have here 2 types of CTA, I have 2 types of background, and I'm looking at the CTR. I don't know how visible this is. I should have thought this through. Yeah, we good? So then this is a crossover point, as you can see here, and it tells you a bit of a more in-depth story, because let's say you want to launch a new campaign. If you have enough context about what are the dimensions that work well together, you will make a richer asset. Hey, Julius. Yeah, I have ADHD, bro. Don't do this to me now. Okay. Which begs the question. Okay, so if we have all this data about our creative assets and each individual parts of our creative assets, how much can we control? Well, we can control, and this is where Gunnar and I might disagree. Hi, Gunnar. We do control the creative. We control the color, the copy, the timing choices, the platform-specific optimization that we do, and the audience creative fit. This is that 50% that comes from main effects and interactions. This is what we can control. And it brings me back to that saying of advertising, like I have 50% of my money and I don't know which one I'm losing or something like that. I don't remember it. This is where it is. What you cannot control is platform and algorithm changes. You cannot control competitors' campaign news cycles and randomness. Nobody can do that, not me, you, or anyone. So if creative drives 50 to 60% performance, it's always going to come from the main effects and second-order interactions of your creative assets dimensions. This is very important. And this is a huge discovery that I made, because if I have 50% control over what I do, this puts me already in a better place than people that just do random shit or just limit themselves to research or survey groups. Because I also have hot takes on qualitative data as well, Tim. Yes. So the response surface methodology says that you don't need to test every combination, but it does say that you need to understand the space well enough to predict. But how can you scale it? Because it's so many fucking dimensions. It's exactly like this walls at Superweek. So here's my favorite lattice. In the real world, you will have 5 colors, headlines, 3 CTA, 2 timings, multiplied by 3 platform, multiplied by audiences. So this is, in this example here, 1,800 combinations and even more. So if you looked at just this little spot where you have a local optima here of the best asset variable in the bunch, so this is a simplified version of the creative space, the more you add here, this space grows and grows and grows. And the thing is, creative intelligence is basically a topology function. You learn the structure of your campaigns and your creative assets, and you use that learning to make better decisions when you create new assets. Again, very fortunate to have the data warehouse in BigQuery in our case, and be able to have access to this. But if you have very good taxonomy in your company, this all starts with good taxonomy. Anybody can use this. If you have this data into your warehouse and it's very nicely labeled, and you have a clean taxonomy, you can analyze your past campaign performance and start finding these places. In reality, almost in pseudo-reality, an asset would look like this. So I have one creative asset with 8 dimensions, and I have almost 43,000 combinations. This is how big is one creative asset that lives, in our feeds. So here, I tested, let's say, 287 combinations, but it teaches my model something about the rest that I haven't. So what I'm saying is that when you use this type of method, you never start from zero knowledge. Because when you start normally a campaign, you start from zero knowledge. But analyzing your historical data and decomposing your asset is going to give you so much to work with. However, testing this is not feasible for most businesses. It would just blow up your budget, right? All the contextual variables that we are talking about, the platform, audience, business models, and objectives, multiplied with your creative space, with the colors and CTAs and headline, equals in combinations that, if tested, will burn budget and more. Like, you cannot test at this level. It's impossible. But let's put it in practice. So before I move on and I show you what I did, I want you, if it's one thing that I want you to take away from this talk, is that creative intelligence means content and context. And thank you, Matt, for that. I don't see where Matt is, but thank you, Matt, for that. He left me?
He's at the TV.
Damn, Matt Gershaw. I'm going to close this shirt. Take this, Matt Gershaw, wherever you are. Hold up. Fuck it. Okay. Creative content and context. Content is what's in the asset, right? So we have composition, color, faces, object, style, copy, structure. This is the content. But then you have the context. The context is what surrounds the asset. So you have platform, audience, and business model. Very important. You won't be able to measure your creative asset performance removing this out of it or just looking at one. The scope of creative intelligence is to be able to combine content and context to score assets before launch, diagnose performance in real time, and build this organizational memory for future campaigns. That's the only reason we're doing this. Industry frameworks in creative and in advertising, as you probably know, they break in creative intelligence, in this case, in 3 distinct phases. You have pre-flight, in-flight, and post-flight. That's across industries for campaign. And I'm using the same ad that I showed you so far. So my content here is I have a headline, a background color, I have a face, product timing, CTA offer, and copy length. And my context is I'm going to drop this on Instagram Reels. I'm going to go in-feed organic, 916 vertical video e-commerce conversion, and devices mobile. So this is the ad that I'm going to test right now. In pre-flight, I need to validate that the asset that I'm presenting is actually makes sense for what I have done before. It's going to do a brand guideline check, it's going to do a platform best practices check, and it's going to give us a prediction scoring. So you're basically looking at all your historical data campaign, and you're going to get a score for your asset based on the effects and the interactions of the dimensions of the previous assets you tested. And then it's going to tell you, does this asset fit with your audience, personas, and intent? So let's see what happens. So I did this pre-flight analysis for this ad. It passed my brand guidelines, it passed my best practices. I have an excellent audience fit based on my historical data. However, besides some components that go well, I get a light warning here. Now I'm going to read it because I don't know if you guys can see it there. It says that product visible at 2.5 seconds is not good because based on our historical data, Gen Z may prefer that the product to show up in the ad earlier. So you get this, you need to make a decision. Do you launch now? Do you launch in 2 weeks? What is the recommended budget? What's the expected ROAS? You have to make a decision. This is the human in the loop. But because you're getting fired next week, you're saying, fuck it, I'm gonna run this ad, which I did. And you're in flight. It's 48 hours in your campaign. You need to understand what specific elements of the asset are driving performance, what's the incremental lift from changing a specific element, because you're gonna run variations, not just the asset. You need to see the interaction effects. How does the button plus background plus face perform? And then where can you make quick fixes to improve the results? So let's go back. Well, we see that our variance is underperforming. The components that were scored well pre-flight are doing good, but the product visibility that we were warned about is still an issue. And the thing is that we're going to get this diagnosis from the model that you build, and it's going to say, this is too late. Gen Z attention span drops after 2 seconds or real. You're using 8% CTR versus the prediction. But there's nice interaction effects between the blue background and the shop now and the face plus free shipping on this variant. So keep it. But you have an issue on the timing. So what do? You have to make another decision here. You have to think, are you going to kill the original variant? Are you going to scale an optimized version? Are you going to increase budget? This is questions that you will be faced with. Well, let's say you continued with it because again, you're getting fired. Like, fuck everybody, I'm going to go. It's my money. You're in post-flight. The campaign is over. Now, most people after the thing is most companies will start the campaign from zero all the time, no matter what. It's always going to be from zero, the creative part of the campaign. We are missing on the post-campaign learnings so much because post the campaign, you need to review what were the high-performing regions and clusters of the campaign. What are the underperforming patterns? What are the untested combinations we should consider? And finally, what is our organizational memory? How do we get smarter with each campaign? Because the logic here is that campaign 10 will be better than campaign 1 because the model learned from the 9 previous campaigns. It's kind of like that always learning and adapting methodology. Well, let's see. So, yay, the stuff that we're saying that we are going to do good went good because we had a good prediction model. But we still have this underperforming pattern. So, of course, clearly the one that we had about timing, but then the model saw in different variants that different combinations of dimensions are performing well, not performing well. Text-heavy designs are not performing well. This is something to avoid. And then based on all your campaign data, all your historical data, this are some untested combinations that you should use on your next campaign. So you should combine green background, press shop now, put it at 1.5 seconds timing, and use the same formula for TikTok. This is just simply data in a table. That's the best way I can say it. You use the data in a table and you use a prediction model on it. MMM but for images or videos. Knowledge, that's kind of like what I really am passionate about. This knowledge accumulates. Campaign 10 is smarter because they learned from all the 9 campaigns before it. That's the scope of this, to build organizational memory. Now, is this relevant? You know, that's what I've been thinking when I finalized working and testing this. I was like, is this relevant? I do think it is. I think we are very fast to say, you know, let's use AI and agents for everything, but I'm not using AI here. I'm using machine learning. You just, and these guys know very well, like, I push myself so much to learn this stuff, and it's like, I don't want to learn how to do stuff in an LLM or with an agent. I want to learn stats. I haven't used AI for this. This is all just machine learning and linear algebra. That's it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, don't get me started. So this is the haystack paradox, right? We're creating a lot of shit, but we don't know what works. The needle is actually the relevance. It's not the winning ad. Which combinations of creative elements resonates to which audience in which context? That's the questions that we should ask ourselves. And this is a consultant slide. What is because I'm a consultant at the end of the day. It's what we do. You get media efficiency, product efficiency, and strategic value. Basically, it's kind of like you eliminate the learning gap. You need to be able to learn what doesn't work before you launch the campaign and kill it, versus then just going and spending money on campaigns that will never bring you anything. So the takeaways is, first, yes, Gen AI did solve volume, cost, and speed, but it did not solve relevance. Creative intelligence, always content and context. And this framework is very important. Pre, in, and post-flight. And finally, you control absolutely nothing. The only thing you can control is the creative asset. And the more we lie to ourselves that we're on the internet and we're measuring website performance, the harder it's going to be, because we're not. Web analytics, I give it a few years. I know this is the wrong place to say this, but yeah. Anyway, so my all takeaway is that stats are totally making a comeback in 2026. Be a rebel, take a linear algebra course, take a stats course, think more critically. Nobody gives a shit about, yeah, take a stats course, be a rebel. That's it. Thank you.
I think Yehoshua has met his match, right? You've got some competition there. Good morning, Superweek. I know it's early. I know there were many late nights, so thank you for being here this morning. This morning we're going to talk about Stutzna. We're going to talk about something that I think every analyst in their career has gone through, that feeling of inconceivable, and what that really means in terms of how our industry is changing and how us as analysts have to change and adapt to keep up. And this is all going to be themed on my favorite movie of all time, The Princess Bride. Yes, give me a show of hands if you've seen The Princess Bride. Great. I was told last night that only people of a certain age have seen this movie, so thank you to my fellow old people. For the younger ones, you might recognize some of the memes. That might resonate, but okay. So bear with me here. Yeah, Tim, this thing is like... All right, well, we're gonna go with this. So if you don't know me, I think most of you do. I'm Krista Seiden. I have been in the analytics industry for almost 2 decades now. I have spent a very large amount of that time, either internal full-time at Google, as the evangelist for Google Analytics, as a product manager on the early days of GA4, and then later as a consultant still helping the Google Analytics team fix GA4. I don't consult with them anymore. It's still not fixed. But during that time, I taught more than 1 million people how to do analytics, both with Universal Analytics and GA4. I run my own analytics consultancy, KS Digital. Some of you may have seen me talk about that last year. But more recently, I've gone in-house to Amplitude, and I'm now the product evangelist, one of the product evangelists for Amplitude. And I couldn't be more excited about that. I think they have an amazing vision. They're building a great platform. It's a really, really solid tool, and I say that with a lot of conviction, having built analytics tools. And so today, I'm not going to talk about Amplitude specifically. There will be screenshots of some Amplitude features. Insert your favorite analytics tool of choice, that's fine. Just examples, but we're going to go through a story arc. So let's get going. We are going to cover the arc of our industry, of the analyst, in 3 acts with the Princess Bride theme. So we're going to start with inconceivable. So I think every single person in this room has felt this feeling of impossible. A stakeholder comes to you with what they think is a simple question, and you just get this feeling of dread, and you're like, oh my goodness, what is it going to take me to be able to answer that question? We've all had this moment. Again, that stakeholder comes, something simple, like how many people did this or that yesterday, last month? Simple question. But it doesn't feel simple. It feels like we are climbing the cliffs of insanity. Reference from the movie. And it's overwhelming. We look at this and we're like, how do we even start? So the business wants to know the why. Our data set really only tells us the what. Whoop, sorry. And when we get these inconceivable tasks, they come with the hazards of data. So first we have the rodents of unusual size, the ROUSs, not to be confused with the ROASs. And that is like dirty data. Then we have the flame spurts, the broken tracking. We have the lightning sand, the analysis paralysis. I feel this deeply in all parts of my life. And we have to navigate this. We have to spend time figuring out how to survive all of these hazards of data. And rather than finding the right answer, we're just trying to survive out there. And the thing is, what we're really being asked are generally pretty reasonable questions that the business wants to know, but the workflows that are often required seem impossible. Simple questions like, why did users abandon the cart? What experience actually influenced conversion? What should we change next? These are things the business is asking. These are things we should be able to answer pretty easily. But we're working with legacy tool sets. We're working with tools from 2010, or some of us, many earlier. And we're counting things like page views and sessions and hits, and we're looking at aggregated traffic. We're getting the what, but not the why. So before we continue, I thought it would be fun to walk down a little timeline, a little history of the analytics industry here. We go all the way back to 1995 when Urchin was founded. And shout out to Josh's amazing sweatshirt from yesterday, if anybody saw that. Loved it. 1996, Omniture was founded. They came into the game. 2005, very important event. Google acquired Urchin and relaunched it in early 2006 as Classic Analytics. 2009, Adobe acquired Omniture. I have a little animation here, some stars. So just my personal timeline. I joined Adobe in February of 2009. They purchased Omniture later that year. Not saying it's related. Correlation, causation, you decide. 2012, I joined Google in September, and in later that year, Universal Analytics was launched. 2012, Amplitude was also founded. In 2014, very important event, Google acquired Firebase, which later became Google Analytics App Plus Web and GA4. I left Google, very important. I left Google full-time in February of 2019. GA4 in its initial version was released publicly in July of 2019, so I didn't do it. Also in 2019, Adobe was like, oh, there's something to this event-based thing. We're going to do CJA. Later they did product analytics, trying to catch up. 2020, GA4 was rebranded. 2021, Amplitude starts to become more of a platform. They launch Experiment. 2023, Adobe does product analytics. Also 2023, Universal Analytics, the free version, the best version, was sunset in July of 2023. A year later, the 360 version died. 2025, Amplitude now has a digital analytics platform. I'm getting pretty excited about it. I joined Amplitude. Okay, so great little walk down memory lane. Thanks for going there with me. But when we think of these legacy tools, we have an old way of working. So the analyst workflow, something like you receive a question, you pull a report in an interface, or you write some SQL queries, you then spend a lot of time cleaning the data, you build a dashboard, and it's rinse and repeat. You do it over and over again. By the time you finally get the answer after hours of investigation, the business has moved on and they have a whole new question. Now in the movie, Count Rugen is in the pit of despair, and he's got the man in black here, and he puts him on the machine, and he runs this machine, and he says, I have just sucked a year of your life. And that is kind of what this old analyst workflow feels like when you spend hours of your day pulling and cleaning data just to get a simple answer. So the pit of despair also has a nasty side effect, because the manual work is so hard that we are often losing sight of answering specific questions, and we're actually starting to try to answer easier ones, or we're finding proxies for the questions and the answers that we need. So we fall into the metric trap. We stop tracking value, and instead we're tracking engagement, retention, proxy metrics. And don't get me wrong, these are valuable metrics, but they're all proxies, right? They don't have a specific value to any one organization. And it kind of makes you feel like Inigo Montoya when he warns us that you keep using that word, but I do not think it means what you think it means, right? Because every business is going to have a different definition of these things. The stakeholder is thinking revenue, the tools, the systems, they're thinking clicks. It doesn't always match the expectation. And when we rely on vague metrics, we don't just get confused, we can get arrogant. We think that we've won the game, and actually we've drunk the poison. So if you're familiar with the movie or the meme, Vizzini here is in the Battle of Wits, and he is battling with the man in black, and there's 2 cups of wine. And one of them is supposed to be poisoned, and it's a mind game, right? Which one should I drink? And he gets really arrogant, and he thinks that he's outsmarted his enemy. And so he goes ahead and he drinks the wine, and he's going on about the famous blunders of the world. And he says, you know, the first blunder is that you never get involved in a land war in Asia. And he's going on, and then he just keels over and dies. So our industry's classic blunder is something like never assuming that high traffic equals success, right? We see page views spike and we get really excited. We're like, oh man, we drove so much traffic. We've got a lot of engagement. We're doing really great. But what we're missing is that, you know, that traffic's not converting. Things are not equaling out for the business. We're getting too excited without looking at the bigger picture. So we can't win the battle of wits this way. We have to switch hands. Now, there's a famous dueling scene earlier on in the movie where Inigo Montoya is dueling the man in black in a massive sword fight. And it's going on, and Inigo Montoya he's doing really good. He's holding his own, but he's starting to lose to the man in black. And then he stops, and he says, I know something that you don't know. I am not left-handed. At which point he switches hands with the sword and starts to take over the duel, starts to take over the fight, fighting right-handed. And that's where we're at as an industry. It is time to switch hands and start using the tools that are really going to help us succeed. So let's start with a common ask, the ad hoc query, right? So in this room, we're all the experts. But how much of your time is being spent on simple questions? Raise your hand if, in the past 30, 60, 90 days, you've gotten a question like, how many users came to the site last month? What was our iOS traffic like? How many people purchased, right? I only see 2 hands. You guys are all lying, okay? Everybody here, thank you. We all get these simple questions. And yet we've spent so much of our time and our years of experience developing the skills to be stellar analysts, to be able to find the patterns, to be able to do the deep thinking. And we don't have time for it because we have to answer these simple ad hoc questions. And that's where this first shift is going to happen. We're going to go from reporting to driving impact. We're not going to repeat this statement over and over again for 20 years trying to find the person who killed his father. We're going to use that time and energy and put it towards what I'm going to call like a junior analyst, right? An analyst who never sleeps. So the first role is delegating some of those easier tasks. Offloading the basics. So here, this is an Amplitude screenshot, your first one. This is our AI assistant. It's like a chat bot, kind of like a co-pilot for your data. But the idea here is that if you're a product manager, if you're somebody who is not deep analyst in the data, easily pulling everything, you can go in and you can ask something like, hey, how many people came last month? And you'll immediately get a chart that you can click to with an answer. This then frees you up, the expert, to be able to do the deeper thinking, to start to drive the strategy, because you don't have to constantly answer these types of very simple ad hoc queries. So AI can now handle the questions that people ask. But as we know, dangerous problems are not always very evident, right? Things break, you have to monitor it. In the old days, in the old ways, we woke up every morning and we looked at 20 tabs of dashboards and charts to make sure that nothing broke and no metrics went down, and we don't have to, raise a big fire alarm that morning. And that's where, again, we're gonna start to see a shift. We can have dashboard agents. We can have the AI constantly scanning and monitoring these things for us so that it can alert us immediately when anomalies happen. Takes away a lot of that time and effort that we spend regularly monitoring, again, so we can free up our time for bigger, more proactive tasks. So in this case, the agent has found something. It's alerted. The checkout dropped 15% on iOS. So the biggest fear, I think, that every analyst has, rightfully so, with AI is trust. Can we trust that data? Can we trust the output? Can we trust that our stakeholders who are asking a question in an AI assistant are going to get the right answer? Is the data hallucinating? Is the AI hallucinating, right? And that is where governance and trust really comes in. So the reality is that we can't trust it if the data going in is poisoned, right? If that glass of wine is poisoned and you drink it, you're not going to be prepared. Now, in the Battle of Wits, back to the movie here, the man in black poisons both cups of wine, if you didn't know. So, sorry, giving away the plot. But he has spent the past many years building up an internal immunity to the poison, to the iocane powder that he puts in the glasses of wine, so that when he drinks it, it's not going to affect him. That's like us. That's the human veteran, right? We need to build up that immunity. We need to make sure that the systems that are answering these questions have that immunity. If you ask an AI something like, how many purchases did we have? But you have 5 different events: purchase complete, complete purchase, purchase checkout success, all of those things. The AI is going to get confused. It's going to start hallucinating. It's going to give bad answers, and your business is going to make wrong decisions based on that data. But you, as the human, as the expert, you know that. You've already, drunk that poison, built up that immunity. You understand that because you've been living in that data. So that is one important role that you have, is building in that governance and trust into the systems. Which brings me to the idea that governance is not a spreadsheet. So I think most people here have probably spent time in a spreadsheet that is 5,000 rows long. It's called a solution design reference document. It has lots and lots of events and parameters or properties or however you call it in your analytics tool, and it's documenting everything. And you're like, this is governance. We've got great data governance because I have it all documented right here. That's wonderful. I've done that for a lot of my career. It's a lot of work. It's great, but it's not going to work going forward because it is separate from the context from the system that we need. We need that data governance to live within the tools and the systems that we are asking the questions of. Here's an example. In Amplitude, we actually have data governance built into the UI. You can do things like merging events, AI-assisted hygiene. It's going to proactively suggest things. It's going to suggest descriptions of your events. It's going to even bring in images of the events so that people who have never understood an event taxonomy can just like hover over it, see in a picture of like what that event actually is, and understand immediately what it is. And that gets passed on to all of the AI systems that you are using to help provide that single source of truth. So you've defined that truth, and now we move on to MCP. So I think we've talked about this a few times already. MCP, what is it? Model Context Protocol enables you to really connect your data safely to other tools and bring AI into that. And that is going to be a bridge, right? This is where the governance comes in. We need to make sure that what we're putting into the system has all of that context so that when you're asking questions of it, it's going to not just see an event name like purchase complete or complete purchase. It's going to see the data taxonomy, the history around it, all of that information that you may have stored in the spreadsheet previously, so that it really understands and can connect to other systems and have the right information when it's starting to give you answers so that you can build that trust. So now, with the help of AI, we know that there's an anomaly in our data. We are now, instead of spending time finding that anomaly and tracking down what's broken, we're going to track the scent and really be the expert here. So this is Prince Humperdinck. He's an expert tracker in the movie. He can look at a piece of dirt and say, oh, there was a great duel here, and this is where he switched hands, and he's gone off this way. And that is you. That is every one of us in this room. You have built up that skill set to be this expert tracker. And you know where to look, you know what tools to use, you know how to build the funnels and the charts. So you build that chart. You find the drop-off. You're like, oh, look, it looks like there's a big drop-off at step 3. People are falling off. But why? And this is where, again, we have to start thinking about the heavy lifting with qualitative scale. So with that drop-off, we don't know from our legacy tool sets, we don't know why, right? We see that there's a big drop-off at step 3. Why? What happened? You've got 10,000 sessions where that drop-off has happened, and it's really hard to be able to analyze for every one of those sessions why it happened. In this case, we've got session replay, or we have surveys, or we have some kind of qualitative analysis on top of that quantitative data. But you, as a single human being, cannot watch 10,000 session replays. That is physically, humanly impossible. So the solution here is Spwk. He is the giant who is lifting everybody up the cliffs of insanity here. And in our case, that is a session replay agent. So this agent can watch 10,000 sessions for you in a matter of minutes and figure out why that drop-off happened. Has anybody ever worked in a company that has used session replay and had a session replay watch party? Yes, okay, great. After I left Google, before I started KS Digital, I ran marketing at a company called Quantcast, and every Friday afternoon, we had a session replay watch party. We had full story, we watched a bunch of session replays. It was attended by engineering and product managers and marketing and a whole bunch of people. It was the most expensive meeting of the week because of all the people who attended, and we were able to watch maybe 10 session replays. And it was amazing because like, wow, look at all this qualitative insight we're taking away. We can actually see the customer journey. But 10 sessions that you can watch is nothing in the pool of the thousands that you have, right? And so that is the old way of doing it. We're going to get rid of those expensive meetings. We're going to go with something like a session replay agent, which is going to detect the patterns, the issues, the reasons quickly. It's going to come back with insights as to why something may have happened. It's going to come back with 3 or 4 or 5 representative replays for you to watch, to trust, to check the AI, to make sure it's actually giving you the right insights. And in this case, it's going to say something like, hey, step 3, people are falling off because the zip code field is rejecting Canadian zip codes. They're alphanumeric. People can't get through your step 3. That's why they're falling off. And that's an insight that would have taken days if you ever found it in the old way of doing things. Okay, so we've found this insight, that's great, but the job isn't done, right? We can't just go and report the bug anymore. That is selling ourselves short. It's also making our jobs very outsourceable to AI. So our job is now not just to report the bug, we found an anomaly, here's the issue. It's to fix the problem. It's to storm the castle. So we're going to close the loop. We're going to spin up an experiment in this case to fix the alphanumeric zip code issues. Maybe we'll separate them out into 2 fields for the alpha and the numeric parts. And we're going to be able to launch that quickly, all within a day of finding the insight, launching the fix. You can do that with a single platform tool. Very cool. But idea here being is we're moving from the person just reporting the problem to being the person that is solving the problem, to being much more important to the business. Which brings us to Act 3, as you wish. So in the movie, as you wish is what the farm boy in the beginning says to Buttercup every time that she asks a question. So fetch me that picture, as you wish. And that's kind of like us for many years of our career, right? A stakeholder says, get me that number, as you wish. But the future analyst is not going to be about fetching that picture or fetching that number. That's just, there's not going to be a role for that. It's about understanding the intent behind the question and delivering a solution, not just a number. So again, we have to be honest with ourselves. For a long time, we were that farm boy. But our risk becomes being just the service bureau, being a report monkey, being very outsourceable, and in the age of AI, being very, very replaceable. Which means we have to step out of that role and step into our new role. So our new role is going to be the man in black. So Wesley, the farm boy, goes off from the farm and he transforms himself. He becomes competent, strategic, an equal partner. He's the Dread Pirate Roberts. He runs a massive franchise of pirating. He becomes that very strategic partner. He doesn't take orders anymore. He helps navigate the data hazards and gets to the goal. So, in the movie, the heroes didn't just win because they were strong. They won because they had technique. They knew the plan. They knew how to plan. So let's take a look at a few specific techniques, the hard skills that us as analysts, us as the experts need to master to be able to move into this new era of being an analyst in the age of AI. So, new skill number 1. We are going to move from being just the janitor of the data to being the architect. We're going to define the context, right? AI doesn't know what an active user means until you help define it. So you need to be that definition source. You need to help govern what is going into the systems. We need to implement governance checks so that we don't have bad data hitting the LLM, so that we have bad data coming out. And you need to audit the input. So don't just check the AI's outputs, well, please do. But check the input too. Make sure that what's going in is going to be solid, because if the schema is clean, your hallucination risk drops significantly. New skill number 2. We're going to move from being just the reporter, the data monkey, report monkey, to being the investigator. So we want to delegate the what. We want to let AI, we want to let the agents handle anomaly detection and monitoring and the things that are really easy to outsource to that type of tool, which is going to free us up to be able to focus on the why, to spend our energy validating the AI's findings and using things like qualitative feedback to get to that why of what is happening to drive further insight. And finally, probably most importantly, we want to be the human filter, right? We want to let AI detect some of the patterns, but remember that it lacks empathy. It lacks that human filter, that years and years of experience that you've built up looking at data and being able to tell that story. And so you need to decide if the things that it's surfacing are critical or, that's just a silly little thing happening and we're going to move on. New skill number 3. You're going to move from being the historian to the strategist. So you want to own the fix, right? You don't just want to record what happened in the past, note that there's a bug. AI can do that for us now. You want to run the experiment. You want to push the fix. You want to help impact the future. And you want to measure velocity. You want to say, how long does it take to go from insight to action? And your job is now to help shorten that loop. And finally, you want to orchestrate. You want to use agents to automate the logistics so that you can free your time up to drive the strategy. Now, a final warning, don't be the brute squad, as Spwk would say. So I think there's a bit of a trap here. We don't want to return to the manual labor way because it feels safe, because it's what we know. I mean, I think we all do. We miss those days, some of us, Frederick especially. But the reality is that the volume of data is really high. The questions are complex. And really, if you are not adopting AI and agents, except for Frederick, you're going to lose, because this is the new way of doing things. This is the way that we are going to scale how we are working. So use the tools, try, be agile. And I want to leave you with one final thought. So if you've never seen the movie, it's actually a grandpa reading the story to his grandson. And so it kind of cuts in and out. And the grandpa he's a mensch. So in the movie, the grandpa was the one that really brought the story to life. He was reading the book. He was the narrator. He knew when to pause. He knew when to skip the boring parts, when to bring the emphasis. And that is your role, right? We have talked a lot about AI and agents and automation and all the things that we need to get into. And those are really incredible tools to help us write the book. But they can't look at the stakeholder. They can't look a stakeholder in the eye and make them feel it, make them really understand what is going on. The AI is not the storyteller. That is you, the human expert in the loop. So the book of analytics is changing. Our tools are changing. But the need for somebody to read the story, to put the emphasis in the right place, to really be that lens into the future is not changing. That is still your job. That is still where we have a role in analytics in the future. And so I'll leave you with that. So thank you.
So here we are, about to end our wonderful adventure, Josh.
It's such an adventure. You guys, thank you so much for welcoming me to
We
this
didn't
amazing
choose
thing.
that, huh?
Yeah.
We're gonna, here's your new boy. Deal with it.
Thanks for getting stuck with me.
But you know what? Yeah, it's expectation setting. We didn't know what to expect, and we love what we got.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
We figured out that we were all musicians, and it inspired us. And what happened then?
Sleep deprivation. In the sofa, you and I looked into each other's eyes, looked into the computer, and ignored everyone else.
Yeah, and we said we should write a Superweek song. We knew that there was one already, but we wanted to do another one.
Yeah.
And something magical happened. You want to listen?
I think so. And if the lovely Esther hits it in 1, 2, 3.
We're gonna play along.
All the state of God, got the Superweek in my knees, toasting and avoiding all the GA4 anomalies. Yeah, I'm sure, always singing in my ear, drinking down the data, then I'm drinking down the beer. I got some fresh ideas and I'm throwing them in my punch card. Superweek TV's going on, who's giving the talk? Smart minds, talking, having fun. We're learning about how to get server-side done. Yeah, Superweek TV is my jam. I got a lot of behind speaking that thing. The new kid on the block, Jock S got a lot to say. Oscar on violin, she's ready to play. Surge, credit, steam, talking about the day, the power of the mind with community.
That's as far as we got.
Yeah.
We have tonight to finish it.
Okay, well, we'll go finish it after we say our goodbyes here. But,
Yeah, well.
let me put this on the ground and not spit all over the beautiful table here.
And on-
Yeah, and all over you. Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway.
But I think we should say thank you to our wonderful production crew.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
production
and
crew!
team.
They are amazing.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
And the love.
You guys don't get to see him. You don't get to see him behind.
No, we have to look at these beautiful people.
But actually, before, this morning, Esther take a glass of beer for one of my hosts, so you can see her pass that.
And also the wonderful Bernadette, who runs around finding people for us. And of course, the one and only Zolly, who thought, hey, this could be an interesting idea.
Yeah, yeah.
And
how many years has Superweek TV been going on? What?
4.
3, something like that.
3 or 4.
Yeah, three.
We got the call, come over, and we
4.
found out what we were.
4 years.
4 years.
Someone is
Okay.
telling us the thanks.
You don't see them back there, but they're telling us that we're wrong. So,
But you know what's really awesome is we have some great conversations with people, and that we can actually see it as well afterwards.
thank you guys so much, and let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here.
I heard there's something cool happening, so let's go.
Is it time to go?
Yeah, it's time to go.
Time to go. Let's go. Are we taking our instrument vibes with us?
Sure we are.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, we are about to begin the Golden Punch Card, and I want us to start with welcoming Superweek hosts here, Josh, Fosca, and Yomar.
Thank you guys for being awesome. We're
Interrogated, waterboarded, and hugged it out in the end. Thank you so much. And I hope that everyone, or we hope that everyone can look back at the videos and have some great memories. Have some 2, 1, 2. It's not working anyway. 2. But look back and have some great memories on the amazing things that we all shared. And for us to have a conversation with all of you guys who there was wonderful and special. Right? Over to you, Fosca.
Thanks.
Thanks.
And for those that were not with us this year, next year there is a huge possibility that you will be next.
Absolutely.
Sounds like a threat.
So now let's get this party started.
Woo!
Mic drop.
That's a nice exit. So we'll start with inviting people who put their names bravely on this list as participants of the Golden Punch Card, and then while they're getting mic'd up, I'll explain the rules. Sounds good? Okay, so, and apologies if I mispronounce someone's name. If I do, that means your handwriting is terrible. The first person I have here is La Tar.
Who
Okay, here we go. Okay, you need to say your name out loud. Yeah, please do.
So Hunor, Lazar Hunor is the name.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Awesome. So you'll be the first one.
Looks like.
And you can go all the way to the back to get mic'd up and then take the first sit. The next person, much easier, Jason. Yay! Yep, you're also getting mic'd up. And then we have Lucas Grube. Yep. Okay, you're the third one getting mic'd up. Then we have our amazing Superweek TV host, Foska. You can actually take a seat because there are only 3 mics available. So whenever Hunor finishes, you'll go and get mic'd up. Sounds good? Okay. Shivash.
I can't believe you entered again.
How many golden punch cards do you already have? Okay. Okay, good enough. So you can take the next seat, and then once Jason is done, you'll go and get mic'd up. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Next up is Zoltan Pot. Zoltan, oh, there you are. Yes.
Okay. I think this one is okay, we'll go with this one. Can we please also see Josh here? Josh Silver. Okay. Do you have any there?
And then we have Avind Savio. Avind, come forward.
Okay, and then Pascal. Do we have Pascal? Yep. And then Ibrahim. Yay. Okay, so we have our 10 nominees. I know sometimes there are last-minute submissions, so if you wanted to put your hand up but you didn't, it's your last chance today to get your seat at this table. Oh, there is a chair, Ibrahim. Yeah. There is one here. Okay. Anyone? No? Great. Okay, so while everyone is getting mic'd up, a few housekeeping rules. First of all, I need Fred and Robert to start talking. Feeling like I'm back at school now. Second thing, I want everyone in this room to stand up for a second. Yeah, you guys can do that too. Yeah. Okay, it's been a long day. It's been long 4 days, right? How's your energy?
Awesome.
Yay! Okay, I need you to stretch high up. Here's some cracking there. And then bend to one side. Bend to the other side. Sit down, holding your hands up. Sit down. And then, close your laptops. Okay? We need all your energy here. So, who has never witnessed the golden punch card? Raise a hand. Okay. Exactly. So, how it's gonna go? Every person sitting in front of you will get 5 minutes tops, and then after that we'll be really rude, banging that thing, making sure that you know that it's time to present their idea, tool, solution, something that they came up with and are ready to share with the community. And then they will take a seat back at the table. Once everyone has presented their solution, we'll go through the first voting round. You can vote during the first voting round as many times as you want for as many people as you want. Once the first round of voting is done, and by voting, I mean like literally raise your hand up. We'll go, old school here. Once the first round of voting is done, we'll have 5 runners up, and we'll do the second round of voting. And during that round of voting, you can only vote once, so you cannot raise your hand multiple times. And this is how we'll know who is Golden Punch Card winner of 2026. How does that sound? Woo! Okay, and Hunor, I guess you're first. Do you need to connect anything to present?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, that's something new.
I mean, I don't know how this goes, so...
Improvise.
Improvise?
Freestyle.
Yeah, all right. So, when does time start? Now? It already started?
I'll do the time. Yes, go.
All right, so hi everyone, my name is Hunor, as you might have heard. The idea is that usually when we onboard new clients, especially e-commerces, they have one common problem, each of them. Their backend doesn't match the transactions from the analytics tools. Whether it's GA4, it's Adobe, it's something else. Some transactions are missing from the backend or from GA4. I had only one case in my 3 years of data where there was one client who had 99% match rate in transactions. It was pretty impressive. I worked like 6 months on that, but I managed to do it. The idea is that since we have access to automation tools, I am looking forward to automating as much analysis methods as possible. And since transaction reconciliation, which is the name of this analysis, can be easily done with 2 exports, one from the backend, one from GA4, then match them together, or even taking it a step further, connecting the backend and the analytics platform via API, and doing a daily match rate report. That's something that is going to be part of a bigger project, a platform where we implement these kind of automations, analysis automations, and basically have a whole library of analysis methods which can be accessed directly, either autonomously for each client, either doing it manually with data exports. That would be the idea, which is half done. I'm going to release the first set of analysis platform next week. And actually, I will release it on LinkedIn and would much love your feedback on that as well in live use cases. I think I'm done.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
I do need
Okay, let's do it.
Because they introduce now, so I
think let's do that.
Different sides of the table.
Yeah.
I think he's connecting.
Me not.
There we go.
Oh, fantastic. Ready?
Sure.
Just take it away, yes. Let me just time it. You can start, Jason.
Okay. So at Measure Camp New York earlier this, I guess last year, I had this idea that I presented about breadless GA4. I don't know that I think Josh was there, but I'm not sure who else was there. So I posited this idea, and I said, basically at the end, should I build this? And pretty much everybody said no, but then I did it anyways. So the idea is, essentially, it's just like a super simplification of GA4 using the same kind of IP plus user agent system that all these other tools use. Particularly Fathom, Plasm, and Umami, they use just IP and user agent in order to create a user ID. So this actually has a lot more to it than just user agent plus IP, and in 5 minutes I'm not sure what I can cover exactly, but effectively how it works is that we place an on-page snippet, works through a Cloudflare worker to then return a unique tag for that page. That tag then sends it to another Cloudflare worker, which it truncates the user IP, it validates an HMAC signature, and adds a key, and then it sends it to GA. And it uses, is David Viejo here? It uses his very simple GA4 measurement protocol library to then send that to GA4. So the way, walking through it again here, the first thing we do is that we create a user ID. We create it by IP plus user agent like all those other tools do, except we don't do it by calling a server or anything like that. We do it on the edge with a Cloudflare worker. So these user IDs work like this, which is essentially the same as all those other tools work. Adding a salt and a domain. So these IDs only last as long as a day. So basically you're breaking all kinds of stuff in GA. You're breaking sessions, you're breaking attribution, but you're adding a whole lot of stuff because you're doing server-side as well, and you're doing server-side allowing you to do things like I said, I added a HMAC hashing protocol that makes sure that the request is actually the real request, which makes it very hard to spoof. And then when it does part of the server-side worker, what it does is it also does some bot detection through an IP lookup that uses, okay, so here's the things that we have. Like I said, HMAC so that we stop spoofing. We use this like a GA4 parameter traffic type, which is a private key that only the server and then GA sees. So this stops any ghost spam. We're using Cloudflare to get basic IP info, so you're getting stuff like, that it's AWS or whatever. And it does some bot detection based on ASNs. So like there it has an Amazon ASN, and you can block the traffic based on that. It also does client-side bot detection using the fingerprint, a simplified version of what fingerprint.com offers as open source bot detection on the client side. Okay, I have 2 minutes left. So it's server-side only. Nothing ever, there's no direct connection from Google to the client. You can CNAME the first-party endpoints if you want it to make it harder to block. This before it hits GA4, it also can do filtering there. Like so, basically, we could add, because we got that ASN information, network information from Cloudflare, we can send that as custom dimensions to GA4. We can, like I said, check for that key to prevent ghost spam. I already said that part. It does break, like I said, it breaks a lot of stuff. So because we're not, there's no demographic information in GA, there's no enhanced measurement, you can't build an audience, but in a lot of cases that's kind of good. Like if you want something like this, which is completely cookieless, then those things go together. And so I just put this up. There's a GitHub link there. It's GA4Z under GitHub. I should have put a QR code. I didn't think about it. I was too busy creating my soda can that Fosca said I should add.
Excellent. That's the time's
all right.
up.
So it's on GitHub.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fantastic. It's right on time. Yes. Well done.
Just to sum it up, and please keep me honest here, Jason, that I got the idea right. It's Google Analytics 0 or Google Analytics breadless that helps you to prevent spamming or has bot detection. You can enhance data that flows through it with your first-party data. Nothing is sent directly to GA. Everything goes through you. But with all that, you're missing out on audiences and enhanced measurement. Summary. Okay, put your hands together for Jason.
Hi. Can I start?
Yes, but introduce yourself first.
Hi, I'm Lucas. Here's my presentation. I'm not prepared.
I think that's very straightforward. Golden
I'm not
punch card
prepared. Yeah, I just hope this comes together as I hacked it together. The animations aren't perfect. It's maybe don't be scared. Anyways, so imagine someone joins your organization and they have a question that comes up, like what does active users even mean, and maybe where is it even used? I would like you to rate your documentation. Oh, I forgot to switch the sound. That's bad. Black magic sound. Are you getting sound now? Please don't stop my 5 minutes here. It's really important to have sound. Why am I not seeing, why is it not outputting sound here? Let me restart that slide. Are you getting sound now? Sound now? Oh, no.
Can you make the sound yourself, like doo-doo-doo?
No, I can't. And it's vital. It really is.
Too bad Joshua has left.
Was it worth the time? I'm so sorry.
That's fine, we have a slide buffer. We planned for that.
You hit the button so you can restart, whatever.
I switched off the...
Escape? Or quitting now?
Can you give me the settings?
Yeah, I don't know why it's not. I'm not getting the settings either. Can I just unplug it?
Yeah.
Okay. Back to the basics. Wow, this is really weird. I can't quit the program. Okay, maybe person 4, and then I can do person 3.
Yeah, it's completely frozen.
Yeah, my computer, it broke. I'm sorry.
For the sake of time.
My computer crashed.
And then you'll get the second try.
Cool. Thank you.
But yeah.
Yeah. So, I've connected the computer, but it's not working. It's working, maybe.
It will come up, I think, in a second. Fingers crossed. Or we'll have...
Yay! So, I choose to be here because Jason was here, and also because there were no women, so representation matters. I hope it can be a nice idea for everyone. It's really easy, stupid, and probably someone will hate for that. I'm looking at you. So I decided to quit my last company. I love colors. I worked on a quite complicated project using data form, funnel, different sources, different people. And the person that had to take my place will begin 1 week after me. So there was no time to do an handover. So I decided to create a buddy. It's an AI agent that can help me transfer knowledge. And afterwards, I used the same idea in my actual job to have me help with an handover from another person that was switched to another project. So she didn't have the time to mentor me. So every time, sorry, I thought it could be handy to you as well. So I present to you, please, Josh. Thanks. Hey, buddy. Hey Buddy is actually an agent that I made with, you can make with whatever, an agent builder. But every time I had a meeting, I recorded it, and then I had everything transcribed, and then created some documents. Also, I downloaded all the tickets related to these clients. So I created my library. I gave some instruction, explained which kind of tool were there, and all the guidelines. So I just asked to use the repository, so the documents that were inside, not other sources. And like that, I had my wonderful handover buddy instead of asking every time to a person that was super busy how to do something. And so I just give you an example. I cannot show it because it's a client that I'm actually working, but an example can be there is a problem with teaching users, so the same user with different email address, and there's a thing, a task that I need to do every 3 months, quite complicated with Python script and JavaScript and so on. I always forget what I need to do or what I need to ask or whom. So one of the questions I usually ask, can you please give me a list of tickets that relate to that problems? And it's kind of nice because afterwards I have all the tickets and all the information. So I thought that could be handy also for others that have the same problems. And that's all. Finished?
Thank you, Fosca, for amazing Hey Buddy, and also for a presentation. It does mean a lot. So just to summarize it in one sentence, it's an AI agent that's based on the library that you curated for it to simplify handovers, ramp-ups, and whatever projects you're working on.
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah. Well, can we get it? No, but I can show you how to create it.
That would be useful.
You want to do your job, though.
Yeah, if I hand over the information of my clients, it's not the best.
Okay. Definitely some interest there, so let's put hands together for Fosca. And Lucas's second try that we hope will go better.
Are you getting sound now from my computer? Why not? Oh. Okay.
I guess you'll have to make the sound yourself.
I can turn my speakers up, but then I have to turn off the...
You could hold a mic up to it.
I could hold the mic up to it.
You wanna?
Hold a stick mic.
Oh, yeah, got it.
Okay, I'll put it on my Mac here, and then hit start again. I'm so sorry. Can you hear the Jeopardy music? Yeah. Too bad. Anyways, did you rate your docs from 0 to 10, where 0 is landfill, 10 is a national library, and everyone's garage is somewhere in between? Where are you at? 5, 6, 6-ish? Okay. All right. 7. Nice. Good. So let's do Marie Kondo on this. Do you love it? Does it bring you joy? No. Okay, so you need a classification system. It's a system. Wow. What was my next slide? I can't really remember. Right. Oh yeah, just so here. Just take mine. I got it somewhere here. I don't know. Where was it? Hold on. Where did I put it? Jeez. It's somewhere here. Oh, wait. Yeah. I remember now. This thing's 16 years old. And it hasn't changed a bit in 16 years. I've used it quite a while. Quite a bit already. Let's digitalize it. So that's what it does look like when it's digital. Yeah, so you have identify your problems at the, or define your stuff you do. It's Tim with not just setting goals, but also setting targets. It's sort of a basis, and then you have to capture data, and that's like the base of your pyramid, the base of everything we do in analytics. On top of that, we can build analyze and report, and once we've got analyze and report, we're pretty good condition to actually do testing. And when we do testing and bring everything together, we sort of have the tip of the iceberg of predictive stuff. So that could be personalization or looking up to whatever. Right, and then let me see.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, what?
Did you say unchanged?
Yeah, I said yeah.
Remember, a few changes to this thing.
Yeah, I did make a change. Yeah, that's true.
Into leadership roles, right?
Right.
Maybe think about that and take this badge. That's got it.
Okay. Yeah. Oh wow. Yes. Thanks. Cool. Forgot about that. Right. So there was one. There's more chapters to this, and that's teamwork. That's vitally. Oh my goodness. Wow. I'm gonna need something to fight this off. I'm really sorry. There are some demons in this. I switched it to light mode, so in dark mode, the demons will be gone. That's okay. Right, so big chapter is teamwork, like carrying this entire pyramid, getting it done, being there, finding a team, finding agencies that actually will work with you to do all of this stuff. And then there's a final chapter, and that's context. So that's the legal stuff, that's Stuchna and everything that goes along with that. And then, so that's, I think it broke again. Hold on. What's going on here? I think maybe I have to fix the screen a little bit. Make some room here, come on. That doesn't, oh wow. What? Right. What's this? There's your classification system. And everything fits in, right? We've got Tim doing the define stuff. We got some capture, analyze. You see all these talks. I didn't want to copy paste everything. That's a lot of work. Right. So that's the basis. That's expanding your consciousness here at Superweek, making use of the entire screen. Here's the classification system in action. So you can have folders for your favorites. You can have folders for your emails. But wait, there's more. A good, cool thing you can combine it with is Johnny Decimal. I don't know if anybody knows this, but what it does, you have a uniquely identified documents with a number, and then this doesn't scale, right? But this is a screenshot from our wiki at UNICEF. And this is Bing, and it has a concrete number because it's a concrete document, 21.11. So in tag management, we can use 21.11. We know it's talking about Bing. We can use emails with, or here, even tickets. Tickets are tagged with wiki 21.11, and we know it's a Bing ticket. But wait, there's more. There's another amazing documentation system. Oh, well, skip that. Applause for the tech team for helping me in this. So yeah, I'm sorry for hijacking. I really just wanted to play with the screen. So if there's a real takeaway from this talk, please ask for the aspect ratio by the tech guys before doing slides. And yeah, thank you for being here, for listening. Thanks.
That was quite cool.
Thank you.
I think like one question that everyone has, like, what did you use to make it?
Apple Keynote.
I was going to say.
Okay. I think, yeah, more applause. I think it's the very first time at Superweek when people like saying, "Oh, whoa," not from the content itself, but from the delivery and slides. Definitely beautified. So thank you. Okay, we're moving on to our next Golden Punch Card nominee. Yep. Okay, are you ready to go? Yep. You want to start with intro?
Hello everyone, I'm CLS. I'm waiting for the extended display to come on.
Okay.
I've connected
While we're
this.
fixing this tag thing, who...
It was working yesterday, right?
Go to your display settings.
Okay.
Settings.
While we're fixing the tag thing, can I ask Zoltan for you to go get mic'd up? And then Josh, if you haven't mic'd up, you can go next. Okay, while we're solving that, who read the comics by the one that you can find at the table? The detective, the analytics detective? Who started, let's say. Okay. Need to do a bit more reading, folks. I know you're busy every day, staying late, but it's worth a read.
Maybe because of the aspect ratio. Did you change anything? Is it expecting a wider one?
No. It's
I guess there is another interesting presentation coming up. I hear Sivash asking about like aspect ratio as well.
extended. It must be shown another display here.
Another display. What is it this one?
Okay, that might take a second. While on that, I'll start putting people on the spot. And I'll start with Doug. Doug, what's your biggest takeaway or inspiration or to-do from these 4 days?
Today I just
privacy is still a massive thing. Yeah, privacy is still a massive thing. I mean, who was at the fireside last night? Yeah, there's a fantastic range of opinions, fantastic range of ideas, different people considering how third parties are harvesting data from your customers. Is it okay, or is it an ethical quandary? We still need to have that conversation. It is not going to go away. It is just going to evolve.
Okay, thank you. Good takeaway. I'll continue, Julian.
Oh, shit, hi. I think we've seen quite a few different, let's say, approaches to a lot of things. I, for one, was hoping for a bit more deep dive into the state of the art. Not there yet, but hopefully there's room for tomorrow.
Are you doing a talk on that tomorrow?
Maybe.
Okay. A little spoiler there. Are we ready to go, or should I continue interrogating people?
We still have time to change the aspect ratio of your
Reboot the computer because it was not showing up as the extended display. It's the same thing.
Okay, I guess we'll have to continue. I'll hand it over to you.
So takeaway is from, I was going to take the fireside chat. Doug already took it because he's 7 foot tall. But I think I'll go for, we just need to breed. The last session yesterday, that was the Zen session. We're not brain surgeons. We are not changing the world as in as much as we deal with numbers that are absolute, we just also need to take a chill pill and relax.
I like it, the idea of relaxing. Amazing. Any volunteers to share their takeaways? No? Then I'll just continue nominating. Like, should we switch? Or... Okay, while we're solving that...
Should we do that?
I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, until we figure it out.
Oh, well, okay. So my main...
Do you want to send the presentation to Jason?
Can you hear me?
To Jason.
I don't remember which talk it was.
have an Apple.
My main takeaway is hope it's not a strategy. And I think that we have to keep reminding ourselves we are hoping for good things to happen with AI, but that's not exactly a strategy. So,
Robert, you're sitting right there, so I think you also have a takeaway.
Takeaway. I was able to collect all the signatures from all the speakers this year, so that's my achievement unlocked. Yeah, okay, thanks. Maybe apart from Chris, yeah, okay. For these guys, yeah, probably. I'm glad that the industry is maturing. Apart from the state of the art, which Julian actually mentioned, I got a lot of interesting ideas, and we shared a lot of thoughts on how actually are we doing our business when we are in this community and in the marketing in general. So I'm glad that we are not juniors anymore. And we are not just into tagging here, but we are actually thinking of how to make an impact in the whole digital world here, and how to be aware that there are other thieves and bad guys stealing our data as well. So it's great as always.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that's one of the topics that came across many talks this year about not just what we do and how we do, but why we do it. So yeah, I think with that, we are moving to Zoltan.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Zoli, and I wanted to present you a very interesting piece of technology that I believe is like the most advanced thing that we have right now. It actually dropped last week, and is the closest thing that we have to an AGI. So what Clawbot is like an open source GitHub repository, which essentially allows you to put an AI on a computer. So you can install this on your Mac, and it can take control of your Mac, and it has full access to everything. So obviously this has... So the caveat here is that you don't install it on your personal computer. You can also run it on a VPS, but you should buy a Mac Mini if you want the best performance. So that way it will have its own system, and it's totally isolated, and it can't break anything. And the way you go about it is you also create its own iCloud, its own Gmail, so that it has its own things just for security purposes. But what I wanted to do with this piece of technology is automate how we verify the data layer and how we audit the tracking. With this technology, if we install it on a Mac Mini, it will use the built-in browser, so it won't be using headless browsers. And the advantage is that it is like an AI browser like Comet, so it can browse the web, it can open the DevTools, it can see the network, and work with it without any issues. And this is all connected to an LLM. So the best LLM that I found works with it is like Claude. And the idea is that we only need to make the data layer specifications that we send to the developer, and after that he says that, okay, it's done. This will go onto the website, open, first of all, check the data layer and trigger the events, even like add to carts, which require to press a button. And after that, it can also use the GTM previewer. So using the front end, it can navigate the page, and it can debug the events, and also it can check consent and cookie banner implementation, because it can also check the network events. And yes, so the main benefit for this would be obviously to save a lot of time. And if we develop this system a bit further, then we will be able to connect this to a GTM MCP or just the API, and it can also self-heal itself. So meaning that after it checks the data layer and it sees that some variables or the path is named differently than what you have in the specification, it can adjust that. So that's the end goal, I'd say, to completely automate how we do tracking. Okay, so I'm going to show you a demo that I did yesterday. So the way you communicate with this bot is it lives on its own VPS. I have it installed there. And I tested to make an audit for one of my clients' websites. And besides the point that it can just give the response in Telegram, like pretty detailed, I've made it write a document. And here it is. So this is what it came up with. I don't know if you can see that. But essentially, just for the sake of testing, I told it to test the main e-commerce events, like the very important events that are critical. And it gave us a very detailed report. I have told it to also include pieces of JSON from the events themselves. And look here, it said that the string should be a number, because I fed it the specifications that I trained it on. So it also found that the select item event is not working. And I actually announced my client about that today, so it was useful. And yeah, it can essentially do a whole audit of the data layer without us even needing to touch it. And this basically solves a lot of back and forth, because this agent has its own device. It can also be connected to Gmail, and it can message the developer and do the back and forth with their developer on our behalf. And we don't really have to do anything besides doing the final quality assurance. Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you, Zoli. I would personally probably give my left hand for this 10 years ago when I had to check it manually. Just to sum it up, that I got the idea correct.
Sure.
The Clawbot, besides creating, to make it happen, you need to create a fully independent Mac. I'm just trying to make a joke here and it's not working, that's fine. Basically, what I wanted to say, the Clawbot, what it does, you feed into it the documentation that you send to the developers. It checks if the events in data layer have been implemented correctly, if the consent banners have been implemented correctly, blah, 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 blah. And then it feeds you back the document with what needs to be checked, what's working and what's not.
Yes, basically it can also check the front end because sometimes some text gets stuck in still running phase and you can't detect that from the data layer because it's like a browser issue.
Awesome.
Just for Google?
Not for J4 or whatever.
No, whatever, like anything goes.
Okay, round of applause for Zoli. I think one thing that was missing is like, how do we get that?
How do we get it? Okay, so so right now the best and easiest way to set up is to so the best and easiest way as of right now to do this without buying a Mac Mini is to just buy a VPS on Hostinger. You can get that pretty cheaply. And the installation is very simple. So you just run a curl command and it downloads the GitHub repository automatically, and that's the whole thing. So I'm using this because of security reasons. I'm using this on Telegram, and I limited so it has a web UI, like any chat, and you can configure skills there, but I choose to use it this way because the security issue is that, because this is like a one-man project, so it's not a huge company, someone did this in his free time. And it has very big security issues if you don't know how to set it up properly, because it's on a VPS, it's on the web. So anyone could access other people's clawbots if they didn't secure it. And the way I secured mine was I limited the access to the local host. So only with my local IP address, the web UI is accessible. So that way I'm sure that nobody gets to my data. And yeah, that's how you set it up. Okay. It's very simple. Like, it takes 5 minutes.
Cool, thank you.
Okay. Let's do it. I'm going to test something today for the first time. Can everyone please scan the QR code and accept the biscuit, please? If you already accepted or declined biscuit, maybe yesterday or during the week, and you're a ghost now, you know what I mean. Just click on the ghost and accept the biscuit so you can be tracked. And then I shall begin. So what exciting did I do last year? Analytics detectives. Data quality monitoring and insight for GA4. All of you may be using GA4, so it's useful for everyone. It's a 3-part system representing 3 modes of intelligence in analytics, like audit and verification, insights and analysis, and discovery. First of all, audits. Watson. Many of you have already heard about Watson. It's a plug-and-play free Looker Studio tool that you just load it up, choose your property. It will audit your GA4 account for more than 60 different checks. We had version 4 last year. But this year we have version 8. We are ready for version 9 next week or in a couple of weeks, and then we're preparing for version 10. It's free. You can scan that QR code too if you want to, but I can give you later. It looks like this. I tried to design it nicely, all the checks, and change the layout from version 4 to 9 as well, so it's an improved version. We introduced Moriarty this year, which is also a free Looker Studio tool for insight and analysis in GA. And zero setup, you just, again, load it up, choose your property, and you have access to, right now, around 60, reports. It is not version 1 yet. I'm still finishing it up, but we've already had like more than 500 users creating thousands of reports with it. It looks like this. It shows you like nicely visualized views in your GA4 data without any additional code or setup. And then the new Sherlock. We had Sherlock, which was ad hoc. If you attended my talk yesterday, you know that we revamped Sherlock completely. Now it's an automated anomaly detection and alert system for GA4 data in BigQuery. So we created from something that was incomplete to a more complete 3-part system that covers the audits, verification, and insight and detection. These 3 things, the Trinity. And then, because these are characters, I tried, okay, these are characters, they're nice characters, I like them, and I like graphic design. Let's create a world where these characters actually live in, and data quality issues become manifested in the physical terms. So people actually steal data, duplicate their notes, for malicious purposes. And these three will help resolve those issues. I called that city Luggingham. It's a city that, if you've read the book, it looks like a time series with an anomaly from the skyline. And if you look from above, it looks like BigQuery and a pie chart. So I hope it makes sense. And then, because it was a city and things were happening in the city, I actually made the first episode of the story of these three detectives in the city, A Fortune in Ashes. Many of you have picked up a copy. Many of you have already started. Some, I guess, have already finished it. I really enjoyed creating it, and I really believe that you enjoy reading it as well. Julian yesterday asked a very good question that triggered something in me that, okay, where are you going to put Sherlock? And then, so free Sherlock, yes, I'm committing to create some version of Sherlock, somehow a core version like GA4 Dataform, available to anyone at Superweek. I don't know how yet, but I'm committed to do so. So if you want it, connect me on LinkedIn. And finally, let me show you something, because you clicked on that. I had my thing set up, so I have to show you. I just received a notification from Sherlock that last minute, or 3 minutes ago, you had a spike in luggingham.com because you all visited the QR code and accepted the biscuit. So today we managed to create the MVP of the real-time anomaly detection based on the intraday table in BigQuery as well. This is proof that it's working. It was a better proof if I had my own computer. But anyway, it is working, and it will be part of Sherlock going forward. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I think now those of you who haven't read through the detective will go get a copy and read it. Okay, that's interesting. While Josh is getting ready, can I ask the next person to go get mic'd up? Pascal and Ibrahim. I think you need to get mic'd up. Okay. Josh, you ready? Yeah. Okay.
Roller. Because you need to follow along with the words. All right? I'm going to start, and then you'll go into it. All right. Hi, Josh. Oh, sorry.
I'll just, if I may, I'm so sorry for interrupting. I think we're missing Marie. Okay, I'll try to do the justice. So the summary is real-time anomaly detection based on Google BigQuery intraday tables. I think that's the idea that Sivash was proving there. But also, I think we're getting a free Sherlock, some version of it. So yeah, with that, round of applause, and let's try again.
All right, so this is my first Super Week, and I didn't know what I was supposed to do here. So I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do something, right? I have to create the best new tool at Super Week, right? So I was like, okay, what is that? What is the best new tool that would resonate with something? What is the best new tool that is at Super Week? Wait, no. Who is the best tool at Super Week? That's me. I'm the best tool at Super Week. Well, what can I do? I can write a song, but can a song win first place? No, definitely not. And I talked around, and someone had said, go for third place. I said, that's a good idea. Russell said that. And I said, I could probably go for third place. So here we go. I'm going to go for third place. Where'd I put that pick? Oh, it's in my pocket. All right. And it's a sing-along, so you guys can sing too. Okay. I was thinking of what I could do to impress all of you, 'cause I'm definitely not as smart, and I didn't know where to start. So what could I put together to make its mark forever and stand out in the crowd and get me a prize and feel proud? So I thought, hey, maybe I could play and make punch card comp go my way. So here we go. I'm gonna win third place in the punch card prize. The punch card prize. The punch card prize. I'm gonna get third place in the punch card prize because I wrote this song. Ready, everybody? He's gonna win third place in the punch card prize. The punch card prize. The punch card prize. He's gonna win third place in the punch card prize because he wrote this song. There's a second verse. Are you ready? Yep. So I know that doing a song just to win a comp feels wrong, but hey, I'm not going for the top. I just want to win the last slot. I don't want to look like a fool just because I can't build a new tool. So, and since this is my first super week, I wanted to start a streak. So I thought, hey, maybe I can play and make the punch card comp go my way. So here we go one more time. I'm gonna win third place in the punch card prize. The punch card prize. The punch card prize. I'm gonna win third place in the punch card prize because I wrote this song. He's gonna win third place. Everyone in the punch card prize. Let's hear it. The punch card prize. The punch card prize is gonna get third place in the punch card prize because I wrote this song. Yeah. So what do you think, guys? What do you think? Yeah. No. What do you think? Yeah. Huh? One more? Yeah. I'm very interested in the summary. Yeah.
The summary is simple. Superweek gets creative and more creative every year. And you see, there are no bad submissions. Some are just very creative. No, amazing. I think I'll be walking and singing that along for the next couple of days. Okay, did you like the song? Yeah. Then please put your hands together. Okay, I think with this we're ready to move to our next contestant. And, sorry, I see you. Please join the stage and start with, start with the introduction. Okay, ready? I'm ready.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, my name is Eivind Savio, and I'm here today to share my BigQuery A/B analyzer solution. It started with a simple question. Someone launched a new page and asked, does the new page work better than the other page? And because it was not possible to analyze this in J4, I went to BigQuery, and from there on it's kind of exploded. So here it is. So what it is, it's a configuration-driven and flexible framework that lets you analyze almost any A versus B for significance without writing a single line of SQL. And the concept is like this. The Google Sheet is the configuration, and then you push your config for the kind of experiment to BigQuery, and It, in the end, runs a scheduled query and with some user-defined functions, and then output if your analysis is significant or not. And then you can either download the results to Google Sheet, or you can present it in Looker Studio for sharing with others. And it supports user or session, and for that I'm using a 2 proportion set test to kind of do the analysis. It also can count all events as a conversion, like GA4, and for that I'm using a set test for posting rates. And it can also analyze for revenue, for example, and for that I use a Welsh t-test. And the name isn't GA4 BigQuery Analyzer, so it works with Google Analytics, GA4 Dataform, Firebase, remote config experiments, you can analyze them. And for the sake of adding other tools as well as Amplitude and Mixpanel. And all these have in common that they have the same kind of data model, although the structure in BigQuery is different, so you can add other tools as well. Probably I will add Postdog. Let's see. So to make this exciting for myself, can I? Yes, I can move this. So this is how it looked like. Let me. And I have to look at the screen. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to just copy this experiment and it didn't. I should have this on my screen here as well, but. It crashed. Fuck. I will have to try again. Why can't I move it to the screen?
Can we try to bring it up again, or maybe reconnect, please? While we're solving this tech question, fun fact, do you know that Evin has already won golden punch cards previously? Punch card 1 or multiple? 1. Okay, yeah, so, I thought it would be difficult to follow up Josh's presentation, but I think we have a solid case here. Okay, I guess we'll have to continue with some takeaways, right?
It's only.
Any volunteers? Okay, Jules, you're sitting closest. So what's your one takeaway from these 4 days?
One takeaway?
Just one. Just. Okay, that's yeah. Here, the mic.
Yeah, so I think my one takeaway from this conference is we all have these technologies and AI stuff, and my one takeaway is breathe and think before you start acting, because the possibilities are limitless. Just you need to think, because you can do anything now.
Oh, wow, that's my motto for this year. Breathe and think before you start doing something. So thanks, that really resonates. Are we good on tech? Bless you. Okay, maybe while we're connecting, I'll reach out to Matt and ask Matt what's his one takeaway inspiration from these 4 days.
Just how fortunate I feel that we can all share this time together, and how much gratitude I have for Zoli and the entire team for putting together such a warm and open space for us to all feel comfortable and share in one another's company.
Thank you so much. That's very kind. And I was right about you. Okay, Bojan, I'll put you on a spot.
Hey, the most important takeout of this week
I don't know, sauna, I guess. I'm kidding. No, it feels like I could say that's my opinion, but the landscape in the last couple of years really moved towards not just having data, but do something with data, do something smart with data, do Stutzno with data, something like that. I wasn't at Superweek last year. I was at Superweek 2 years ago and before, but I think we never talked about so much about pipelines, working with data, and so on. So I guess if you just have data, then you're doing something wrong. You have to do something with it, something smart.
Yes, from what year? 20.
18, 15, 16, something like that.
Yeah, okay. And I think that's a really good takeaway and extra points for using Stutzno in your answer. Okay, I think we can continue.
So let's hope it works now. So you can either create new experiments, or you can do as I did now. I copied an existing experiment, and I'm going to show some of the functionality. So of course you can change the dates, etc. here, or you can do date comparison as well. So let's see if the Google Sheet will work with it. Yeah, so now you can do date comparison for the same variant. All the events you can use as conversions. Variants you can use almost anything, and you have some drop-down here that if you put it to yes, it will run an analysis. If you use update, you can only update the meta description for the experiment. You can choose if event value like revenue should be analyzed. You can choose a one-sided or two-sided test. You can choose a confidence. You can choose what kind of experiment variant parameter you can use and the value. And you also have a solution for choosing what should you do if your user is overlapping, you're analyzing not something that is in the experiment. Then you can choose exclude first exposure, last exposure, or credit both. Credit both you will use in a date comparison solution. This is now the basic version. So if we expand this one to show more. So now you can do filtering. You can choose to have different settings for the variants, because there are cases where you can have one event that doesn't mean the same in a different platform. So you can choose to have different. And yeah, so this is how you kind of do the settings. And all the matching are for filters, etc. They are regex matching, so you can do pretty much what you want to do with the matching. So I'm just going to turn this off because of time, and I'm going to count all conversions for that one, and I'm going to run the analysis. So let's see. Now we inform you about how many experiments you're going to analyze, etc. And while it's running, we can move over to Looker Studio. I can see if it comes here. So I can just look at an existing analysis, for example, this one, which is this kind of same analysis without counting all experiments. So this one has no significant result. And what you also see is that you have all the information, variants, if you use any filters. You can also add links to extra documentation. You can add the images for documentation, etc. So you have information about that. So let's see if the last one is here. Not yet. Okay, while it works, we can go back to Google Sheet, and also you can also download the information about the query size and estimated cost just in case you are going to run a big analysis. So you run the first one day, and then you can estimate what it will going to cost. Yeah, now it's here, and it was this one. So pretend that this is big data and a significant important event, and this one is now counting all events for the scroll event. So variant B is better than variant A, but it's no significant difference for the scroll percentage value. And the solution is open source, so I made it available today.
Yeah, thank you. Even keep me honest that I summarized it correctly. So it's BigQuery A/B analyzer that you created because you couldn't get the A/B results the way you wanted from GA, and you just went bananas with it and decided to automate everything. The input is set up through Google Sheets, then there is magic on the back end with BigQuery and Cloud, and the results are available in Data Studio.
Yeah.
Short and sweet, thank you. Okay, now we have Pascal, our second last contestant, so almost there. Okay. Do you want to start with introduction, really quick?
Sure. I'm Pascal. I'm from Switzerland, working for an agency, and I'm maintaining a lot of Google Analytics projects, as well as Matomo, Spwk, and others. But yeah, that's the main reason I made this talk here. So while everyone else is using AI and doing all the good stuff, I'm trying to do one step back and try to achieve the same without AI. So when I started in the company, they were selling one-time setups for analytics. The issue was, after a few months, a couple of websites changes, nothing was working anymore the way it was supposed to, and no one was monitoring it. So it got me thinking, what can we do about it? I was talking to sales, I was like, hey, we should offer maintenance for GA4. And the sales were like, all right, sounds like a good idea, but we can only sell 1 hour of your time for each maintenance check, because otherwise it gets too expensive, no one is going to buy it. All right, so how do we verify a state of a GA4 setup in 1 hour? We have, depending on the setup, from 10 to over 100 unique events. We have small sites from like 10-page views a day to 100,000 or more. And I have 15 plus Google accounts with access to over 500 properties, so it's a lot. So the obvious answer is AI or Schutzner, but for me, it's simple logic. So I built my own tool, a GA4 monitor. It compares the GA4 event data between periods. It detects anomalies. It uses data, not spreadsheets. Nobody has to go to a spreadsheet and check is every event triggered or not. And we aren't sending the data to anywhere. We have just all the data local. So the key features, we have a simple Google authentication. We have an instant test with the click of a button. It takes 1 to 2 seconds. We have anomaly detection. Do comparison. We can export the report. And we have a privacy-first approach. We are not sending customers' data to whoever. And the best part about it, it doesn't cost anything, since it's not using any tools. So I built a desktop app in Node.js, and there is no third-party like subscription or anything needed other than GA4. It's easy, very easy step. You connect your Google account, you sign up, you select the property you want to test, press test, and you get an instant report in less than 10 seconds. It gives you just a quick overview first. If you click on it, you can expand it, and it says, what are the anomalies? So we have less session starts, less page views, and so on. So those are the things we probably should look into. Also, we have missing events that we had before. So maybe something is broken there. That's probably something we should even look better into. And also, we have a detailed tab where we have every single event. We see when it last triggered, or it last got fired, and how it changed compared to the last period, previous period. And also the events that aren't working anymore. Yeah, that's my tool. And also, as a little bonus, I'm still involving the tool. It will have a cookie banner check, who actually checks if there is a cookie banner, and if it's using content mode v1 or v2, and if it's actually working. And if you want the tool, hit me up on LinkedIn. I will send everything. Yeah.
Thanks so much. I'll try to summarize it really quickly. So basically, it's GA4 monitor that lets you check for anomalies, missing events, overall event performance in less than 1 hour that actually everyone here can get access to for free.
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Okay, last but not least, Ibrahim, welcome to the stage. That music is a bit intimidating, no? While Ibrahim is connecting, I'll run to this side of the room and ask Matteo for your takeaways from these 4 days.
For me, the best part is always the networking with other experts, with other. So for me, it's amazing thing. We stay here with another point of vision of the data, of the AI or whatever that it is. And yes, so for me is the networking, because the idea, the new technology. Every year, so we have a new technology, a new idea, but the networking still remains. So for me, is this.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, put your hands together for Ibrahim.
Hi again, everyone. Let me start with a question. How many times in your career have you been in a situation where you've done an amazing analysis, yet it fall on the deaf ears with your stakeholders? All the time. All the time. Yeah, I could think of endless times where I have this situation. And it is really interesting because this is an interesting part of our job. We do the data, and many of us are much more talented than they do the engineering and the programming and setting the infrastructure and all the fancy stuff, but doing the analysis. And yet this last mile about communication to our stakeholders is a very critical part that could make it or break it for us. But there is something interesting about storytelling, data storytelling, that is quite unique, which is that we are a unique group of people as analysts having the ability to read data and talk with the data. Might not be the same part of the brain where you need to communicate with others, show a nice visualization, pick the right colors, pick the right charts, etc. And I was speaking with Fred the other day about that, and I think, Siavash, you are amazing in your visualization. Many of you, but I think you have a design background, right? So many of us might not have that leverage of design, of being part of the design, and all our world is like spreadsheets. And I know we keep pushing. There is an entire, many books about how do you do better storytelling. There's amazing dashboards that you can just plug in and it shows you your data right away. But I think that doesn't take the burden for us of doing that last mile of analytics. And I've been thinking about it from another perspective. Maybe we should not really try to push good analysts too hard to be good at analytics. Maybe they are just good at what they are doing and leave the data storytelling to an oracle to help them. So what I spent my weekends on the last couple of weeks was building an oracle that could help you with your visualization. And the tool is super simple. So I will show you a demo of that. Let me show you. And it's called so that very simple platform is called SheetShow, and that basically you take a screenshot of your dashboard, you upload it to the platform, and that platform is optimized with the knowledge of how to do a better data storytelling. So I fed it with best practices from best books we know about data storytelling, different articles about data storytelling, and I will show you now how it works. And this is a live demo, so I don't know how it will go. I'm running it in my local machine, but it is available online. So what you do basically is you can upload your old dashboard, which looks boring and very standard, and then it will suggest some ideas to turn it to something more appealing with a better colors and a better, not only colors, but also what type of charts you can use. So let's do a demo of that. As you see, there is not much options. You open the platform, you click Roast My Dashboard, and you have two ways. You have the microwave, which is basically, I'm too busy, don't ask me any questions. Take the picture, give me what's the better, what could it look like. And the other one is a slow cook. And if you go for a slow cook, it will just show you, who's the audience, what is the key message that you try to get. And these questions that is really important, the machine cannot get if you do not tell it that information. But just for the sake of demonstration, let's go with the microwave. Then it will ask you what kind of feedback style. I hope no one feel offended from this, but basically, are you having a tough day? If you have a tough day, choose the British, and that will give you a very good feedback. If you want the honest truth, pick the Dutch. I have a bad day, so I will go with the British. So then it will ask you to upload the data, and it has a very interesting feature that you can also upload a hand-drawn sketch. Maybe you don't have a fully designed dashboard, you can just draw it on a paper and take a picture. Then I will choose the dashboard. This is a random dashboard I picked from the internet. And then I will just say, roast my dashboard. It will start looking for crimes in your design. And then it will follow the best practices from dashboards design. Let's give it some time. I hope the internet doesn't fail. How long do I have, Mary?
I mean, you're a last one, so.
Okay, so it will do a few interesting things. First one is it will give you a score out of 5. And this one got 2.7. Now, if you scroll and it gives you the nice, polite feedback, And it will say you have one critical issue, you have two major issues, and you have two minor issues. If you scroll a little bit down, it will say where did this score come from. And it judges the dashboard, like again, based on best practices. What is the story clarity? What's the audience fit? Again, it make an assumption here because we didn't feed the audience. What's the data ink ratio? What's the visual encoding, truthfulness, and actionability? And again, it's all an interpretation based on like image detection. And then when you go back to the dashboard, you see here that we have one critical issue. So let's say what it says. If you click on that, it will say combining percentage with conversion rate and a whole number on the same chart is not a best practice. And that's a good catch. And then it suggests what can you do to fix it. It have another issue here. Of course, the bar chart. It say like bar chart is not a best practice. It have another issue here with the colors, I think, and the order. So it gives you a lot of very good insights. You can scroll, so you can implement that right away. And if you scroll a little bit down, you can see what is before and what is after, including, for example, the title of the dashboard. And it also gives you an additional bonus, which is it envision what could a better dashboard look like as a framework. It's not the actual design of the dashboard. So this is how it looks like now. It is available online, and you can access it if you wish. What I'm developing now to make it a little bit better is basically three things. So one is to allow a live capture from your camera directly if you open this on the mobile. It also I'm planning to do an auto brand detection. So you just give it the website of your agency or company, and it will get the color schemas of your brand, and it will update the colors with that. And also export real files. If you're working with Power BI or Tableau, it can build the actual dashboard wherever the API or allows for that. So, like again, I believe there is a very interesting space where, the analyst doesn't really need to push, and you don't need to think only about a dashboard. It could be a PowerPoint slide where you are having the key insights from the key takeaways from dashboard. It could feed into that also and give you some nice idea. Or you can do that on a single visualization, saying, I have this important message I want to show revenue in the last few months by whatever. Is that a good thing? And it will analyze from its knowledge. And basically it have a brain that I developed, which is a very big text file, having all the best practices, and I keep developing it based on the feedback. So to the last part, if you're interested in having this tool, I will keep it a little bit like invitation only now, so you don't blow up my credit with Gemini.
No, not slide. It was invitation only.
Yeah. You see.
Got it.
Anyone still? You can just come to me after the thing. I will send you the stuff. So if you wish, I can share that invite with you. Again, it's like just for fun. I'm keep developing that. If you have any other ideas how to make it better, let me know. And I have two conditions if you want to get the free access. So one is you give me feedback how to make it better, and the other one is you vote for me today. Otherwise, you get no chance. Thank you.
Okay, so a quick summary on that one. Basically, this is a shit show that takes cognitive load from people who are really good in data, but maybe bad in visualization, and tells them how they can improve the story that they're trying to tell and present in the meetings. Yeah? Decent? Okay. I think all 10 stories, all 10 presentations, 9 presentations and 1 song, were amazing. And they all deserve a big round of applause. So what we're going to do now with Marie, we'll name every person who was presenting today. We'll give you a quick summary, 1 sentence of what it was about, because, yeah, it's been a lot. And then we'll go through the first round of voting. Remember, during the first round, you can vote as many times. Raise your hand. Keep it raised because it takes time to count. Don't put it down, even if, I'm not looking at you anymore. So let's start with the first one.
So, in If I would have to summarize everything up, I mentioned the analysis library at the very end, but the actual product which I have blurted all information about is a transaction reconciliation tool which matches on a daily basis the discrepancy between the backend of the e-commerce engine and the analytics tool.
Okay, let's put your hands up. Any votes? Okay, a reminder, you can vote multiple times. Okay, so I'll start counting. No, don't put your hand down. Don't put your hand down. 2, 3, 4. Okay. And then second on the list, Jason.
Jason, oh, wait.
Yeah.
I would describe it as some JavaScript hacks that sit on top of GA4 to make it work more like the simplified tools and solve some of the common issues that we run into with GA4. Like, yeah.
Okay, just a reminder, GA4 0?
Yes, GA4 0.
Okay, yeah.
Threadless, spamless, botless.
Okay, raise your hand. Keep it up. Don't put it down. Don't put it down. Okay. Then Lucas.
Hi. So the summary is spend love on your documentation and with tech people and be curious about cool things we have here at Superweek. Thanks.
Thanks for the summary, Hans. Don't put them down. Don't put them down.
You got 25?
I got 27.
Where do you find?
I mean, because they keep putting them down. Okay, Fosca.
So an agent that allows you to do handover in a quick way, uploading your documents.
Okay, handover and ramp up. Keep your hands up, please don't put them down. Love it. Okay. And then Shivash. Yep. Here we go.
Okay, so the trio of the analytics detective, we upgraded Watson, we introduced Moriarty, we remapped Sherlock completely, I created a word, and based on that word, created a story, wrote a comic book, and we created the live anomaly detection in GA4 based on BigQuery as well, which I'm going to share with anyone in this room.
Nice, thank you. And now voting. Please keep your hands up. But at least we're close, you know? No. Okay, Zoli, yeah, your summary.
So this is basically a personal AI assistant that does a 3-piece audit on a website and also auto-heals the GTM, meaning that based on what it finds, it fixes the errors in GTM, and maybe if you want, it can talk with the developer just to give him feedback.
Cool, thank you. Voting begins. Keep your hands up, don't put them down. Okay, cool. Josh, do you just want to sing along again?
This is a song about getting me third prize. You get nothing, and I get a third prize.
Nice. That's a good try. Okay, don't put them down. Yeah.
Hell.
Okay. Evin, one sentence summary.
BigQuery A/B analyzer is open source solution for analyzing any B versus A. It works for GA4 data form, Firebase, Amplitude, Mixpanel.
Nice. Okay, hands up. Don't put them down. We're counting.
You would set up. It's the consistency.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, now we have Pascal.
I showed a tool that I made for monitoring GA4 instances for the lazy people who don't want to spend a lot of time and effort in actually going through everything hand by hand.
Tool for lazy people, love it. Okay, keep your hands up. Yes. Okay, yay, finally. Okay, Ibrahim, your summary in one sentence.
Yeah, so, maybe it's like Midjourney for dashboards. So it helps you, it's like the Oracle of data visualization.
Okay, Oracle data visualization. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You know, finally we're. Yeah. 100%. Okay. So just reminding the rules now. We have 5 runners up. I'm gonna name them in no particular order, but for these 5 people, we'll have a second round of voting to define who's gonna get the prize. Actually 3 prizes. So. Let me just do my math here really quick. Yeah. Okay. And for the rest of you who are not, in those 5 people, still very, very well done and good job. Like, I've presented, yeah. I've been in the same shoes a couple of times, like presenting ideas here at the Golden Punch Card, and I know how intimidating and exciting it can be at the same time. So fair play to you for coming up, sharing your ideas and stories. I think everyone got inspiration and ideas from you, so thank you. And with this, I'll announce 5 runners up that we're gonna vote for. Okay? So the first one is Lucas. Yeah. Then we have Jason. Ibrahim. Evin. And Sivash. Okay. So these are our 5 runners-up, and we go through the second and final round of voting. So here you can vote only once. Please don't try to fool us, because we're tired and we might miss it. You have only 1 vote. Choose wisely. And we'll go in the same order that guys were presenting. So raise your hand up if you think Jason's solution deserves a Golden Punch Card. Okay. Then raise your hand up if you think Lucas's presentation solution deserves the first prize. Okay. Can you keep the hands up? Don't put them down. Okay. Yeah. I mean, guys, it's important if you raised your hand up, please keep it up. stakes are high. Please put your hands up if you like the idea of Moriarty, Sherlock, and anomaly data detection in the real time. Yep. You see, we're improving. This year we have like 2 people checking just to make sure that there are no mistakes. Okay, then put your hand up if you vote for Evin's A/B testing Google Sheets BigQuery tool. Yep. Okay, and then last but not least, put your hand up if you are voting for Ibrahim's Oracle for data visualization. Okay. We have a tie here.
We have a tie, yes.
Do we have a tie?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do we...
Guys, we have a tie.
Yeah, if you will first, and then second, third, but we have to decide between the 2.
But like if we... Yeah. Love the idea. Yeah, then it works. Yeah, problem solver right there. Yeah? Okay, we'll do it. So for the tie, not to do another round of voting, we'll base places based on the number of votes during the first round. It's good that we have them written down. I'm really glad. Okay. We have some serious music, right, coming up there. Okay, cool. I need to come there. Okay. Let me make it nice and pretty and remove all the bottles from the... Yeah. That's a serious case here. Doug, I think we could use some help if you have strong hands. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think we will need one more. Are you okay to step in? Yeah?
So we would have all 10 on stage, or with the 5 in the middle. All 10 on stage with the 5 in the middle.
Okay. I love how agile we are and how things keep changing. So if I may ask everyone who participated in the Golden Punch Card, join us at the stage while we announce the... Yeah. Okay. Does it matter? Ah, okay. Another quick update there. Love it. If we may ask runners up to be in the middle for a nice photo opportunity.
5 of you.
In the middle. Yeah, okay. Getting serious there. Some anticipation. You guys can do like the drum roll. Yeah? Here you go. Yeah? No, yes, no, yeah. Okay, no, sorry. You guys are... Yeah, Petra? More? Okay. Do we? Okay. Nice. Exactly. I don't know, ask Petra. Ask Dad, you know. Okay, guys, I think before we launch the things, some safety rules here, okay? Because I'm a bit nervous about the number of things we have at the same time. Please don't point them at each other. Please don't point them towards your face. Please make sure you use the right direction because... Yeah? We'll ask Petra. Petra, what's the code word? Are we good to go? Sztuczna. Sztuczna? Okay, so we'll start announcing. And the bronze punch card 2026. Drum roll, please. Goes to Lucas. Woo! Well done. One of the best presentations I've seen.
I need to wear this. Oh,
yep.
Okay.
It's just your size.
Are you sure? Yeah, it's probably too small.
Too little.
Yeah? Yeah, you can. Okay, that's some flexibility there. Woo! Okay.
Well done.
Woo! Okay, the silver punch card 2026 goes to Sivash. You're not gonna try to fit in?
No.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, like it's your third one, so we kind of know what to do, right? Ooh. Okay, and now the winner and the proud holder of Golden Punch Card 2026 is Ibrahim. Once again, photo opportunity, guys. Woo! Well done, everyone. The competition was fierce, and thank you for taking part. Thank you for sharing your ideas. And yeah, now let's celebrate. Yeah. We'll see you tomorrow, 10:20 a.m. here. And then I think there is a bonfire, right? After dinner. So we'll see you at 9 at bonfire.